Halfway through this Barcelona European Cricket Series, Group A has been run and won. We know that Barcelona Shaheen and Hira Sabadell will be the two teams from Group A that will be taking part in final day in just over a couple of weeks' time. Now Group B starts and we have 8 new teams. Well, they're not really new. There's some familiar faces in there, some new ones too. And you know what? Rico is back as well. So it should be a great day of cricket. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, buenos dias a todos, and welcome, bienvenidos to España. It's great to have your company here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And now it is time for Group B. We have seen Group A take part over the last 2.5 weeks, and now we know which two teams, Barcelona Shaheen and Hira Sabadell. They'll be through to final day, December 11. They'll be joined by the best 2 performers in Group B. So whoever's top of the table at the end of the group stage, and also who wins the Group B finals day on the 10th of December. So we are starting the day with match 61, and this is going to be Fateh versus Raval Sporting. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The 2 captains are with Rob Kemming, the tournament referee.
You're cool. Heads is called. It is tails.
Okay, we went to ball first.
Good.
So it is Lakvir Singh who is leading Fateh Cricket Club. He's won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So it means that Raval Sporting will get the chance to make first use of the facilities. And I do see quite a few familiar names in their lineup. Of course, Goreng Mayavanshi, the little maestro, he was the player of the tournament in the ECS last year, the leading wicket taker, left arm spinner, has some national experience to his name as well. So it's interesting to see how he will compete in this environment once again. He made it his own early in 2021, but also watch out for the Patels. Ishan Patel is certainly one guy I think might be at the top of the ladder. And Karan Datta, well, he is a guy who has a century to his name in ECS cricket as well. And if he gets going, it could be a really hard train to stop for Fateh. And look, Raval Sporting last time they finished 4th, but that was out of 24 teams, and they did really well to top their group, just going down to the eventual champions, Catalonia Tigers, in the semis. So I'm sure that they will be pretty confident, I think, of having some good results here along the way. But Fateh, we know that they're a kind of enigmatic team. We know that at their best, they're very difficult to deal with. I think Lakvir Singh leading the side. No Manjinder Singh Lovely at the moment. He's not in the country, so I suppose they've had a little bit of a player shuffle, but I do expect them to put on a good fight. I think that last time they were 3 and 5, and so they couldn't get out of their group stage, but still, I think they love this form of the game. They just love playing cricket out here, and they're not the only ones. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, I know that Rico's back today. The last time he was here on Tuesday, there was a lot of wind. It was actually a nightmare scenario, I think, for cricket, but right now, it's beautiful once again. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 18 degrees. Currently about 12 to get this one going, so it's a little bit chilly, but you know, nothing out of the ordinary. This pitch is an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, you can hear it sounds a bit hollow there. We said not a lot of bounce at the beginning of this tournament, but I think because it's now AstroTurf and there's rubber underneath, there's a bit more bounce for the bowlers that are willing to bend their back. So I still think around about that 120 mark or so seems about par, and that doesn't seem to be changing too much, although we had a pretty low scoring day yesterday on Group A finals day. Anyway, speaking of the man in question, it is Rico Fu who joins me for the first time here in Barcelona. Rico, let's get ready for 4 games of cricket. Match 61 is on the way. Fateh, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. It's over to you, and let's get ready for some T10 action.
Good morning and welcome, namaste, as we have a look at the fancy dashboard for the 2 teams that Vinny was talking about. Fateh are taking on Raval Sporting. Raval Sporting have been put into bat, and a couple of players to look out for there with the bat. Karan Datta, and in 2021 he's piled up the runs, didn't he? And you heard Vinny say got a century. He's certainly one to watch. Over 382 runs last time. And also Kish Patel, he's the wicketkeeper at 330 runs. But Ishan Patel, who's out there at the moment, he's going to be pretty hot to watch as well. As the first ball gets played outside on the offside, takes a single straight away. That is Jigit Patel. And bat versus ball wall, saying that Raval Sporting 108 to 89, our favourites to win this one. Ravel Sporting, the last time we saw them, I mean, they made it all the way through to the semi-finals, but what a run they had on the way to those semi-finals. They had a record of 9-1, 9 wins, and those 9 wins were consecutive. After losing the first game, they went all the way into the semi, but on that occasion, Catalonia Tigers, the eventual winners in 2021, were just too strong for them. But they've got a point to prove. They're a very strong side. They remind me very much of Barcelona Shaheen, and of course we know Barcelona Shaheen went on to win Group A and book their place in the finals day. Can Ravel Sporting do the same? It's nicely bowled, good areas, and well, direct hit here, but it goes to the wrong end. They're just overcommitting himself there. Does Patel. That's Chayat Patel. 2 Patels out there at the moment. You see Isham Patel. I mean, even this one here, direct hit, I think could have had him in trouble. The bat was in the air, but if he went to the bowler's end, had more of a chance. Nice start from Ranjodi Singh. Getting the ball right up there in the right areas. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. I'm a one to all of our viewers watching in the sub-Indian continent. Singh once more, keeping with that offside line as the throw comes in. Direct hit on the stumps, but the umpire, quick shake of the head. You'll see here, the batter gets in pretty quickly. Reaching for this. And yeah, good technique, sliding the bat in as the throw comes in. Nicely done though. That was Surinder Deepak with the throw. And I should say, happy Thanksgiving to all of our viewers that are watching from the USA, or if you're wherever you are and you're from the USA, happy Thanksgiving to you. This one's in the air, it doesn't quite get it right, but enough of it. And it will go for 4 runs. A bit of a top edge, but he rocks back quickly and puts this away. Lovely shot. So, Chayat Patel gets his first boundary, in the first boundary of the innings. And just a little bit too short this time, Singh. And latched onto. So the first one really that he strayed away from being full and straight and outside the off. And the batter's onto it pretty quickly. Singh looking to finish the over well. And tucks up. Chayat Singh a little bit there, but it still gets through. We'll take the single. Gets a bit of bat on this as well. The umpire's got no signal, so that is the end of the first over. And it's not a bad one, just the 1 boundary from it, which was the shorter delivery. The 7 come off it, so 7 without loss. And well, just to remind you, yesterday, well, what a day yesterday was. Barcelona Shaheen, as I mentioned, already booked their place as the leader of Group A. Hira Sabadell, well, against all odds, they won every single match yesterday. Did it the hard way, and then beating the European Cricket League champions Pakar Barcelona in what was quite an extraordinary match. I don't think anybody predicted that outcome. Bowling them out for 42, that was quite incredible, and then knocking them off. So congratulations to both those teams, Barcelona Shaheen and Hira Sabadell. We will see them later. In comes Deepak round the wicket. Well, bowls well. The umpire may have a little chat with him about his follow through. Running right down the middle of the wicket. And a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position to the one, the only, the legendary, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Rico. Welcome back. And I know you filled in for me on Tuesday. It's our first time back together, though, since we left Malta.
Yeah.
It was kind of wet Malta on that afternoon as well, wasn't it?
It was. Well, there's another finals day, which unfortunately got rained up. But yeah, it's great to be back. It's great to be back here in Barcelona as well.
Yeah, is next ball, and it's going to be pulled away. And I think that will sneak over the boundary. So, nice shot by Patel. It's a little bit short. There's Quinny doing the fielding. But, yeah, they need to get something moving, don't they? Ravel Sporting, I think for the most part, their bowling was their real strength last year.
Yeah.
There were a few good performances with the bat, including that century you mentioned from Karan Datta. But, yeah, I think to be competitive this year, they need to find a few more runs. And it's a pretty nice shot by Chet Patel. Yeah,
a little bit too short there from Deepak. And, yeah, Chayat Patel just rocking back. Had plenty of time to play that away. Hasn't really got the pace to be bowling short. And as a result of that, we've seen a change in the field. So, had a player that's been pushed back to that mid-wicket area. Deepak has to go fuller, and he goes short once more, and this time he wants it, and he gets it. And shorter delivery, but right across the right-hander. I mean, if you're bowling around the wicket, that's the line, that's the area you've got to be bowling. And Jashar Patel, well, his eyes lit up. He thinks he's going to be able to hit this in the area that they brought the fielder in from. So that was a shot he was going for the lofted hit over covers, but gets a little snick on it. No mistakes from the captain of Fateh Lakbir Singh, taking the catch, and the first wicket goes. So Fateh, will they be happy with that? They've broken this opening partnership pretty early. It will be 11 for 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because the field goes back on the leg side. I think he's thinking about hitting this offside, which is probably the shot, but it's one of the hardest shots to play. The walking kind of cover drive that's at your shoulders. So he's only able to get a little nick on that. As well taken behind the stumps as well by the captain, Lakbir Singh. Well, he is the captain at the moment. Their regular captain, Manjinder Singh Lovely, is not available. And so, yeah, pretty decent start this by Fateh.
Yeah, good start, but well, look who comes in now. Karan Datta, this guy can bat. I've been so impressed with his batting in the past when I've been here in Barcelona. I still do. I mean, we mentioned that he has scored a century, but I still don't think we've seen the best of him, you know. Karan Datta comes in.
He really turned it on that day against the Kings, didn't he? Anyway, here's Deepak.
Datta gets one on top of this, plays it into the ground. Gets the single, gets himself off the mark.
So a few people welcoming you, including our own Andy House and also David Smith. Hello to you and good morning to all of our viewers, in fact. And it's a great way to get in touch with us as well on the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. You're sounding good bright and early this morning, Rico. You're raring to go after your day off. How was your day off?
It was fantastic. Yesterday? And of course, Viva España, 7th heaven, Spain in the Football World Cup. As this one, well, I tell you what, this is not a good one from the captain of Fateh. It's going to be 4 byes. Look at the bodywork here, Vinny. It's nowhere behind this. He doesn't get those feet moving, does he?
Yeah, it's not a wide. Just doesn't get down enough. And looks down his gloves, wondering why there's not a ball there. It's unfortunately, yeah. Good piece of wicket keeping early in the over. That one not as good. Cost his team 4.
Yeah, 4 byes. That's not good. But yeah, it was a great day. I've had a good time in downtown Barcelona, met up with a few friends, but also the most important thing was got together, watched the footy, 7-0. Vamos, España. Vamos.
Pretty comprehensive, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Another edge. Oh, well, I think there's definitely glove on this. This is going to be 4 off the bat, so we've seen 4 byes. Now an edge goes for 4. A little bit too spicy here for Lakbir. I'm not sure how he's trying to take this. He's, well, I'm not sure what he's trying to do there. It's almost like he's trying to par it upwards rather than catch it.
He's going one glove, which sometimes can be easier when you're at your extremities because you don't have your other arm coming across your body. But, yeah, he just doesn't judge it right. It just kind of flicks off the end of his glove. A nice view of the morning coming over Barcelona in the background. This is Group B, and you can see that we have 8 teams. Same deal as Group A. So they'll each play 14 matches. They'll play their opponents twice. And the top team at the end of those matches, they go straight through to final day. The bottom 3 drop out, and then the teams that are left, there's 4 of them, they play a Group B finals day. So you're looking forward to seeing these teams and how they impact the competition.
Yeah, doesn't quite get this out in the middle of the bat, but it still would go for 4 runs. And that's Waqas Mizar boundary there, but stop नहीं कर सकता, चौका लग गया. So a little bit fortunate there, a little bit too wide from the bowler. And he latches onto that pretty quickly. This is Nagam Hussain, comes onto bowl.
That's the spin, isn't it? This artificial surface. It's the first time I know that you've been here since they remade it. But it plays really well. It does have a bit of bounce and spin, though, on those first bounces.
Oh, this is hit high up in the air. Number 13 is under it, and, well, is not unlucky. It's lucky 13 as the catch gets taken, and that's a Gangandeep Singh. Makes no mistakes at all. And that's the end of another batter. And Karan Datta, well, we know that he can be pretty useful. But he's going to have to make his way back. He'll go for 5 of just the 3 deliveries that he faced.
Yeah, went up. Didn't go too far, did it? And so, yeah, disappointment. It's a key player gone for Raval Sporting. Well held. That's not an easy catch at this time of day. Currently around about 12 degrees. And so, yeah, Gangandeep does a good job. Second wicket down now. 24 for 2. Nice to see, though, as well, in the chat, lots of people excited that you're back Rico.
Yeah, it's great to be back as we see that wicket again. Look, it was the right shot to play. I mean, the ball was there for it, but he just loses his shape. Ball goes high up in the air, and a very good catch taken by Gungadeep. Yeah, folks, thank you all very much for your well wishes. Yeah, it's great to be back, and it's great to stay in Spain for an event as well. Of course, we spent a lot of time in Cartama on the Costa del Sol, and here we are now in Barcelona. Hey, did you know until the Olympics here in 1992, the beaches in Barcelona didn't exist? There were no beaches.
Actually, I think you told me that last time.
There was no beaches, but of course now Barcelona has some of the best beaches in Spain. So,
yeah,
but it's great to be here.
That's so interesting, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's a very important port. I know that. We have been staying in the past in that area. Manish Manwani comes out to bat at number 4 with a bit of a job to do.
Nicely pitched up and nicely dealt with as well by Manish Manwani, an outstanding youngster. We saw him play in the EC10 in Cartama. Played pretty well there, but he's another one that's come up through the ranks. And the likes of Matthew Roman, who of course has really made some highlights already here in Barcelona. But this youngster as well, Manish Manwani, has been playing cricket alongside him for years, and he's another one to look out for. So Corey, if you're watching, keep an eye on this young man.
One thing about having Corey here that was very, very good was the fact the national team coach was getting a real up-close and personal look with so many cricketers in the region.
Oh, well, this is a beautiful shot. He gets into position early, and he goes all the way. Bole, bole, brrrr, shakalagya.
Well, good to hear the bale back in the Group B. And what I will say as well is that we had one day with 115 Maximos, and there were a few comments that Rico's voice would have been absolutely done by the end of that day. And that was just asking for it. It was good shot selection as well, well executed by Patel.
This one's up in the air, but he's going to get lucky with it. A couple of bounces, and the fielder, he gets into all sorts of trouble, but manages to hold on to it. Can't hold on to his cap, though.
Well, he got done by the spin earlier, right? So this time he's doing everything. And his strategy was basically to throw his whole body at it and hope that it stuck. But anyway, did make the stop in the end and keeps it to 1. Well done. So it's nice to see all these players. I know it's Corey was saying that he had a development day as well on Sunday where he looked at a bunch of juniors and also a bunch of adult players.
Whacked hard, and it would go the distance as well. That's been hyped strong, long and hard. And the youngster, Manish Manwani, well, he's filled up a bit. This is the last time I saw him, but he's a strong unit. Looks like an ox, and he hits this, hammers it for 6.
He's pretty still at the point of delivery. And so, yeah, even though he hits that kind of across the line, he's watching it really closely. So often I see players kind of lifting their head or taking their eyes off the ball in that situation. That was a good shot to finish the over. It's 38 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, look, I mean, as we get used to saying here, the scores, the runs on the board are pretty good. They're flowing. Lost those 2 wickets, though. Important wickets to Patel going, and also Karan Datta. But look, Ishan Patel, one thing, folks, have a look when he's batting. He's got this little flick, this little kick. He gets a little kick of the leg before he plays the shot. It's quite amazing to watch.
Yeah, it's little trigger moves. I've seen it a few times. It's almost in baseball, they call it a leg kick.
Yeah.
It's you're stepping to hit the ball. And normally in baseball, it's a bit more predictable where the ball's going to be compared to cricket. So that's why in cricket you don't see it that much. But he's just pretty much saying wherever it's going to be, I'm going to put my foot here and I'm going to try and whack it. Anyway, time for the 4th over. Gungadeep's going to have a bowl. And this would have been a wide. Instead, he's going to test the fielder and he's going to boot it across the line. Well, it might have been 7-0 yesterday. That's a bit of an own goal, I think, from Wakas down there at deep backward point.
Yeah, the batter is he's down here. I'm not sure if he may have just pulled a bit. Oh dear, that doesn't look good. He looks in trouble.
And Manwani didn't hit the ball either.
Nah.
So he's just running and he's probably turned. Oh, he slips. Hopefully there's nothing too much to that.
I think he may.
It's early morning.
Could be the way he's acting. Maybe he's just a bit of the inside leg. Possibly the groin, maybe.
I didn't see an ankle turn there. I just saw him kind of. Watch his feet.
I think his higher leg. Just here when he stretches, I think there, because that's the part of the leg he's holding.
Oh, that's such a shame. If there's more to that. He's really struggling at the moment.
He's in a lot of trouble.
He's hobbled back to the non-strikers and he doesn't want to retire. He's looks like a calf kind of.
He's key to them as well, because not only is he a key batter, but also he's going to be key for them with the ball as well. It's Seema, and let's hope he's okay.
We haven't had too many people losing their footing on that area either.
This is a delightful shot. This is Ishan Patel at his best. He's a classy player. He's a prop. He's one guy that shows us that you can play orthodox cricket in this format and still be successful. He's a talented player. He's got all the shots. That was a beauty.
It's a very good shot. I mean, my eyes are on Manwani there as well. He's really struggling to even get halfway down the pitch.
Yeah,
that got hit.
I think they've got to get another batter
out. I think with 14 games as well, with 14 games, I think they're on the side of caution with a player like Manwani.
This was not the right shot to play, just when I'm bigging him up. I mean, he's a classy player, class act. Remember, we didn't see too much of him last year when we were here later on because he was actually away getting married. So, look, congratulations to him and his wife. Together, must be together for about a year now. I'm sure she's watching. So, Mrs. Patel, I'm sure you're supporting your man out there. That one will be called a wide. So, just trying to keep the ball out of the slot here.
Say a quick hello to Umair Arayan. He's loving Rico's commentary. Well, you're not the only one. I'm enjoying it as well. Ivan, I should say, saying, hope these group matches are as good as the matches over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, Group A was crazy. It was fast-paced. We were calling it Barca ball because it was just next-level stuff. We were seeing run rates in the 20s all the time. We were seeing it. Games that we thought that would stay the highest scoring game was 190 to 187, but then that got beaten. We had a 229 to 174 game. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, oh, wow, this one. How has he played this? This is an incredible shot. Well, we're in Barcelona. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. This is an incredible shot. I don't know how he's got that to go there, Vinny. Tell me about this.
I don't know. I thought it was just popping straight up in the air, but he just gets enough on it. And he also has to kind of like get his head out the way of the ball as well. So he ends up having to just kind of take his eyes off it and hope for the best. But the best turned out pretty good for Ishan Patel.
Well, Gagandeep Singh can't believe that he's been hit before behind there. I don't think he knows too much about it. Gets a bit lucky, but it looks good. It was sexy. What a nice shot that is. Well, what we got next? Gagandeep gone for 13 already. 2 balls to come in the over. And this one has been hammered, and it will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Well, there's the trigger, the kick and the hit. Here he goes. Watch that leg. And wait for it. Well, this is one of those kicks that scored one of the 7 goals yesterday for Spain, and then whacks it away. 4 runs.
Got to say, I love the leg kick. I don't know how much it actually does. It basically gets your body moving. Think of it as like an engine starting to kind of unleash. And then the final thing is the stroke of the bat.
And now he's been done. And that is a beauty. It's full, it's straight, and he plays all around it, and he knocks them over. Dundee chugged it there. Well, Ishan Patel wanted to make this over go magical. 17 came off it, but then the final delivery gets through, knocks them over, and that is the end of Ishan.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to know where the line is between aggression and over-aggression, and I think that Ishan's crossed it there. It was a good battle, wasn't it, between Gagandeep Singh and Ishan Patel? But Gagandeep has the last laugh, and unfortunately, he loses his stumps, and it's Chakade Fateh style from Gagandeep Singh. Fateh are away at the end of 4. It's 55 for 3, and plenty of entertainment. That over had 17 runs, but it does finish with a wicket for Gagandeep.
Yeah, team na na hai Fateh. Dande we Chakade Fateh style. Well, good bit of bowling, good comeback there from Gagandeep. So the 4th over comes to an end. As we say, plenty of runs on the board, 55 or 4 overs. But those 3 wickets down, and Ishan, well, he was the one that was going pretty well, hitting the ball nicely and cleanly. The only real one who's made any real contribution so far, but he's gone. And he goes for 28 of the 13 balls that he faced.
A few more hellos for you, Rico, in the chat. We've got Bajendra Yadav saying hello. We've got Saiful Hutt saying hello as well. And everyone else, why don't you say hello to Rico? It's a great time. You can do that in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, look, it's great to be here, of course. And, yeah, thank you, everybody, for welcoming back. And, of course, look, there's no other place I'd rather be watching cricket here at this beautiful Mount Dewey Cricket Ground. 178 metres up, you know we are, as this one is pulled away. There's a fielder out there who makes no mistakes.
So one thing I did a couple of weeks ago, hadn't done before, is I took the cable car to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And actually went to the very top, because we're kind of like halfway up here, roughly, I'd say.
Halfway
like
up.
that.
Did you see the castle?
Yeah, saw the castle, saw the sunset over the water. It was very nice.
Yeah,
very
it's
nice.
a fantastic view from up here. But of course, I mean, the folks will know that because they're not here. I'm sure you've seen some of the pictures on the social media that Dan Oris has taken from the top of the hill, and they're absolutely fantastic. And we get a brilliant sort of sunset here as well, a sunrise and sunset. As we go back to the action here. Nicely played, lovely straight back from the new man. And this is Kish Patel. Look out for him. Scored plenty of runs in 2021 as well. 330 runs to his name, so they've still got plenty of batting. Interesting to see how Fateh deal with two left-handers out there now.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see how Manish is going as well. As we know, he's been hampered by that slip. He was running between wickets a little bit earlier.
Oh, well, he's going pretty well, Vinny. This has gone. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota es afuera de campo. 6 carreras. Shaba, shaba. Well, this is lovely jubbly. Sweet out of the middle like a bowl of rasmalai. What a hit.
That one's in traffic. And I tell you what, we've lost so many kookaburras to that side of the ground. There was a call maybe to even ban left-handers because they were the main culprits with that kind of a shot. But yeah, Manish doesn't have to move too much. Just swivels on it. Yeah, you asked how they deal with it. Left-handers, well, not too good so far. I like this from Deepak now. He's going to go across the left hand. He's going to go over the wicket. I think it might be a better strategy.
Deepak, let's see how he goes. But he's got to pitch up. He's been a little bit too short. It was short in his first over as well, but got away with it. Firmly struck, but there's a fielder out there. Makes no mistakes. Nicely done.
Ivan's asking, did we find any of the missing cricket balls in town last night? Well, not really. I suppose we're on the fringes of the kind of central district here. But I think some people might be taking away from some souvenirs. Hey, remember that's how Venezia Cricket Club started, right?
That's true,
the president found a cricket ball in his backyard. Pretty good story, isn't it? So he found this weird rock.
Yeah, that's right. He kept finding these kookaburras in the garden, and he thought, what's this all about? Went to investigate, started watching the game. The next thing you know, he become one of the main founders of, the club.
Still going strong. Yeah, so I know that we've got some big plans for 2023 as well, and we'll keep you up to date with them as it comes to hand. Of course, we've got a 7-week break at the end of this tournament. We'll be back right here for more cricket.
Will be a wide, just strain the line slightly, getting the ball a bit fuller, but just getting the radar wrong, as they say. Kish Patel hasn't really just got going at the moment. But, I think he realises that his role here is very much a bit of a supporting role to be there with Manish Mawani, who Mawani I think has already made up his mind he's not running. You can see he has hurt himself. And that one should be put away, missed out and missed by Lakveer behind the stumps as well. So Manish Mawani, he walks to the other end. He's quite happy to walk there and face this. Still trying to get this last ball in deeper. He's gone for 20 now off his off the 11 balls that he's bowled. This one, I reckon, this is all or nothing from Manwani.
You don't want to get too short leg side to Manwani. Some sort of mechanical going on down the ground, around the ground this one as well. Better ball, isn't it? Oh, Manwani's really struggling here.
Yeah.
I wonder how much he can continue really at this stage. Anyway, keep an eye on it. He's being brave. It is 68 for 3 after 5 overs. I want to say a very, very big hello to all of you wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And well, back with me for the first time at least, for a little while, is Rico Full. Rico, welcome back. Great to have you back. Last time we saw,
hello everybody.
Last time we worked together was in Malta. Just what, almost 3 weeks ago now. But yeah, we'll take you home for the rest of the year. So just 2.5 weeks left in the year. It's going to finish on a Super Sunday, final day, 11th of December, with the top 4 teams from this competition. What a way to sign off 2022.
It's been a stellar year, hasn't it? And you've been here in Barcelona to finish it off with this tournament, which has seen so many records broken. It's going to be huge.
Now, I have to say, something's different from last time I saw you here in the Cube.
November.
Yeah, okay. Yes, November. But we have to tell you something.
What?
November is you have to lose the beard.
No. This I did look into this as this is played out into the covers.
We have to. Oh, could get a run here. No, except Manawani can't run. I think you have to lose the beard. Now, what did you look into, though? Tell me. Make your case.
There is Movember. It started off with the Tash, but it's also the full Movember. I've gone for the full Movember. Because my name is Full. Rico Full has to do it the full way. So
well,
the full
here's
Movember,
the thing. The point is that moustache, no beard looks a bit funny in this day and age. Okay, I know it's coming back in some places and whatnot, right? In the corner for one. But, oh, dear me. Wow, that is an awful bit of fielding really for Mirza. He's had some issues. It's tunnel ball style. And what really should have been 1 is going to be 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is a clanger. I mean, this is an absolute clanger. I mean, on this surface where the ball is, well, fielding on this is like fielding in one of the best pitches ever because the ball does nothing. And you don't mess up that.
Yeah, they relocated the Tortuga here. Yeah. It was the original Tortuga. Now you get the trampoline Tortuga, which is where you get a big bounce over you. But, I mean, that one was really an amount of excuses for Wakas there, really.
Yeah, big mistake.
I think Said Nassim is too thrilled about it either.
Nice shot. But he seems to be moving a little better. Whether he's just working through it, I'm not sure. But yeah, gets to the pitch of this well, hits it nice straight down the ground.
So all I'm going to say, and look, it's fine. I'm actually liking the kind of Santa beard you've got going. I don't have a problem with it. It is true that you were at the hotel counter this morning. I didn't recognise you.
You walked straight past me.
I actually said that guy looks so much like Rico.
Oh, well, what about this one? I mean, I know it's a slower delivery. We'll have to see it from side on. And, yeah, it's guilt called. So let's have a look at this again.
Even though he's on the walk, it's really, well, I said really high. The thing is with these ones, the umpires are directed, if you're not entirely sure, then you should call it. Yeah,
he's not happy about it. He is the bowler, Nassim, but gets called. So gets called on field. So free hit coming up. So the license to go to full Monty. Kush Patel needs to get hold of this. He's struggling at the moment. Just 1 run from the 3 deliveries that he's faced. Can he get going? Well, he hits it hard. It's up in the air, up and over. And the fielder gives it chase, but he's not going to get there. Kafi, of course, is getting the field in there. Deepak in there, but Joka Lagia. And this is exactly what Kush Patel, the wicketkeeper batter, needed. And having hit the boundary now, he's going to feel just a little bit more confident. But they've really got to just keep going. I mean, Mawani's been hitting it well, but he needed some support. Patel gets his first boundary.
Yeah, can get bogged down on occasion, but that'll help.
Hey, listen, come on. It's Thanksgiving. Say yes, happy Thanksgiving to some of our American fans.
Oh, well.
Well, he goes for a one-handed catch. Well, he was hoping he was going to get some Thanksgiving here and take a one-handed blinder, but he doesn't. He gets it all wrong. And that was Kuldeep Bra. Well, Kuldeep, 2 hands are better than 1, buddy. It's all wrong.
He looked like he was on ice skates there, really, didn't he, as he went for that?
He looked like some of the Spanish that was celebrating after the 7-0 victory yesterday. Say no more. Catch goes down.
We saw some very good fielding in Group 8 so far. Yeah, I've seen some interesting fielding. Here's another chance, not quite. Won't carry. Just a single, takes us to the end of the over. And Manwani will hobble another one. He moves to 22. It's 80 for 3 after 6. So you've got a few things to get through. Rico Fangirl saying hello, and she likes your new look. Look, I'm fine with the beard. Yeah, that's your face, and that's great. But I do think that what are we into? We're into 24th of November. We should have at least one day where you go beard, and you can just craft. The point is, you can craft your moustache into whatever you want.
Okay, look,
like the Merv Hughes.
I tell you, I say this right. You know, I mean, Movember, folks, it is all for charity. It started off, years back where it was just it's only just about men's health. So all of men's health charities. But then over the years, people have done it for different causes. I, of course, am doing it for charity that's very close to me, which is about the World Wildlife Fund. So, you know, if anybody wants to donate, no pressure on anyone. If you want to give a few of your pennies to the World Wildlife Fund, why don't you do so? But I'll do this, because it is Movember for November. On the 1st of December, okay, the beard will go, and I'll keep just the tash. How about that?
All right, that sounds good.
But I want sponsorship. I want people to be donating for charity for that to happen. So, okay, folks, it's all on you. Smashed, hit. Will it go the distance? It will. The fielder out there, I don't know how good an effort this was. I get the feeling that this might have gone through his hands, you know.
Well, I'm glad it didn't go into his hands, because it might have taken his hands off his arms, because he just wafts at it. And, yeah, probably always going to go for 6, and a seam out there. Can't stop it. Maximo time.
Yeah, it was
Beware the walking wounded. Manwani is barely able to walk, but he's still hitting sixes.
Yeah, absolutely clobbered. 7 off the first over when Singh came on. First off this next ball, and this has gone big. That is massive. What a hit this is. Esta pelota es afuera de campo. Que guay, que bien, que genial. Well, he does a hop skip afterwards, but never mind that. That was a beaut.
I'm in pain for Manish here. When he hits that, you can see that there's a bit of advice being dished out left, right and centre, but it wasn't a bad ball, really. He's got such a good eye, Manish Manwani.
Yeah, I think Deepak there is just saying, hey, look, stop bowling it short into his arc because he's going to disappear. Try and get it. Well, try and get him either to drive it. We haven't seen too many of those Yorker length deliveries, have we? That's what's missing here. Manwani, well, he's hurting, but he's also hurting the opposition.
Round the wicket. And then umpire not in position, runs into the bowler. Hey, yes, okay, I'm fine with that. I'd actually even like, I've got a suggestion because I did this once actually.
Okay.
This is long before my television days, but I'll make that in a second. Oh, what a shot.
What a hit this is. Well, he gets everything behind this. Well, eso es una golpe muy grande. Eso es más dulce de tarta de Navidad. Qué guay, qué genial. Boom! Shaka
I don't know what possesses you when you can't move to skip down the wicket like this, but he absolutely nails it. Elwood had no confidence that his foot would have even landed and he could have held his body weight. He's got 6-6-6 here.
What a hit.
I won't mention it, but you know what I'm thinking. 3 balls in this over, 3 sixes.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you know, I told you about this young man. Watch out for him. Corey, hope you got your notepad out. Edge, another drop catch from Lakvir. And now, well, now he's showing this a side that we don't want to see. But it could have been a cracking catch, but it wasn't.
Well, Lakvir just couldn't get sideways quick enough. And so, yeah, Manish then had to run, even though he didn't want to run. This is just a bit of a cavalcade of errors. It's a thick edge. Guys just hit 3 sixes. He gives you a chance. Manish cranes around, doesn't want to run, then realises he has to. Gets through, and poor Lakvir, he ended up spilling that one.
This is nicely played. That's a really good shot. Beautiful timing. Has this one gone all the way? It has. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Beautiful shot.
Such a good bit of timing, wasn't it, from Kish? Gets just enough, but there's no outfielder down there. Raval Sporting are up and away. But really, Fateh, they've compounded their problems with some of the fielding this morning. They've won the toss. They've elected to bowl. When you do that, you need to bring some sort of intensity at the moment. They've got a one-legged warrior out there who's putting him to the sword. And now Kish getting it on the action. It's 4 sixes in the over. It's gone magical.
It's gone big time magical. It's a nicely timed shot. That's going to be 4 runs. What a shot this is. I mean, what we've seen there over 2 balls, we've seen power when the ball is smashed for 6, and then we've seen some real delightful timing shot. That is a beaut. Lovely shot.
Proper shot, isn't it? Anyway, that over ends up going for 29. So 109 for 3, up and away. Hey, Crickathon time, and this is something we've been doing. Back to the question of the week now. So if you go to crickathon.com, no matter where you're watching from around the world, you can answer this question, be in the running for an interview or an internship potentially with HCL Software, who power the Crickathon. And today, it's all about the bowlers. How will you create a method for analysing bowling performance impact in a T10 format using statistical data, those kinds of things?
Good question, huh?
Yeah. So what do you think is important with these things? Economy rate, kind of pace versus spin, and analysing maybe left arm versus right arm. That's something Corey was talking about. But you can be as creative as you like. We're looking for people to be creative in that Crickathon. Thanks again to HCL Software. Okay, time for over number 8. I'll get back to the Mo chat in a second. But first, let's have a look at Hussain.
Good delivery, but well played as well. Chases on for the fielder. And Manwani is running much better. No, he's not his quickest, but he still gets there. But he runs well. Then he gets the hobble. And watch him here. When he's running here, you don't think there's anything wrong with him. Look,
well, I think there's a bit wrong with him because he's hobbling and then takes on a 2 that really any sort of decent throw should have had him. But he really probably doesn't feel like he can be run out with Fateh team at the moment. Well, and then he bangs one.
Talking about out, this is out of here. It's another big 6 from Manwani. And he's getting closer to his 50. That one takes him to 49. It's another one that he hits straight out of the ground.
It's remarkable that he can still skip like this. despite, it's either like a calf injury or something like that. For me, it might be the calf and the way that he's hobbling. This would be one time I'd 50 and retire. The old juniors rules, I think. I know that they want him to keep going out there, but you don't want to lose him for matches in the series.
Yeah, good point.
That's called a one. Yeah, so my suggestion, I did this at work once, is go the full beard, but then take the beard off in stages. So every day you can do a little bit more. So maybe you could just do the chin and like keep the mutton chops.
Okay, what's it worth? What's it worth?
Yeah, well, the better you do, the more it's worth. Then I ended up with what people were calling an Eddie Murphy.
Well, it's another one that's gone. This one at least stays into the ground. What a hit, what an innings. And congratulations, both Badaya Manish Mamwani. Mas Mekiasi na shuru te youngster and both a player, and he's proved it today. I told you he's good. I told you he's worth watching. And well, look, he's doing it just on one leg.
Brilliant. You have to really ask questions about whether they'll include him in the lineup for the second game of the day. But how about that? It's been so good through the mid-wicket region. 55 off 17 balls.
This one hits the edge of the pitch, and I think this would call a wide. I think Corey was explaining to me the day that I covered for you that because it's a narrow pitch, whereas normally this would probably be called a no ball, but on this one, because it's quite narrow, calling it a wide.
Yeah,
I think
exactly
that's a
right.
correct call as well.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of kind of local rules here because of the thinner pitch. The other surrounds the back foot of the bowler just having to be anywhere on the artificial surface.
I suppose it's a good way to get him off strike, right?
Yeah, true.
Because now in the next ball is a dot ball. You take that. Hey, these two, good partnership. I think the partnership now in the 70s. So going very, very well, the two left-handers. Already asked the question how Fateh would cope with the two left-handers that came together with the score on 55. Well, Manish Mawani, he's added 55 more to it. What a knock.
He's batted so well. I think he's not scared of getting out. That's why, because he's hurting.
Kish Patel makes Mawani have to scamper through for a single. It means that he gets to face the last ball of this over from Hussain. Hussain's gone for 36 already with the ball to go in his spell. Score moves along nicely. 127 for 3.
The score seems a bit out of control to me. It's last ball the over.
Hits this over the top of the infielder out on the offside. So gets it over mid-off, but gets fielded on the boundary.
End of the over. It's 128 for 3. Well, Edith had a question in the chat. She must have missed it earlier. Where is Rico's beard? Well, there it is. That's Rico's beard. And, yeah, it's very nice. I was going to say that's why our season finishes December 11, because you might need Santa might need some help delivering presents. You got the look.
It's a good time for having a beard, isn't it? I tell you
there
what,
you go.
I was happy to have this beard on the day I covered for it. It was so windy that at least it kept me warm.
I think I'd love to see the Merv Hughes, maybe the Merv Hughes kind of handlebar eventually. What sort of moustache would you like? When Rico takes it off, he's promised to take it off in at least maybe one stage, maybe a couple of stages. Yeah, I think that'd be a nice little progression.
Yeah, but I want everybody to play the part. I want people to do your bit for charity as well, though. It is November. It's November. You know what this is all about. Well, do your bit for charity. Well, finally, Fateh, they get the breakthrough. They break this partnership that was going so well. And I'm liking that. Kish Patel going straight over to Manish Mawani and say, hey, buddy, well done. And finally, they do get him out. And I think he plays a little bit onto this.
Yeah, he does.
He plays inside edge onto his stumps.
Yep, inside edge onto his body. I think it gets a bit of his back leg. Well, it might be an out and call the stretcher job really from Manwani. He's going to hobble off, but what an innings. Yeah. I mean, you just wonder a couple of things. If it's so bad he feels like he might not even be able to get back out in the park, he just said, look, I'm just going to go for it and try and put together a memorable innings. It was 56 off 19 with 7 maximos and a 4.
Yeah, really good innings. Finally, it was Kulubra that comes on and gets the wicket, first ball of the 8th over. But he's put his team in such a good position. And, well, Fateh here, what can they do? All right, they got rid of one dangerous batter, but Kish Patel is still out there. He's still looking to go. And it's another Patel that comes out. And this time, it's going to be Unakuma Patel. Right-hander, gets off the mark straight away. He's going to have to hurry, and well, that's probably the slowest throw that we've seen back on the bowler.
Fast
this in
dive.
slow motion.
Fast dive, slow throw.
Yeah, look, watch this. And I reckon he's wearing somebody else's trousers as well.
Yeah, showing a bit of shin bone. Well, Rico Fangirl has donated €10 in the chat, saying, now I'm curious to see the moustache look.
That's what I want to see. Well, thank you to Rico Fangirl, whoever you are. Tell us more about yourself. Where are you from? Hey, what's happened to your Fangirl? In fact, what's happened to your wife?
I feel like there's
what's going on here?
There's been a fair bit of blocking of the Vinny parody accounts.
Look, thank you very much. Look, thank you to Rico Fangirl for donating.
You know what I just realised?
What?
Coming with some pens here.
This is in the air, chance, and it gets dropped. He can't believe it, and that is Surinder Deepak.
Have a look at the clock, Rico. The clock's about to run out here in the 9th over, and I think we're going to see 5 penalty runs. So it's going to be another issue. Yeah, but this is just it's an Arnold Palmer, straight in, straight out.
Well, Kuldeep not happy. Could have had his second wicket. Should have had his second wicket. Well, he does get his second wicket eventually. And don't worry about chasing that. That don't matter. He's knocked him over. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra, 5-ball. Jog there, Fante.
See, they get an extra minute. Oh, no, they don't even get an extra minute for that one. Yeah, not yet. So, yeah, I think for sure we'll see some penalty runs. And what we have seen in this tournament is because we've got the clock, they get pretty much added straight away.
Yeah.
So they don't really wait for the end of the over because everyone knows like the penalties are on. So, yeah, let's just have a look. Clock has run out of time. I'm just waiting any time.
Well, the young man coming in now needs a bigger cap. That cap is just sitting on. How's that staying on his head?
That's a good question. Maybe there's a lot of hair under there.
Numanali comes out.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just something that all the players sometimes take some adjustment.
It's well bowled. This has been a good over from Bharat. He gets the throw in, a much harder throw this time. But he can throw better. He says, I can throw better with my right hand than I can with my left.
That's very kind of Rico Fangirl though. For €10, that's very nice. Well, Rico Fangirl, if you're enjoying it, maybe you'd want to invest in a crown. €5 a month. Just saying. It all helps.
Oh, hesitation.
Yeah.
There was the throw. Close.
Would have been a tight one.
Still good over.
Eyeing off the third man here. He's looking for that.
It's it straight down the ground. Work to be done by the fielders. Should get there. They do. Taking the 2 on. Not the best of throws.
Yeah.
As a result of that, they'll get there. Yeah, the throwing hasn't been the best from Fateh. And allows the batters to get 2. But a very, very good over from Kuldeep Ra. Just the 5 runs from it, but does pick up 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, so this will be the end of the over. And yeah, I think it's probably worth taking on these extra runs at the moment because Fateh, they haven't really looked like executing a run out. And I think we're getting the message now that there's the 5 penalty runs for the batting team. A bit of a tap signal for the 5 for the batting team.
Yeah.
But anyway, everyone gets the message that they'll be added on now. So it'll go from 133 to 138.
Yeah, tapping for the batting, they always say.
Yep.
5 with the palm open. So yeah, I mean, you're spot on. Well seen by yourself. So 5 more go on to the total.
Anyway, last overtime. How much more damage?
What will be? Should be just a single. Oh, there's a little bit of argy-bargy going on the boundary. And, well, this was a proper shoulder barge from Kuldeep Ra. Kuldeep Ra saying to Singh, get out of here. What do you think you're doing? This is mine. Boom. There you go. Ale. A bit of wrestling as well. I just want to have a look at that foot one more time here.
I think the ball's gone before a foot touches the rope.
Here we go. Here we go. Kabaddi, kabaddi, kabaddi.
Oh, he goes straight away.
Right, how will he do it? He's okay. He said, I've been knocked down, but I'm okay. It takes more than that to hurt me. He said, I think
it was okay because have a look. The ball seems to be gone before the rope goes because it's a one-time. Yeah, ball seems to be gone before the rope goes down. But yeah, just gets a view that he didn't really bank on there.
Yeah. A bit of limbo there as well, eh? A bit of limbo fielding. Limbo. In the air. Is it going to go to hand? I don't think so. But they're going to keep running. And, well,
this is the artificial turf, right? It does grip and spin sometimes after 1 or 2 bounces. But I mean, often it shows you slightly the difference between, for example, at Carlton or whatever, where there's not too many twos.
Yeah.
You know, there, as soon as you hit it, you thought that's two at least.
Looking to bring the 150 up here. 3 balls to get 7 runs. And this one, watch the spin on it again. It does well. They get the single.
Nice work. Got to say, both these teams have some new uniforms since last time we saw them. I think they look very good.
They look pretty dashing, yeah. I'm liking that. Liking the all the stripes.
Morning to Julian Dawson, who's in the chat. Nice to see you. And I know, hopefully I haven't missed too many people. Hello to Sundori as well. To Manus, who's in the chat. Bajendra would like the robot to do a poll about Rico's beard.
Chance. And taken, no mistakes from Kuldeep. Well, that's why he pushes everybody out of the way, because he says, I'm the one, I'm the man, I can do the business, I can take the catch. Yeah, nice catch taken there by Kuldeep Bra. So the end of another batter. So Numan Ali is trying to bring the 150 up in style. He's not able to. So bit of a fight back here from Fateh.
This time, don't really run into any interference, Kuldeep Bra. So it takes a solid catch, 144 now. Let's see what Fateh can bring with the stick. See if they can make something of this chase.
Hey, listen, what's happened to your point of no return here in Barcelona?
I'll put it up to 21. Good. Short answer.
Fair enough.
All right, last ball.
Chance. Oh, it's a perfect lob, and it will go for 4. So it'll finish on 148. And yeah, he couldn't have played this better. Well, tell you what, Roger Federer, eat your heart out. This is the perfect lob right over that man in that sort of catching position at third. Goes over him, goes to the boundary, 4 runs, and they'll be pretty happy with that Raval. They just kept on going all the time. And, well, they accelerated pretty well in the second half of the innings as well. 63 at worst at the end of 5 overs. They kept on going. And thanks really to an outstanding knock from Manish Mamwani. But this was the perfect sort of T10 innings, wasn't it? Because every batter that came out, they just went for it. You know, they lost wickets early, but they kept the score moving all the time. They got the boundaries. Well, this was the first wicket, gets a little bit of an edge, and that was the end of Jayant Patel. He had to go. But Ishan, well, he plays some lovely shots. Well, he gets the kick in, doesn't he? The little trigger kick, and then hits the ball hard. This one, though, just went a long way up in the air. That was Karan Datta. And at that point, you thought, well, they've lost 2 good batters. What are they going to do next? Well, Ishan Patel, first of all, he decided that he was going to hit the ball hard and big. And then, well, Manish Mamwani, even though he injured himself pretty early going for a single, this was where he injures himself. And he was in a bit of pain, but, well, he was putting all the pain to Fateh as he was hitting the ball over the place. That was quite a remarkable shot. I've never seen anything like it. But Ishan, after hitting the ball well to the boundary a few times, 28 of 13 before he went. But I tell you what, one man who was in no hurry to go anywhere was Manish Mamwani. He was in a hurry to hit the ball big. Well, that's me. And when he was being reacquainted after Malta, it's great to be back. Well, that was not a good look from the fielder. And this one wasn't too much better from Kuldeep Bra. But I tell you what, Kuldeep Bra, apart from that mishap, he bowled very well. And he took some good catches. But Manish Mamwani, I mean, take about young man, 56 of 19 deliveries. And this was a beautiful shot. Look, the shot before that was a 6 that he hit over point. And then he comes up with that. It was absolutely beauty. But, well, that was the end of Manish Mamwani after getting his 50. And this is another one that goes down. That time it was Surinder Deepak who wasn't able to hold on to it. But, well, there was some good bowling there from Kuldeep Bra. He picked up 2 wickets just for 5 runs in that 9th over. But unfortunately, there was also 5 penalty runs, I should say, to go onto the score as well because of a slow over rate from Fateh. So it didn't help their cause and allowed Raval Sporting to get to the 148 score. It's the scorecard. One thing I liked about it, have a look at the balls faced column from all of those batters. They didn't chew up too many deliveries. Ishan Patel, 28 of 13, hit the ball really well. Karan Datta didn't quite get going himself, but Manish Mamwani, the youngster, well batted, gets his half-century ball. But then Manish Mamwani, 56, he scored very quickly as well, just of 19 deliveries from there towards the end. The other batters helping him to get to that 148 score. Bowling wise, I think Kuldeep Bra, well, only got the 1 over. He's somebody that they need to use more of early on. Singh bowled pretty well as well, but really maybe the variation isn't there. They need to find a slower bowler from somewhere it was very much the same from the others. And Deepak, well, he took one for 22. So very evenly poised here. It's great to be back in Barcelona. Great to be back here at this Olympic ground in Montjuic. As we said, 178 meters above Barcelona. You can see that from the view in the background. Absolutely beautiful. And what's beautiful as well is having a look at the innings of Manish Momwani. A terrific knock, paid shots to all parts of the ground really. 56 of 19. Well done, young man. The question is though, is he going to be fit enough to take the field of play? He's pretty key in their bowling attack as well. And only one way to find out, and that's to rejoin us when we come back for the conclusion of match number 61. Rico Full here, and alongside me, of course, is Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Umpire Safian and Asif have made their way out in the middle, followed by the Raval Sporting side. Raval Sporting be pretty happy with their morning's work with the bat, putting on 148 on the board. They were helped by 5 penalty runs as well because of a slow over rate. So Fateh didn't do themselves any favours. What that means is that really got to go some if they're to win this match. Mr. Maximo making his way back into the commentary position here, into our cube, ice cube. Nice to see that once again. It's going to turn out to be a fine afternoon here in Barcelona. This the Olympic site is what we call it here in Montjuïc. Montjuïc itself is the Olympic Stadium, baseball stadium, and around us, when you see the aerial view, you see that there's a lot of iconic architecture, which is all based around the 1992 Olympics, including the communications tower, which hovers over us, the Telefonica Tower, and also we're not that far away from the Olympic Stadium as well. Manish Momani is going to have a bowl. This will be interesting. You know, he was struggling. See how he gets on here. He starts with a wide, gets a bit of away swing. Interesting decision this from the captain, Isham Patel, because I think we've already seen this young man is going to be very key to how they progress in the group. You don't want him to get injured early. And this is a bit of a nothing shot, really. He gets lucky here. Naseem could have gone anywhere. He gets a little bit surprised, perhaps more with the bounce here than anything else, but manages to keep it away from any fielders. So gets off the mark, this Naseem, and Singh now, the left-hander, face his first delivery. So I'm guessing that this will be, if Romani can get it right, should be coming back into him since he's moving it away to the right-handers. Welcome back to all of our viewers. Good day to everybody. It's on the chat at the moment. Yeah, that's the sort of in-swing from him. He's late to go. A good throw, he's in trouble. Oh, well, I get the feeling he would have been gone here. He's a little bit slow to react from his partner. There's a swing. Look, he's watching the ball and then has to go. And Kish Patel gets the throw in pretty quickly. And let's see, make your mind up. What do you got there, wouldn't he? No, he wouldn't have been. He would have been well short. Leg by from Marnie. Just making an adjustment to the field. Pushing mid-wicket and long on the boundary at the moment. No run. Tightly packed. Cordon on the offside. Raval Sporting, they want to start with a win. Remember last time round, as I mentioned earlier on, in 2021, they lost their first match. And then after that, well, they went on a winning spree of 9 on the spin. Made it all the way through to the semi-finals, which well, didn't go their way. Well, this one has been hit firmly. A good field positioning from the captain, Isham Patel. He just, well, moments ago, pushed that player back there on the boundary. This was well hit by Naseem, but straight to the fielder who does his job. And also, don't forget that Raval Sporting also in their squad have the little maestro, Gurang Mavanshi. Big swing of the bat from Singh. Doesn't really get the contact that he desired. Gets a single though. And well, yeah, Gurang Mavanshi was the MVP in 2021, most valuable player. And in the 12 matches he played, bowled 24 overs, took 22 wickets. Certainly well deserved that magnificent trophy, courtesy of Locker Lifestyles, our trophy partner. He's going to be a handful when he comes on the bowl. This one, a nice shot to play in the power play, up and over, chase on for the fielder, but he won't get there. So they'll get the first boundary. So Naeem, after being a little bit lucky with his first scoring shot, he gets enough off this and gets the boundary. That's the end of the first over. And it will be 9 at the end of the first. So one thing we can say, that it's a better start than what Raval Sporting had. Raval Sporting was 7 off their first. So Fateh up and running as Mr. Maximo comes back into the cube.
Yeah, nice to be back in the cube. And Manwani, it's an interesting one. I kind of just wandered past him at the halftime break, see what's going on. BTW, Rico, we're up over 200 now, you know. 204 matches. In fact, when you left on Tuesday night, you just clicked over the 200. So with the 4 matches yesterday, that's 204 matches without a golden ball. Surely we'll get one before the season's finished here. All right, here we go. Ranveer Singh to bowl the next over.
Good delivery. Bit of a swing and a miss from Singh.
Yeah, so Manwani, I just said, how are you doing? You know, he said, yeah, he's twisted his knee a little bit. I said, did you think of retiring hurt? He said, no. I said, you're not going to field the way? He said, yes. I said, but you're not going to bowl here? He said, yes. And he said, in fact, I think I'll probably bowl the first over. So this is up in the air and probably travelling out of the ground. It is over the fence. Maximo. What a shot. Just kind of into the left-hander's wheelhouse. Disappears.
Yeah, no messing. Well, they do say that, Barcelona is older than Rome. And the rumour has it that it was Hercules himself that was the founder of Barcelona all those many, many years ago. And I tell you what, there needs to be a Herculean effort from Fateh if they're to do this. 400 years before Rome was built.
They were tough in those days, I'm sure, back then. It was a tough life, right?
It was a tough life.
So I'm going to give you a pet peeve in a minute after this ball.
Oh, this is hit pretty well as well. And probably one bounce to the boundary. Will it get there? And it just does, despite the efforts of the fielder. 4 more. 6 and 4. Hungry for more.
Yeah, almost able to swipe that back in basketball style here, you see? Because even if it's over the boundary, it hasn't bounced yet. So if he can take off from inside the boundary, he maybe could have pulled that in. He got a hand on it, couldn't pull it back in the end. Yeah, so one of my pet peeves, and look, I'm enjoying the Football World Cup, don't get me wrong. I always love watching it. I love watching the Euros in particular, and those competitions are probably my favourite in football.
This is sweet. This is disappearing. What a pickup this is. This is a lovely shot. It's one bounce as it goes out of the park. What a lovely hit this is, you know. He hits this so well. The timing on this is exquisite.
Yeah, ground rule double, we'll call this. It bounces out of the park in baseball. But yeah, he knew straight away it was 6. Had enough. One of the longer boundaries, but yeah, disappears over the fence. So my pet peeve, it's what Americans call it flopping. It's when you're basically faking how hurt you are.
Okay.
Right? And it happens a lot in football, right? You know, they get a little touch, and I feel bad because when they actually are hurt, you've got no idea because it looks the same. So you're shouting, get up, and you find out the guy's just done a knee injury for 12 months, right? As this one's in the air, well, this could be an opportunity. He's going right back to the fence. He can't get there. And I think this bounces. I think this is 4. We'll have another look at it. But, yeah, that was an interesting effort out there. I think that's Gopi Warak out there. Couldn't quite reel it in.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get anything on it. I don't think it bounces and hits him and goes over to the boundary, does it? Does he clonk it? Yeah,
I think he gets nothing on it. I think it's just the floor.
Yeah, bowling a little bit too short here is Ranveer Singh, and being punished. His over's gone magical already, ball to go. And he finishes with a good, and that's where he needs to be. It's Fuller, just a bit of movement away. So 29 without loss there. They're up and about here, Fateh.
Yeah, they sure are. Let's see if they can sustain it. Vinay says that every time the bowler gets hit for 6, captain comes and says something. Then the bowlers get hit for 6 again. I wonder what the captain is saying. I'm going to say hello to Jay Wild as well. I just watched a very interesting video from him as well. Hey, so these are the 8 teams in Group B. Let's have a look at some of them. So we've got Ali Young Stars and Yeda Tigers. They're the new teams. Yeah. We've got Catalunya Tigers, who were the champions last year. Yeah. So, and then we've got these 2. We've also got teams like the Hawk, we've got Ripper Warriors that play later on today. So, look, really looking forward to seeing how Group B pans out. Hopefully, if it's half as exciting as Group A.
What do you reckon? My top 3, I'll let you think about it. Raval will always be up there, right? Catalunya Tigers, well, they're going to, but remember, you got, this could be close. This could be more than close. It's a good shout. Let's have they're having a double shot now. Now they're asking, they're going upstairs. While they go upstairs, let's have a look at the LBW.
You were about to say Gracia is your other one in the top 3.
Yeah, Gracia the other one.
First, let's just see, is this one out? I think he's just back. Oh, it's close, you know. I'm only 99% sure because look at this bat come down. First, he's disturbed it with his glove, but that's okay because there's still a bail on. And I think, no, keep going. We have to keep going forward.
On the line there, does he slide? Oh,
I think there's enough doubt there.
Very difficult to see.
I think you've got to give this not out, but the keeper certainly disturbs the bail with his gloves first. Yeah, it was an interesting one, but I think he'll survive.
One for
How about the LB?
Nisar Ahmed to have a look at. He's the
maybe just outside
duty.
the line, like having a look at that. But yeah, the keeper actually breaks the stumps with his gloves first.
I think they're giving it.
Oh, wow.
They've given it, you know.
They've given this out. See here, they're giving the ball hasn't hit the stumps at that point. Got to say, this is one that I don't agree with, because the ball's still coming. You can see the stumps are disturbed, and to me, there's an element of doubt there. So yeah, if I was given out like that and I saw the replay, I wouldn't have been happy. That's all I'll say about it. He does end up with the ball in his glove. All I can think is if the on-field umpire has given it out, then maybe it stays out. But I just find it really hard to believe the on-field umpire would have given that out.
Yeah, it's
live.
very close. I mean, when you're looking at this on the replay there, it doesn't get taken cleanly first up.
See?
Yeah, I think by the time he's got the ball and actually is knocking the stumps over, which is what the dismissal has to be based on, because he's already broken the stumps.
Yeah.
I think by that time the bat's down. But
yeah,
hey,
I agree with you. That's how I read it. Yeah, just a tough one. I'll say they get most of them right. I will say that. Yeah, it's an interesting one to analyse, that's for sure.
Yeah, new batter comes in to face Ishan Patel is an interesting bowler, isn't he? I mean, in the EC10, he was the leading wicket taker and wasn't playing for Raval in that one, as we know. Good work. He nicely plays that one down. But he always takes wickets, though he does get in the habit of going for a few runs as well.
Yeah,
but,
that's true. He
does
does have that knack.
very interesting.
Yeah, so much to talk about here. Yeah, so okay, we'll leave that one. He's been given, so it's a borderline one. He probably gets himself in trouble anyway, because he's going on a fake run because he's worried about the LBW. And that's what batters do, to make it seem like they're not bothered about the LBW appeal. Actually, it's a dead giveaway they are bothered. And so he shouldn't have been running anyway. I think the LB probably just outside the off stump. It was a tough one. Even in the slow-mo, it was hard to say. So fair enough. Probably umpire's call on that one. Anyway, here's Ishan.
This is well hit. It'll be one bounce, 4 runs. So it's always the danger, I think, when you go with a spinner in the power play. And because this shot, I mean, look, when you've got an orthodox field set for a spinner outside the power play, there's a man out there. And you can see that Singh, he's always going to be, he's going for all these shots. I think Ishan Patel, he wants to try and get one full right up there. Just try and get him a fuller delivery or middle stump and see how Singh deals with it. At the moment, he's just being dealt with by Kish Patel, just doing his laces up for him.
There you go. Kish knocks over the stumps again. He's a repeat offender. Anyway, that one's easy to fix. Yeah, so what I was trying to say about 2 overs ago when I started this sentence, this thought bubble, was about, kind of toughness, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the delivery I was talking about. Well bowled from Patel.
I was saying, one thing that annoys me in the Football World Cup is players get a little touch and they are rolling around like they've just had like 3 fingers cut off with a rusty carving knife. That really annoys me. And then you look at some of the cricket that we see. Manwadi has basically done his knee and he's actually trying not to make a fuss about it.
Yeah.
This will be one bounce, an awkward one. It's really well fielded down there. That's Chet Patel, who got an awkward hop, but he was able to block it. End of the power play. It's 36 for 1 after 3. So Fateh, not a bad power play. A bit of bad luck, I think, on that dismissal. But, yeah, I mean, they're in the game at least at this stage. Yeah, so you see some of our guys out here, not just our guys, but cricketers in general, you get hit when you bat, you don't show pain, right? You're taught that way.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's really bad. But I like that about the cricket culture. There's a bit of the old school toughness about it that, you might have just broken your ribs or something, but you kind of get up and look the guy in the eye. And it just shows you what you're capable of physically. Whereas in football, I think it's kind of rewarded sometimes, that theatre and that whole, we'll kick the ball out, we'll give you the ball back, and then they run off. And that's one thing. I find it a bit infuriating. To the point that when I was watching the World Cup opener by myself on Sunday, I may have yelled at the screen a few times, despite watching it by myself. Get up.
That wouldn't be like you at all, would it?
Yeah.
Anyway, look who's coming on the bowl, the little maestro. Remember when we first saw this lad? here in Barcelona. We thought, there's something special here, and he is something special. He may get a wicket of his first delivery. He will get a wicket of his first delivery. What an outstanding catch that is from the captain, who comes running in from the boundary. Ishan Patel takes a brilliant catch. Well, the boy, the little maestro, who he could have stopped taking wickets in 2021 when he got the MVP award, picked up 22 wickets on that occasion. Well, he gets a wicket off his very first delivery. Hey, listen, what a ride that he's had since then. Obviously, he's made it into the national team as well. And Gurung Mavishi, he starts with a catch, with a wicket, thanks to a great catch there from Patel.
And let's go back to the catch. The catch was really well done because he had time to get there, but he had to really sprint. He had to pick it up quickly. He had to sprint, and he actually gets there and actually gets set under the ball. By the time he gets there, he's pretty much stopped, or at least he's decelerated to the point that he could track the ball a bit better. Ishan Patel, fantastic fielding, good bowling as well. And little maestro, it doesn't take too long to send his first victim back to the pavilion, 36 for 2.
Yeah, well, Mirza, he came out after that, well, sort of controversial run out of Naeem, but he only lasts for 4 deliveries. Makes 2. Brilliantly caught. What a great catch that is. But that's what I'm talking about. See, spin outside of the power play, you've got fielders out there.
That's right. I mean, even if the fielder was up, it would have been a chance for somebody. You'd imagine it was just so high. There's not too many pockets on this field. You can hit a ball that high and get away with it, or get away without a fielder reaching it. Anyway, Deepak comes out and starts with a single.
So, Bavanchi, brilliant start from him. Gurung. And, he's done so well, hasn't he? Done so well. And one thing about him is he's just such a lovely young lad. You know, I mean, I've mentioned him playing in the national team now. We saw him in Cardiff and T10. When it could be another, should be another. Oh, well, it's just over Ishan Patel. And for a moment, looking at Ishan Patel, it looked like he thought this is going to be straight into his hands. So we saw him take a difficult catch. But now it gets enough of this. That's Ranjot Singh. And he gets 6. A nice hit. So Gurung under attack a little. Singh moves on to 32. No pace on this at all. Chance, second wicket in the over. Yes, it will be. Singh will have to go, and the little maestro does it again. No mistakes from the fielder. And Uttanakuma Patel takes the catch, and all smiles on the faces of Raval Sporting.
Well, 3 things certain in life: death, taxes, and Gurung Mayavanchi taking wickets in Barcelona. And this time left-hander, but doesn't make a difference. A skied ball, and Fateh kind of backed into a corner. And you need to come out fighting. That's what they're trying to do. Again, tries to drag this leg side, get it over the fence. And Ranjot just gets it high and doesn't get it out of the infield. So some good catches as well. And to be honest, this is a clear difference between these two teams so far, is the level of fielding that we've seen. And Ravel gobbling up these chances where we saw Fateh early on of giving a bunch of runs away and also dropping some catches. So 43 for 3. And Fateh need to fight back. Let's see if we can come from the new batter out there. Luckily, Singh, the captain.
Yeah, captain comes out. Bavanchi, 2 for 7 so far. Still got 2 more balls to go in this over. Goes for the fuller delivery, but that last wicket, that was all about him taking off the pace. Such a clever bowler. I mentioned how he's such a nice lad, but oh well, he's a nice lad, but he clops this on the head. I wonder if you got this. Well, he's got a smile on his face, but this ball comes back to him, clonks him on the shoulder, then on the head. Maybe you can have that on the highlights later. And he comes again. And that time, you see no pace on it. That's why he's so good. He's very good at taking the pace of the ball. So it's the same, gets the same flight and everything in. So the batter thinks it's the same ball once again, but there's no pace on it. That was the one that got Singh. But a lovely lad, isn't he? I mean, we met him a long time ago. I remember when he was here first, you were so impressed with him. You said, you know what, I want to face you in the nets, and he bowled you in the nets.
Yeah, that's right. No, I loved the opportunity. And I think I even played a game with some of these guys when we had a bit of an informal game down the road here. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Ranjot's gone for 32. There hasn't been a lot of production elsewhere for Fateh. Heading to the 5th over. And they're going to stick with the spin attack with Ishan Patel coming on. So, yeah, see a lot of spin at times in Group A. think you can see that, especially against batters that are set, even if they're not set, I just think it provides an important element of variety in this form of the game.
Yeah, we said that they didn't have that Fateh, did they, when they were out there? It was all very much the same, their bowling front. You can see the difference it makes when you are able to change it up. Patel gets this one to grip pretty well on that surface. A good bit of spin. Gets played out on the leg side. We'll get a single. Of course, it's not singles that they require here. It's they're about, at the end of that fourth over, about 10 runs behind where Raval were. And Raval, of course, they accelerated more in the second part of the innings. The Fateh got work to do. This one's in the air. Shouts of catch. And, well, it should have been. It was an opportunity. The fielder comes in. Not an easy one for an Unath Kumar Patel.
Well, yeah, giving their fielding a rap, and this is the kind of catch they've been holding on to so far. And it wasn't an easy one by any means, but he got the approach there. He's running in, just couldn't organise himself because he was running so fast.
This one will be fielded quite comfortably by the fielder. Nice pick up and throw from Numan Ali. No mistakes from him.
Seeming pretty clinical so far for the most part, though, from Raval Sporting. On the shoelace issue. So Fateh, let's see if they can at least make this competitive at the moment. The required rate has kind of crept out to around about 19 and over. But I think also, you've got a second game coming up. And so you want to at least gain some sort of confidence, put a competitive score on the board, even if you don't get all the way across the line.
Floated up, and well, this one goes all the way through. He beats the batter, beats him with the flight. Lakveer Singh didn't know too much about this, but how does this get through the keeper?
Apparently there's a little nick here. Can't say I heard it, but I mean, when they're that far down, you're still, even there's a little deflection, you're hoping that you're able to take that. It would have been caught, I suppose, or the obvious one was the stumping was there for the taking.
Into the arc, in well hit, work to be done by the fielder. That's very well. Good safe hands from the man who wasn't able to take the catch earlier. Unath Kumar Patel, but showing that, well, that's his area. Very good pickup, very clean, nicely done. End of the over. And it just brings up the 50 with that single. So 50 at the halfway point. So they're going at 10, but they need to get that acceleration in, as that rate now is around about the 20 required per over.
Just a reminder, yeah, you can get us on social media. And who's that guy on the right? I don't see him. I don't see him next to me. That's yeah, you can get me at Mr. Maximo and get Rico at Rico4. Maybe we'll get a little Instagram live or something going in a little bit, just to bring everyone in. But yeah, that's one way you can get in touch with us. Thanks again for everyone that takes the time to send messages. I'm slowly working my way through my backlog. So Maestro's back. Puts the quick one on first. This one kind of gets tied up in the body and the arm, perhaps the glove. You can see the keeper, Kish Patel, was under there trying to turn into a catch.
Gurang once more floats it up. And this will be a stumping. That's his third wicket. Will it be? No, he gets back. Well,
he started walking.
I thought he was walking here.
Was he walking down the pitch or sideways like a crab? Let's have a look.
No,
he's always in.
Yeah, foot stays down. Yeah, you see he starts walking, they think he's a goner. But, well, he doesn't get his third.
It's like a fake charge. He's got this good method of kind of like dancing without dancing. He's basically, people like me on the dance floor, my feet are doing plenty, but I'm not actually moving too much sideways or forwards. Just the old shuffle.
Clonked, and we'll go all the way. Gets enough onto it. Gets enough of the beef of the bat to go over the fielder there at long off. Well, he gives it a good crank, doesn't he? And despite the efforts, ballerina style from the fielder, it's going to be 6 more. But look at that. Does he look bothered? No, he doesn't. That's what he does. He says, all right, he's got me this time. You ready? Let's do it again.
I reckon this is stumped.
Oh. Gets a little bit of an inside edge to it. Good throw. They'll ask the question, but the batter will get there. So a little bit of luck. A poquito de suerte. Well, maybe not. Hang on.
I think he might be gone here.
He's gone here.
Let's have a look.
So no suerte at all.
He was very slow to get going. And
yeah, he's gone by a long way. Wow.
And it's very quick work from Kish. Let's just make sure that this is a clean take.
Well, look there. You see, they get into each other's way as well.
Yeah,
but
does very well. That's very good hands in kind of one motion. So, yeah, will be run out. You can just see the non-striker was very slow to get going, so it allowed that opportunity. So it's Lakhvir Singh who's going to be run out. He's run out for 3. The score's 56 for 4.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that Ishan Patel there, how he's done this all the way through. Ishan Patel, the captain, he's nurtured Gurang. He's given him advice, talking to him there, and just basically saying, look, you're pitching it here. Look what the batters are doing. This is what you want to do. And, well, I tell you what, Gurang Mavanchi, I know he's come along a long way, but he's got his captain to thank for a lot of it as well. Always there, guiding him through.
Yeah, a few people also commenting that the Raffles Sporting New jerseys look a bit like the New Zealand jersey. I get that. With the black and white, that kind of next colour. Oh. It's been a good spell, though, from the little maestro, hasn't it? He's going to finish 2 for 15. Don't forget he created a run out as well a little bit earlier on. And so Fateh finding it hard through these middle overs, struggling on. It's 56 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, just have a look at those bowling figures. So well done to the little maestro. He's picked up the 2 wickets.
Hey, I like this from Vinay in Bangalore.
Yeah.
And you remember the old Indian movies where the same actor used to play the father and son? That's how Rico is with beard and without beard. With beard versus Instagram pic.
I like that.
I like that. I always think it's funny how they deal with that in movies. Any movies, really.
Yeah, Ian Johnson saying good morning to everyone. Good morning to Ian Johnson as well. Hello, Keanu. How are you?
Hello, Ian. Hello, Keanu. Hello, everyone else. Have we missed you? Hello to Website Maker as well. Here we go with the next over. It's going to be Mohammad Rizwan to bowl.
Nice start from Rizwan. Right up there. Pitched up pretty well.
So, yeah, like I said, I think one of their issues has been they are occasionally prone to the odd implosion with the bat. I think at one point they held the lowest score of, might have been 40 or 35 or something like that.
To the pads, it's running without really looking at where his partner is, and that's been the issue. That's why we've seen the 2 run-outs already. Yeah, Fateh, when we saw them in 2021, finished 5th in Group A, 3 wins and 5 losses, 2 no results. So, and they're missing, of course, the regular captain, Majinder Singh Lovely, can do a bit of bowling and batting, so that's an all-rounder that they don't have. And also Happy Singh. And, we saw Happy play. Did he play for Bangladesh Kings?
Yeah, Happy was playing for the Kings. So that's the thing about Fateh, though. It's they have these kind of lightning bolts of brilliance throughout a tournament. That's just kind of what they're known for. They'd love a bit more consistency, I think, this year. We saw Shubdeep Deb also playing for the Kings, formerly of Men in Blue.
Yeah.
Men in Blue did make it through to finals day yesterday, but they were the first team knocked out by Hiris Abadel. What a story, Hiris Abadel. I mean, their playmaker, Shafat Ali Saeed, went down with a knee injury, and he has just been carrying that team. I mean, and then without him, everyone stepped up, and they won 3 on the spin.
Yeah, but what about, let's see, this one played out. It was just a single as Captain Patel. Well, it's a casual pick-up and a feisty throw, but they do get the single. What about Bhatia Khalid?
Bhatia Khalid cross-handed bandit.
Song?
Yep, Abid Ali as well. I'd love to see Bhatia Khalid up in the top 3. I was calling for it earlier in the tournament. It turned out to work really, really well.
Smashed hard. This is an umpire killer. The umpire watches it pretty well.
I think that one looked like it was hit hard, but it wasn't hit that hard. But it certainly got everyone scrambling. Keanu's excited for myself and Rico to take us home in ECN season 2022. Yeah, won't have too much time off though, will we?
Not too much.
7 weeks off.
Yeah, lack of foot movement here, really, from Deepak. I mean, the intent is there. Hay mucho de intento, pero vale, la ejecución no está bien. Just not getting the footwork where it needs to be. So it's another dot. It's another over that goes by. 61 for 4 at the end of 7.
Let's have a look at what's coming up. Second game of the day. And yeah, a couple of little changes here. Balwinder comes in for Fateh. Manish Manwani, he's in the 11. He's not going anywhere. They bring in Amit Das, though, as the only new player to come in for Raval Sporting. He's from the toss. Raval Sporting, they won the toss this time. They elected to bat first. In morning session, they were sent in by Fateh. I think they just want to rinse and repeat this result and get their tournament off to a perfect start. Now this is in the air, and it's going to be a catch for Ishan Patel, and he's going to take it with a step to spare. So Fateh, I like the intent here from Bra, but he just got it towards the bottom of the bat. It's Rizwan that chips in with a wicket. In fact, that's Numan, pardon me, because the change of over. So Numan comes in. He's another player to get a wicket first ball. And now Fateh are 61 for 5.
Yeah, what a good catch this is. I mean, he makes it look so easy. I mean, look, this is just like no pressure, no fear, no worries. He makes it look easy and call it bravo. He clunks it pretty hard, but I think he just takes one hand on the bat as he hits it, so doesn't get the full power. He's having a look at the bat there, really, but I think it was more about the distribution of weight, not going into the shot, and as a result of that, a very easy catch taken by a man we know. He's already shown us he's got a good pair of hands. Hisham Patel, the captain, he helps Numan get a wicket off his first ball as well.
New batter comes out. It's Randeep Singh. He's facing Numan.
Singh just drops back, plays it out into the offside, takes a single, gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, so 7 weeks off, and we'll be back here in Barcelona to start with a 4-week series. Which again, indications are it might be a 10-team series. Obviously, it's slightly shorter, so probably won't feature as many teams. Then off to the ECL. So yeah, it's only about a 3-month period. We'll have all that stuff happen.
Firmly struck, one bounce, and cleanly taken by the fielder.
Because the ECL, it's actually on, what day is it today? Today's Thursday. On Sunday, the ECL is 3 months away.
It's just crazy,
isn't it? It just, it never stops. And when it stops, it only stops for a brief period here on ECN. He squeezes this into the ground, actually. Don't think it was a catching chance, but it was a pretty good effort from Kish Patel behind the stumps.
He does well. Gets enough on this to stop the batters taking a run. Numan walks back to his mark pretty quickly. Seems to be doing okay with time.
Yep, no issues there.
He's unlucky. Once again, pretty close to clipping the leg stick. So swinging and missing.
It's been, yeah, clinical is the word I used earlier. It's probably a good word to describe this performance from Raval in the field and with the ball. You're not seeing a bunch of wides, really. You're seeing the bowlers executing. You're seeing the fielding kind of enthusiastic and skillful.
Once again, just a single, so it's all tiki-taka at the moment here from Fateh. The only batter really was Manoj Singh early on, 32 of 12, that was able to get a move on, but other than that, you can see here now they're really falling away pretty quickly. 64 on the board, just 3 runs from that. A good over from Numan, picked up a wicket as well. 64 for 5. So come on, what have you been up to in Barcelona? I know last time we were here, it was lockdown, right?
Yeah, it was so long ago now.
We were so frustrating because I was telling everybody about all the places to go, Barcelona, the Tapas Street, etc., etc., and we couldn't do anything. So you made the most of it.
Done a bit of, I've gone up and down Las Ramblas a few times, put it that way.
Yeah.
Done that. So check out some of the food markets and things there. It's the 9th over. Starts with a single. What did I do on Tuesday? One of the things I did, I went to the aquarium on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah?
Checked out the aquarium. That was really cool. So watched some penguins getting fed. So I just got, again, I had no real plan. I just wandered around and saw that looked cool. It was. Went up the mountain at Montjuic as well. And just checking out lots of, all the bars and restaurants were pretty much closed, or for the most part they were closed last time. By the end, I think they were open for a little bit of lunch, like 1 to 3. That's the only time you could go.
Yeah.
That was early in 2021. What else have I done? Yeah, I took up paddle tennis as well. That's been super fun.
You were saying in Malta you wanted to have a go at that.
Just all my partners have switched out of the crew, so I need to find some new partners, that's all. I had Marzi and I had Tyrone on the paddle tennis.
Yeah.
That was heaps of fun. I want to play more of that. I can see why it's so popular.
Paddle
it's like tennis
really
without being so technical and without some of the hard bits like serving and without having to go get the ball from far away all the time.
Right, yeah.
But it's not quite as crazy as squash and you're less likely to lose an eye.
Couple of bounces as this goes. Well, maybe, listen, I know that Martin's from our production crew. He plays a fair bit of paddle, so maybe, you know, you've got a partner there.
Take him on. It's fun. And the other thing I've been doing,
Yeah,
I'd love to do that, by the way. I've been working on my Spanish as well. Did you notice in the car I tried to insert myself in the conversation?
I did.
Asking in Spanish, even though I'm sure it wasn't 100% right.
No, I must admit, when I've been watching, when I've been able to, from Alicante, I've noticed some of the intros. You know, buenos dias, the bienvenidos bit is coming in.
That's the low-hanging fruit. But I'm trying.
Good. I like it.
I'm trying every time I go to a restaurant to not switch to English. And actually, I like it when they don't speak a lot of English because I'm just trying to learn more words. I'm just on a vocabulary blast at the moment.
Well, this one has just been scooped up into the air. This is catching practice from the batter. Well, I'm not quite sure what shot this was from Singh, but this was just a little bit of a scoop. Well, we're talking paddle. Maybe this was a paddle lob, but he lobs it straight to the fielder, and that is a soft dismissal as the 6th wicket goes. 66 for 6.
I don't really blame him. He's trying to be attacking. I mean, we've seen the off drive, we've seen the on drive, now we've seen the up drive. He just pretty much knocks it up. Hey, look, he's trying to get something happening. They're running out of balls to put some scores on the board, and just gets the contact point wrong. He hits it probably early, I'd imagine, if it's going straight up in the air like that. So, yeah, well done by Raval. They put on a show at the moment. They scored 148. And Fateh, after 9, they're 66 for 6.
Yeah, all the sixes as that wicket goes down. Karan Datta taking probably one of the easiest catches that he's taken in a while.
Hey, I want to say a quick hello to Nate from Tennessee who's tuning in. Saying I have to get desperate with hobbies to avoid getting too lonely when Rico is gone. Well, Corey's one guy that apparently loves paddle.
Yeah.
Couldn't get him out of the hotel at all. Anytime Corey left the hotel, oh no, he did it a few times. But yeah, he put on a real show at the Australia versus France game. I'm surprised he wasn't either in hospital or in jail after that goal. Anyway, this is in a gap and really good fielding. Shep Patel's made a couple of good stops here, reaction stops during this innings. Yeah, hello Nate. Hopefully you're well, and great to see you in the chat. And Keanu saying squash is one of the hardest games he's ever played. Yeah, it's a quick game. I like squash, but I suppose the good thing about paddle tennis is you don't have someone in your way, and you're less likely to kind of hit them with the ball. This will be a wide. And Vinay had an interesting point. Said, is there any rule against players wearing jewellery? I don't believe so. You see it all the time. I think as long as they're not uncomfortable, it's not dangerous.
Yeah.
Don't really see an issue with it. Yeah.
Yeah, hello to Nate. And of course, anyone else that's watching from the USA. It is Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, yeah. Nate. I know I was going to say happy Thanksgiving, but it's still very early. That's probably still nighttime, basically. But happy Thanksgiving for tomorrow, I suppose it would be, when you wake up. And so, yeah, to all our USA viewers, hope you have a great day. Your families come together. And anyway, this looks to me like it'll be another wicket. Sharma's going to go without scoring. And at the end, Gurpreet Singh is cleaning up. And he'll take a 7th wicket here for his team, 68 for 7.
Yeah, Gurpreet Singh. Thanksgiving for him as well, as Sharma gives his wicket away. He'll go for it. Yep, he goes for a duck, and that's an easy catch there from Krish Patel behind the stumps. Yeah, traditional holiday. It's a rare one, isn't it? Because it's not about established as a gift-giving component. It's not one of those holidays. It's a day about family, friends, food, and sport. A day that urges us to be thankful for what we have. So I like that Thanksgiving in America. So I hope everyone in America has a wonderful day.
My knowledge of Thanksgiving is pretty much limited to what I've seen on US sitcoms. And so my brother actually was dating a girl from America who was over at our family for Thanksgiving. So we put on a big Thanksgiving for her, which was heaps of fun. Oh, is that another one? I think he's nicked this as well.
Is it?
I think just seeing if this is carried.
Well, the umpire, yeah, they're just checking this. I think the two umpires are having a chat with each other.
They're checking checking whether it's caught or not.
Gurpreet Singh.
Yeah, it's easily carried. I think maybe the batter was in the way, so.
Well, I mean, this really has to be given on the field of play. I don't think they can be looking at the third umpire for this.
I think you can, yeah,
I think you can see. I like to see the two umpires come together, have a chat. I mean, if that is what the umpire who's at the bowler's end is thinking, if it's carried or not, well,
but it's carried. The thing is, it's carried easily. It's carried easily, I think, based on that. It doesn't seem to be a question about it. I mean, the on-field umpire should probably see that
Yeah. But the thing is, if the umpires come together, we know what they're talking about. They're talking about whether it's carried or not.
Yeah.
When you do it that way, well, I mean, you can't be asking the third umpire to say if you got a snick on it or not.
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not to do with whether it's hit or not. It's to do with if it's carried. And I think you can see that comfortably carry. So that's 2 in 2, isn't it?
Yes, 2 in 2. I think we want a hat-trick because Gagandeep Singh, he will go. Well, was that his second ball first? I think that might have been his second ball.
No, that's the first baller.
Is that first baller?
It's gone dot one wide, dot wicket, and there's one more ball left in this game, and it's
hat-trick
hat-trick
time.
Opportunity.
Bring it on. We've had 2, right? 2 hat-tricks in Barcelona?
Yeah, we have. There they are. Ikram ul Haq and Jahandev Askar, the 2 hat-trick takers. So, Gopi all right.
So here we go. Hat-trick opportunity from Gurpreet Singh. 2 for 2 so far. Hat-trick ball. And he puts it down himself. Well, he had a tremendous effort to enter his name in the Hall of Fame. Well, he's smiling about it, but really he knows he should have had it. Look, he's there and he's not able to grab a hold of it. Well, that's unfortunate. Still, tremendous effort from him and a tremendous effort from Raval Sporting as they start their campaign in 2022 with a victory. And they've done it in style, restricting Fateh to 68 for 8, winning by 80 runs. So Raval Sporting winning the first match. But remember, these 2 teams, they do it all over again as we have a look at the highlights. So well done to Raval Sporting. It's been a fantastic start from them. And they start victorious. Remember, last time round, they weren't able to get a win in the first game, but then went on to win the next 9. But this time, they win the first, and they'll be looking to do it again. Well, they were up and about, weren't they? And so they should be when they scored 148. And talk about up and about. Well, this was up and about, and the ball did go to the boundary. But it was that man there, really, Ranjot Singh, played some outstanding shots, hit the ball really well on his way to 32 for just 12 deliveries. But nobody else was really able to get in the ad. Well, that was an opportunity for a man who, well, Gurpreet Singh, who later had an opportunity to take a hat-trick, but put it down himself, the corner ball chance. But, yeah, look, there was this one hit pretty well, but, well, look at this for a catch. I mean, that doesn't really tell you just how difficult that was. He came in from a long way, the captain, Icha Patel. He thought he may have been in the hunt for this one, but this one just got over him. But, well, keep an eye on him because he does take one earlier. This one was an easy one as well taken. That was the one of the left-handers gone. This is one that went down. It wasn't an easy one from Unakuma Patel. But the way that they're being Raval, you'd expect didn't take anything. And then the little maestro came into the attack. And he's somebody that is going to shine. We've seen him shine in Barcelona Montjuic before. This was the catch from Patel. Easy peasy. Well, he took that while he was dunking a digestive in his cup of tea. It was such an easy catch from Icha Patel. An excellent player. And, well, he's somebody that's going to shine in this series for sure with bat, ball and in the field. And then, well, it was all about the final over. 2 in 2. Well, they had to wait and that one was given. He was surprised when he looked back and thought the umpire hadn't given it straight away. But it was given. And then the hat-trick ball, a quarter bowl opportunity, he wasn't able to take. But look, it doesn't matter. All smiles. Not this time, he says, but we won the match. It's a team game after all. So well done to Raval winning that one by 80 runs. A good, solid performance from a team that well, that's what we expect from them. They are a very good, polished side, and we expect to see plenty more of that from them. And as I said, only Ranjot Singh was the only one able to get any real contribution there. 32 he put on the board. 16 runs also there from Surinder Deepak. He was the not-out batter, but look, he did chew up a lot of deliveries, 20 deliveries on his way to 16. And the bowling figures, once again, Mahura Manvanshi, he was very good. 2 for 15 from him. Also 2 wickets there at the end from Gurpreet Singh. But I think Numan Ali, he got 1 over in, just 3 runs from him. You saw Rizwan 1 for 7 as well as the captain. It was a good spell from him. No wickets, but only 12 runs from his 2 overs of spin. So mid-match summary, it's an outstanding win from Raval Sporting. Fateh, though, well, they've got to regroup and come back stronger.
Yeah, that was pretty comprehensive, wasn't it? But I mean, that's the beauty of the double header. I mean, a lot can change, and I just think sometimes things can change of game, and Ranjit Singh getting out 32 off 12. If he can bat a bit longer, I think it could be a much closer contest. Anyway, join us. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the second match of the day. Match 62 coming up. It's Rebel Sporting. They've won the toss. They're going to have a bat first. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, back with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. It's time for the second match of the day as we are rolling into Group B action today. It's the second of the double headers between Raval Sporting and Fateh. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, the tournament referee. He's with two captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails.
We're going to bat first.
So this time it's Raval Sporting that win the toss and they have decided to bat first. So different toss result, but the same order of innings. I think that Raval Sporting, they're pretty confident about batting first and I know they put a big score on the board. What was interesting for me was that they seemed to kind of spread the load a little bit. I think a lot of guys came out and hit pretty good shots. One thing that is of concern is Manish Manwani seemed to have a lower leg injury after slipping early in his innings, but he batted on, made a really good half century. He is in the side, I have to say, I'm not so sure he'll stay there because of that injury, but let's just see how that pans out. For Fateh though, I think they really need to work on their fielding. I think that was one area that let them down. They just gave too many chances to Raval Sporting first up this morning. So let's get ready for game number 2 of 4 today. It's match number 62 in the tournament, and this time Raval Sporting, they've won the toss and they're going to bat first. It's over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of another match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we have a look at the view here. Stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. The Montjuïc Olympic ground, 178 metres high here, looking down at Barcelona. And you see the old Olympic village there from 1992. Looking absolutely fantastic. Great place to be. And the cricket, well, it's been of Olympic standard as well, with all sorts of records being broken. And I'm sure that Group B is going to provide us with some highlights as well. These two teams go at it again. Raval Sporting, according to the bat versus ball war, 110 to 90. Favourite to do the double over Fateh. Again with the Chayat Patel once more and Ishan Patel, the two openers. And the news is that Manish Manwani, he is in the side, so we'll still expect him to maybe come in like he did last time around at around about the number 4 position after Karandata. But let's see if something like Chayat Patel or Karandata can get some runs on the board this time. Ishan Patel, he made a fine 28 of 13 as well. But one thing about Raval Sporting is from the word go, they'll be looking to just keep that, keep up with the pace, looking at trying to go around about the 14 to 15 and over to see if they can once again get to that 140, 150 score. 148 it was last time round. Starting up with the ball this time, it's going to be Balwinder Singh who comes into the side for Fateh. Balwinder, remember him from past events. It's a good seamer, gets the ball in the right areas. They certainly could do with him right now. And, just to try and contain the Raval Sporting batters. Here's the first delivery of the second match between these two. Good start, good areas. Gets the radar right straight away. Loving the outfit of Fateh. Fateh, of course, with the eagle. I think that's the golden eagle on their shirts. But both teams, new kit to support this this new ECS season. And that one really does a lot of work. I mean, I think it does too much in the end. Good delivery. Good variations from Balwinder. First one was outside the off. This one really does swing in, but I think that's going down to miss leg. Not optimistic appeal. Little bit overcast at the moment. Some grey clouds around. May help the ball move around just a little bit more. Oh, this one, well, this is moving only to one area, and that is big. That's 6 runs gained to the area of the match officials. Well, so a bit of Rob Kemming and Quinton Norris there watching this one sail over their heads. Oh, what a big hit this is. It was just in the slot, wasn't it? Just where you wanted it. And he just goes through with a shot, gets it clean out the middle. Big hit, 6 runs. The first boundary of the innings. First runs of the innings comes courtesy of a Maximo. Balwinder, what's the reply going to be? Well, slightly shorter outside the off. Batters will come through, take the single. And Ishan Patel will take guard now to face his first delivery. Ishan has got that little trigger foot movement, a little kick with his left foot before he plays his shots. Show that he's in good form already. It's a big hello to the likes of Helix, Keanu. We're on the chat, James Stewart as well. Good day, James. I hope you're all well. And namaste to everybody watching via FanCode on the sub-Indian continent. Tries to get it in the gap, he does, and once it gets past you, forget it, it's going to keep going. You got to get down early, you got to get dirty early to try and stop it. And, well, Saeed Naseem, when he chases it, and doing a bit of the bolt going after that one, but not going to get there. 4 runs, nice shot, good way to get off the mark from Patel. Ishan Patel is a lovely stroke player of the ball when he gets going, you know, such a fluent player. A pleasure to watch. Slower delivery, and he picks it, and 1 bounce, 4 runs. A nice shot to play in the power play when you can only have 2 men out the 30-yard circle. Bhawinder Singh tried the slower one. Ishan Patel, though, was ready and waiting and pins it for another boundary. So good start from Raval to 15 of the over. So we have a look at some of the run rates by day. Day 15, well, 9.6. It went down a fair bit. I suppose that had a lot to do with the way that that the last match went. Unfortunately for Pakistan Barcelona, they were scheduled out for 42. But you can see, look, some of those. I mean, I couldn't believe day 9. Let's just focus on day 9. Day 9 was an incredible day. 1,200 runs were scored on that day. 115 sixes were hit. The run rate you see there, well, that basically means that every match 300 runs were scored. That was quite incredible. I mean, that was a historic day. It was quite incredible. Amazing things happening in Barcelona, of course. As we go back to the action here, and it will be Singh, who starts with a bat, and this is a Gandhi ball. Well, that's gone all the way to the boundary. That's 5 wise. And Ranjot Singh doesn't help. He scores, or the cause of his teams with that one. You can see the captain, Lakveer Singh, just gesturing to the bowler, saying, well, what am I supposed to do with that? Well, not a lot. Well, that's a massive bonus. And, well, Singh, you won't be happy with that at all. It's got to get it right. Patel goes for the big swing, not the way to try and stop it. Using your foot, that could have turned out nasty for Lakveer. Just tries to put a foot on the way, but well, just having a few issues getting the ball in the right areas here at the moment. Bowling the wrong line completely. Once again, leg side, and just Ishan Patel cleverly just lets this go by. So a few issues at the moment for Ranjot Singh. The sun tries to break through some of the clouds. Once again, down the leg side. Just the one legal delivery in the score. Moves on to 7. 23, 7 of the over, that is. 23 is the total score. Raval. And more of the same. You can see he's trying. I mean, he's trying everything. He tries to change his run up, slows down the arm move, but he just can't get the ball in the right areas. Turns around in dismay. Not going through the head of Ranjot Singh at the moment. A few of his teammates just giving him some words of encouragement. I think he's holding back. I think he's just not following through. Needs to try and just hit the ball hard on the deck and go through. Well, this one clonks the batter. It's another one that if Patel could have stepped inside, would have still gone past the leg stick. Could have been another wide. But it was slightly shorter. So Ishan Patel was looking to get underneath it. So dot ball, just 2 balls, legal deliveries bowled in the over so far. I think he was just saying he wants to have a fuel and moved onto the leg side. The captain saying, no, come on, just get on with it, don't worry about it. Yeah, better delivery. As you see, that's what I'm talking about. This time he actually puts a bit of effort into it. And I think sometimes by just trying to slow yourself down to try and concentrate getting the ball in the right area, it tends to go more wrong. You're far better off just backing yourself to run in hard and just let go of it the way you normally do. And good run, very, very good running there from Patel. So takes off straight away, gets a shout in. And you can see Chayat Patel just responds, says, okay, you want it? I'm coming. And well, he has to get his skates on a little bit there. I think I'm a bit lazy. He's got to run the same way that his partner did. My ball once more. Umpires for this match, Nisar Ahmed and umpire Safian Nisar Ahmed. The bowler's head now. Played a lot of cricket himself. Was part of the national team a few years back. Well, this one has been absolutely crunched. That's a delightful shot. Gets right on top of it. 4 runs. Nobody stopping this. Just loving that. Loving the old swivel on the foot. A bit of the MJ. A little bit of the... Oh, was that one. Gets rocketed to the boundary. Lovely shot. It's a classy player. Plays shots all around the ground. Good puller and hooker of the ball. An extremely good cutter as well. Round the wicket now. And this, well, he's saying, yeah, Rico, you talked about the cut. Well, there you go. I'll give you a bit of a cut. Too wide. Thinks about leaving it and says, you know what? Nah, I'll have it. And that's beautifully played. There's no fielder there. No risk at all. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. So Ishan Patel, he's up and running. And so Raval Sporting, 2 overs gone and 31 on the board. The fine time to welcome back into our cube here to Vinny Sandu. And Vinny, looking at those, I mean, Gracia, Raval Sporting and the Tigers have to be right up there as the favourites for this.
Yeah, we agree on that. I think a lot of the viewers that know the Barcelona cricket would say the same. But you know, one thing's for sure, that we have seen some dramatic improvement in some of the other teams. I mean, just look at here at Sabadell.
Yeah.
Just last time we saw them, they were a completely different outfit. Anyway, here we go with over number 3. And it starts with a pull shot. Kuldeep comes on and it gets banged sideways and it's a little bit too short. Bit of death by 1,000 cuts earlier, but this time it's good footwork to get across, and Chet Patel sends that one sideways. 4 runs.
Yeah, Kuldeep Bra. I'm not surprised to see him bowling higher up the order. He only got the 1 over in the last match. Incredibly, it was the 9th over. Only went for just 5 runs and he picked up 2 wickets. So he bowled very well, but that one's too short and he gets smashed away by Patel.
Different proposition of the power play as well. Just the 2 outfielders available. Still kind of floating slip in there, you can see. Yeah, so Fateh, considering that their batting fell away a fair bit, I think their plan A's got to be to try and stop this assault. And yeah, ideally keep it to something in the 100, 110 region. This is elevated leg side. This is going to be more runs. And that's out of here. Maximo! And the Patel combination working nicely. Raval Sporting building a healthy score once again.
Yeah, Chayat Patel, nice shot. I think he's decided in this inning he's going to be a little bit more aggressive. And he's saying, I'm going to chance my arm a bit. And that seems to be the zone where he's hitting. It's just anything that's in that slot, he's putting it away. They've got to be bowling. I mean, we know that Ishan Patel is a good cutter of the ball, but I think Chayat Patel maybe try and get him outside the off stump, see if he can play the cut shot, because in the arc, it's disappearing.
What do you do now? Still sticking with that slip. They want this wicket. On the charge, Yorks himself. Once again, want to welcome everyone, including our US viewers. Some of them might be waking up very early for Thanksgiving, maybe on the East Coast. I know that Nate was in the chat a little bit earlier, so he was smoking a turkey. A few Maximos have been smoked here at the Barcelona ground. Bit of cloud cover today. Funny day, actually.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this much cloud very often. Edged and gone. And would you believe it? It goes straight to that slip, who they kept in there through thick and thin. And Chet Patel, oh, he makes 17, but he makes no more. And Bra does it again, 45 for 1.
Yeah, this is a good catch. I mean, this is pretty quick. This is quite spicy. And it's well held. And gets a bit of extra bounce, but that's a very, very good catch there. And that's Randeep Singh. So first wicket.
You wouldn't read about it, really. They've been whacked all over the place. They're going at Oh, what is that? I mean, before that, they were going at 3 a ball, and they stuck with the slip, and they said, you know what, we really want this wicket. We think this is one way we might be able to get one. There's also a fair bit of luck about where that edge goes and where to put your slip. But, hey, credit to Randip. I mean, how often have we seen the slip in, and then a chance goes and gets clanged? He took it really well, and 45-1, good wicket.
Yeah, he took it well. I mean, it was travelling. You can see that. I mean, but gets himself into a good position, takes the catch, and gets the breakthrough. 45 for 1.
Here's Karandata, though, for Ravel Sporting. Yeah, I'll never forget the century he made here. That was a real authoritative knock. But yeah, how is everyone in the chat today? I know that Keanu was checking up that paddle tennis link that I put in the chat earlier, and he said that it was something that would interest him. He certainly get a good workout. We actually were playing singles on a doubles court, so that was a lot of running. Current, careful with this first one. Yeah, so it's basically, there is an individual paddle court, and it's 5 meters wide.
Yeah.
And there with walls and stuff. So that's designed for one-on-one. But we could only get the doubles court, which is 10 meters wide, so it's twice as wide. But we were playing it with one person each side. So poor Marzi, he was getting a real workout, working him side to side. This is just okay. It's good umpiring. And it's into the power play. So it does finish with a little ray of hope, if you like, for Fate. It's 45 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, he gets a breakthrough. Finishes the over well, doesn't he? And it's all about the line. He started off bowling a little bit too short, and Chayat Patel was able to get hold of him. But then he goes a bit fuller and gets the wicket and finishes the over pretty well. You see the power play there. It's a 45 from it. And, that wicket certainly helped that slow down that third over. But can they keep it going? That's what they've got to do here, Fateh. They've got to try, I mean, what? Try and keep this score to less than 120?
Yeah, something like that. And then hope their batting clicks, which it didn't. But then also, I suppose, once that target was out of reach, you know, the batters were on a bit of a hiding to nothing except maybe to save their run rate with just reducing the margin slightly. Here's Surinder Singh. And he's one straight past the outside edge. Runs straight in front of the umpire and the non-striker as well. But we'll say the ball was a good one.
Yeah, Surinder Singh. I think he was spoken about this in the last match. So he's just got to be a little bit careful here.
Tell you what, if I was the non-striker there and I had to take it for a quick single, I'd be using my bat as a prod.
Get out of the way.
Get out of my way. You'd actually be better off being on the other side.
This is a very, very good shot, isn't it? It's just a little flick. I mean, it's not a bad delivery, and nice to see that you see Deepak trying to stay off the pitch as well. But look, I mean, look, what a lovely shot this is.
Yeah, it's all touch, isn't it? Yeah. And with that angle with the ball pitching outside the leg stump, you can't be LBW. I mean, you shouldn't be LBW. So yeah, you can just kind of play that shot with immunity and deflect it away. It's really nice batting.
Great timing. Lovely time off
really
the ball.
Bounced off the bat, didn't it? Because he didn't really swing the bat.
A spring, that's the word, isn't it? It sprung off. Goes to the boundary.
Yeah, and you can see there, Deepak almost reacting to where the ball was, the way he runs off the pitch. Anyway, here he is again. This time he backs away, Ishan Patel. And he'll get a single down to long off.
Looking at the action of Deepak, I'm just amazed that he prefers to come around the wicket. I think he'd be far more formidable if he came over the wicket.
It's reducing a lot of options, isn't it? It's kind of taking the LB out of it. I think, you know, what he's hoping is to angle across, a bit like that first ball.
Yeah.
And I hope for a nick. He's like a fake left armour, really, with that angle. But anyway, he's got to face up to Karen Dutta now. He works him away. This time straight to the fielder. So Dutta turns himself around. No run.
Yeah, misses out on this one, doesn't he, Curran? Because that was short, down the leg side. He tries to just place his away rather than hit it. And unfortunately for him, he goes straight to the fielder. No run.
Yeah, 50's come up during this over as well. I love the big eagles on the front of the Fateh shirts.
Good looking shirt, huh?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something in a second. Just off the end of the bat. There's a bit of hesitation and a bit of side-to-side spin for the fielder to deal with as well, so they will get an easy single. Yeah, so when I was down at the port, and it reminded me of something that happened at the start of last year. I was going to the aquarium. Obviously, it's near the water. All these seagulls. Some of these seagulls looked like eagles. They were so big and angry. They have the biggest seagulls in the world here, I think. This thing was, you know, never mind Thanksgiving or turkey. You could have a seagull and feed a family of 8. It's a wide down the leg side. Unless it's hit his pad.
Well, I don't think this has hit anything, actually, but it hasn't gone over the leg stick either. So, see this again. I don't think this makes contact with anything.
Yeah, see, that's a wide, and so that's been missed because anything down the leg side's a wide, and it's like that for consistency. So, yeah, just probably an unlucky one for the batter who got pretty close to losing his leg stump, so maybe he's lucky in another way. At the end of the 4th over, it is 51 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he played an amazing scoop shot in the first innings, did Ishan Patel. I still can't believe how he played it. It's probably one of the most remarkable shots that I've seen. But this one was, the ball was in the right place. It would have been sort of more of an orthodox one, if there's such a word, for the scoop, and he got it wrong. But yeah, maybe should have had the wide. But the over comes to an end, 51 for 1.
We'll get to see some spin. And first ball is going to go. It's going to go. It's going to keep going. Maximo. Well, they bring in Nath. And the first ball, Karandata likes it. He goes after it and he gets 6.
Yeah, good deep Nath comes on. I think they do need to try a different option than taking the pace off. Could work, but, well, that was just far too short. And that was just an easy hit for Karandata. So he gets his first boundary. 7 now, so maybe that's what he needed to get him going.
Yeah, Karan. He's got all the shots. He goes straight. He goes pretty good. Is it good enough? It is. Maximo! Back to back for Karandata. He rolled the dice with that straight shot there. They had the mid-on, mid-off pretty straight on the boundary. But yeah, gets the contact. 6 more.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard. It's all about footwork, timing, and execution. Beautifully done. 6 more. So Nath, well, he's in a spot of bother here. First 2 balls have been sent aerial over the boundary. What's the response going to be?
He tries again. This time the outfielder will clean up. Slight miss hit this time, but you can see Raval Sporting. I mentioned one thing last year. They went on this barnstorming run, didn't they? This after losing their first game, on this big winning streak. It was most of their bowling, I think, that was winning them games. Players like Sonu Jungra, they're missing him at the moment. But yeah, I think that you can see their batting has been very consistent and solid so far this morning. And it's going to continue here because this is going to be in the gap, and that's going to be another 4. Cuatro, carreras más.
Clever shot. It's all about knowing where the fielders are, and he knows there's a massive gap out there on the offside. He just rocks back, elevates this over the fielder inside the circle. 4 runs.
Again, that's intelligent management from the batter because he knows there's a gap there. He doesn't try and hit it too hard. He's just more worried about the placement, getting it over the infielder. Normally, if you do that, there's a gap behind them. Now he's on the charge. A little bit of a reckless stroke, I suppose, but he gets away with it. Patel moves to 27, and this partnership looking dangerous for Fateh.
Yeah, he's far better play, isn't he, when he just waits for the ball and doesn't try and hit it too hard, Ishan Patel. Data.
Goes after this, but this is going to be a catching opportunity. Fielder sets himself and catches it. And that's well done. That's Said Naseem out there. And we know that Fateh this morning, they've let themselves down in the field for the most part. But I mean, normally you have your better fielders down the ground in this position. So Tata tries to go downtown, ends up stuck uptown, and he is the second wicket to fall. And at the end of 5 overs, it is 69 for 2.
Yeah, a good moment there for Nath. I mean, he did get a bit of punishment, but he does come back and pick up a wicket. And an important wicket to get. But this is the stage where I think that Fateh were in the first match. They got these 2 batters, the danger batters, out early, but then, well, the man who's hobbling in, Manish Manwani, came in and smashed the ball all over the place. He's the man that got to get out early.
Yeah, Manwani is coming in. He's on one leg, but didn't seem to matter this morning. He hit them so well. Yeah, I think that sometimes with spin, you just get more mistimed shots that result in wickets. And I think if you look at those 6s you got hit, the one sideways was a bad ball. The one down the ground was a good shot. But ultimately, Data makes a mistake.
Yeah.
And then the most important thing, you got to cash it in. And going back to Hira Sabadell last night, Pakai Care in their innings where they got rolled for 42, one thing Hira Sabadell did really well was they held their chances because we know that sometimes these good players, they may not give you one chance and most of them won't give you 2. Anyway, start of a new over, and it's almost an outstanding catch. He might have even got that on the full.
He
does. That could have been Ishan Patel gone as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kulit Bra, you just mentioned about taking the catches. Well, this is what we're talking about. You take this catch, you're in the match, because Patel can hurt you. And I think does get there, I think.
It's a good effort. I mean, I'm not going to criticise that at all, because he makes something out of nothing there. And so, yeah, I think they would have liked to have taken that, but that was a quarter chance at best, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity you take, especially something like Keishan Patel can hurt you. He gets dropped on 27. And well, nice to see that the sun is caressing this beautiful ground in Mount Chewy.
You called for sun. Here it is. I wouldn't mind a bit more wind, though. What do you think?
Listen, don't get me started. And I know you had Tornado Corey at you the night after that day because
So
he was giving you some,
if you missed it on Tuesday, I took the day off because Rico was already here. And I was busy behind the scenes. But Rico came on the ground and went with Corey filling in for me on a day where it was basically like Twister the movie, I think, at the ground. It was pretty inhospitable. This is a pull shot, and it'll be an awkward one for the fielder. It does well. Swakas Mirza comes around to his right, keeps it to 1. Hello to John Tucker. He said he's enjoying our double act. Hope we're well and enjoying the cricket. Yeah, we're well, John. Hope you're well as well. Must be excited for ECL coming up as well. About just over 3 months away, we realised. And James Stewart saying, welcome back, Rico. And his hair may have darkened, but unfortunately this month's beard is still very, very ginge. Ginge. Well, that smacked over the fence, and the one-legged warrior, Manish Manwani, is not mucking about. Maximo! I suppose he did injure himself just slipping when running between the wickets before, but he's been fearless today, and to be honest, he's hit the ball really, really well.
Qué grande eso es, eh? Qué grande. Eso es un golpe que es fuera de campo. Es un hombre que hacemos 56 carreras en el primer partido. Manish Manwani is looking to go big again.
He does, and he's going to get the same result. Maximo! Once again, back-to-back sixes. And Manwani is just on a heater today. It's so hard to fathom, and it reminds me a bit of some of the famous innings we've seen in cricket in the past where someone's clearly injured, but they just seem to be kind of a machine. You just can't remove them.
Hitting that one on the walk, that's an amazing kid. You just got to get it outside his off. He's got to be really trying to get the angle going across him. That's better. That's where you got to be, right on cue. And yeah, good comeback from Deepak. It took him a couple of balls to realise that. But yeah, that's where you got to be. You can't be in the swing zone. You can't be. You know he's going to be swinging. That's what he's out there to do. He's not going to be doing too much running. The over comes to an end. 6 overs in, 84 for 2.
Hello to Nico Fernando as well in the chat, who's watching, and I know that we've been following your progress as well, Nico. Hopefully everything's well in your part of the world. Yeah, binge watcher in the chat saying looks a bit like Jesse Ryder. Yeah, well, Jesse Ryder is a really interesting story. He's a character. Actually, he played in the Indoor Cricket World Cup for New Zealand it was last month in Australia. So I mean, he also played some indoor cricket. So yeah, I've got a few mates that have played against him. And yeah, he's a pretty talented cricketer at the top level. Anyway, here we go with Gangadeep Singh in over number 7. This is lofted away, not really hit out of the middle. Should come back for 2, barring some sort of calamity on the boundary.
How did that go, by the way, the Indoor World Cup?
Yeah, Australia, they won the men's and the women's again. Australia's never lost an Indoor Cricket World Cup. So, yeah, they held it. It's a pretty good facility in, it's called Casey. It's near Dandenong, which is an area probably 40 minutes out of Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a top-class facility. It's got basketball. It's got multi-sports. I'll tell you a funny thing from when I was playing there a few years ago. This is cut. Gets through the fielder. And I don't know, seems to pull the parachute on this one. Ranjot Singh, this is going to be 4. He kind of put the body at it, but not the hands. In the end, it gets through.
Yeah, well, this is, again, placement. It sort of carves this away, doesn't it? We're talking about Thanksgiving. Well, that's a way to carve the turkey, isn't it? Beautiful shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, so you know when someone's clearly a bit famous, but you don't know who they are? Have you had those kind of situations in the past? Where, you know, everyone's making a fuss or something. There was this moment where we were warming up for a game, and we saw this guy in the basketball court, and I'm not kidding you, nail about 28 three-pointers in a row. Like, these weren't touching. And this guy, and he was tall, and he had the kind of swagger about him. And we're like, this guy must be like a professional basketballer, you know? Anyway, this is going to be 4. That's clever batting. He's got on a string here, Patel, looking very, very dangerous. This time he gets across. He's backed away a couple of times, You see, he's still pretty concentrating on watching the ball pretty hard. And even though he kind of premeditates a little bit, it's an economy of movement to that stroke, and he still gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, he plays his shots all around the ground. We know that. So come on, who was it?
Yeah, it was nobody. But we made such a big fuss. We got photos with him. We got all these things. And it was just a guy that was wearing a whole bunch of chains. I think he did play in the kind of like second-tier basketball league.
Whole bunch of chains. I like that.
I was just
it
like...
could have been Mr. T then, was it?
I mean, this guy, if he went down to, like, you know, your local arcade, he's winning all the teddy bears. You know, like, I was just, what? Who is this guy? So oh, that's right. And he spoke no English. He was Greek. Okay. So, you know, we couldn't ask him who you're playing for. Or, you know, we thought, well, this guy. Yeah, and he was just some guy that played in the second division basketball in Australia. There you go. Manish gets full toss, and he's going to enjoy it. That's out of here. Maximo. He has just picked up where he left off. And who knows? I mean, get your injections or whatever for that leg, because I don't know whether you want him to get better or not. Because if he plays like this injured, then maybe he should play injured all the time.
Yeah, Gagandeep Singh just bowling it in that slot again. And Manwani says, thank you very much. 17 off the over, ball to go. Are we going to see another magical one here? Manwani waits. He's going to be playing it no matter whatever. Charges. Hits it hard, and it will go magical. 4 more runs as it goes for 21. The score, well, it went past 100 with the Maximo, and this one takes it to 105 at the end of 7 overs. So, well, we know what they got to in the first match, 148. Well, at this moment in time, they're ahead of where they were in that first match between these two. As we have a look at exciting times to come early on in our season next year. ECL 23.
Who are you looking forward to
seeing?
seeing? There's so many teams, but what catches your eye there? Who are you looking forward to seeing?
I'll tell you who I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm looking forward to seeing Drew, because, I mean, they really did excite us last time around. And I know that a lot of teams that have played in the ECL and also the ECC, when they come back, they're bigger and stronger. Drew, them being bigger and stronger, well, I reckon they're going to really turn some heads.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you there. But I'm also looking forward to seeing some of the teams we haven't seen before. There's always a couple of teams that wouldn't have played too much of the format.
Yeah.
You get to see how they adapt in real time. This is probably 4 as well, into the gap. And, yeah, it's a bit of a stand and look at each other job on the boundary. But Patel, I think, hit that so well. No one was catching it. Cuatro carreras más, 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, look, the placement from Ishan Patel has been great. His shot selection has been superb. But the bowling, the length that's been bowled here from Fateh, it's not good enough. He has so much time to pick and choose where he's putting these deliveries.
Oh, he's diddled the keeper here as well. He's got it across, and the keeper's kind of half playing for a little deflection, but he just misses it. Comes up with fresh air, but he still comes up with 4.
Yeah, I mean, the keeper goes the wrong way, then tries Lakvir Singh just to put one hand here to stop it. Once again, though, I mean, his foot movement is a bit suspect. He's not getting himself in the right areas to stop these. He's not getting anything behind it. And that one, well, again, when he looks back at that, he'll be disappointed. 4 byes.
Yeah, keeper ends up in the seat of his pants. Not very graceful. Now it's hit hard down the ground. It's going to tease the fielder again. It's the other side of him this time. Patel storms to 48. And Rafael Sporting just having it their own way with the bat, aren't they, this morning?
Yeah, the captain, well, he says, well, I haven't hit one in that area, so I'll hit one straight down the ground. Nobody's stopping this. And what a knock so far. Well, the partnership is worth 48. I'll tell you what, Ishan Patel, he moves on to 48.
Yeah. He just looks very compact with his batting. Now he moves to 49 with this drive. Yeah, so I think when you've got multiple threats with the bat, you can afford to be more aggressive. And I think that's what we're seeing from Raval Sporting. They're not too worried about, okay, if we lose a wicket, you know, we can handle it. We've got somebody that can come in and do the job as well. Saw Karan Dutta, very talented player. He went down swinging, but this innings still looking very, very healthy. And Wani again punches this, but he found the field and it's dropped. Well, to be fair, that was an absolute laser. That was drilled at Ranjot Singh. It does get in the way, but it bounces straight out of his hands.
Yeah, Ranjot Singh, I think what he needs to be doing here is standing still when he's getting ready to take the catch. He's on the move. He doesn't get himself in a good position. And that ball just, well, comes straight out of his hands. And this one will be called a wide, correctly so. So the single was taken as that drop catch. So you don't, again, it goes back to what you were saying earlier on. You got to take your chances. I mean, if you want an example of that, the match yesterday here with Sabadell beating Pakakea Barcelona, it was all about holding on to your chances. If you don't take these plays, if you don't get something like, if you don't take the catch of Momoana, you know he's going to hurt you. Full toss, hit down the ground. I would like to see this called, actually, and it is called. That's the correct call for me. It's too high.
They've been pretty harsh on these, which I think is the directive. We'll see on the replay. Yeah, that's about waist high for me at the crease. Look at the contact point there. He's kind of on his toes, on his back foot. I think that's been the way it's been umpired this year. And so it means the free hit's coming up.
Yeah, it's a free hit it will be. Hey, listen, while they're sorting this out, I want to know what you were thinking when that 229 was hit.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was actually good that Corey was next to me because he was part of the VOC Rotterdam team that scored 222. I've seen lots of teams threaten it but not get there. Yeah. And I think they needed, what was it, off the last over? Yeah, they needed about 25 and they ended up getting, I think, 30 or something like that.
Yeah, it was quite incredible. It really was. And, of course, that happened when we also saw the highest run chase as well from Barcelona Cheyenne. And that's good work. Yeah,
good fielding that time. They'll get back for a walked two. Manwani, I don't think he'll be running too many twos. Have a look at the stop here first. It's a nice bit of work. And again, using their hand rather than the foot. That's cool, deep bra. Yeah, does a good job. So 124 for 2 after 8. Yeah, so I mean, records are made to be broken. There are some records that you think they're not going to be broken, or it's going to be a very, very long time before they're broken. And the 222, to be honest, is one of them. I've seen a lot of teams threaten to get 200, but we've only seen it now, I think, a handful of times. And yeah, so it's not something you expect to see. And look, the other end of the scale, maybe one day we'll see a lower score than 6, which Gozo got. I mean, that's another one. You think it'll never get broken, but who knows? You know, you need to have a bit of a mismatch, that's for sure. And I think that's happening less in European cricket because of the amount of teams we are and the amount of teams that kind of qualify to play in an ECS. Yeah. But, you know, never say never. And, yeah, one thing that was crazy was we almost saw a chase of 191 pulled off. Yeah, that's a good, like, 20% higher than the previous record. Anyway, here we go with Kuldeep Brar. This is in the air, and this is going to be 6. It's almost reeled in by Saeed Naseem, but he couldn't do anything about it. And Patel, he's reached his 50, and now he is ready to put down the foot and go into top gear. Maximo 6 runs. Yeah, he's hit the ball really well, hasn't he? Patel, most of the time he's relied on his timing and clever positioning and placement of the ball. And then now he's deciding, okay, it's time to cut loose as the 130 is on the board. This is beautifully played. Lovely shot once again from him. He's seen the ball so well. Well, it is the Football World Cup going on at the moment. One man who's seeing it like the football is Patel out there. It's a beautiful shot. He gets into position so early. Batted really well. And it seems like to me they've got their batting order worked out as well. I mean, this is one thing last year where sometimes we wondered, okay, should he be batting a bit lower? Should he be batting higher? Where's he suited? But, yeah, right now, they look very, very organised. On 160 pace here. Full toss. Doesn't quite get this away. As did a look at his bat. It didn't sound that great, but I think he just times this wrong. Yeah, so, I mean, I've seen the 200 threatened a few times, but now, you know, we've seen 5 times we've seen teams score 200. So often, remember, 20 and over, that means if you have one over, it's just normal, or it's like 10. So you have to make that up somewhere. So, yeah, 229, beating the 222 from VOC. And also, we've got an ECC match in there. You saw Netherlands versus Romania. And, yeah, I mean, I think I've been around for all of those. Of course, they had the 219, the ECT10 recently. Super Kings versus Gozo. Okay, that's a famous one. And, yeah, the ECC match down the bottom. That was amazing. Anyway, will it go? Will we see 230 one day? Maybe, but not for a long time. You know, you say that. I have a feeling we're going to see 229 beaten in this group. I just have a feeling. You know, with the likes of... Listen, Catalunya Tigers. Sure. Yasir Ali. Yeah. Now, if Yasir Ali gets going and this... I mean, I'm just mentioning Yasir Ali because the other players. Have a look at Gracia. Kuldeep Lal. Yeah. Mukta Singh. If it's going to happen anywhere, I'd say it's here. And, of course, we've got Govinda Bajwa to play as well. Of course. So... You know what? If it's going to happen here in Barcelona. Chance. Or is it? No, it's perfectly in the gap. So there's going to be 4 more runs. So Kuldeep
Bra just going a little bit too short here. Talking about short, Quilty must be saying, why did they give the trousers that belong to the smallest man in our team to me? He needs a longer pair of trousers.
Get some good airflow on those ankles.
He must be feeling a chill. Do you reckon? Yeah, he can. And then they didn't give him long socks either.
It'll be the end of the over as well. So it's 141 for 2 after 9. So what I will say about that kind of record, it's not just about playing well. It's about like having a perfect storm of circumstances.
Yeah.
So you normally need, say, a fair few wides. And that's actually how they went to the record. It was a wide that got him there, and then a 6. They went 2-2-2, went to 2-2-3, went to 2-2-9. Yeah, and it's more than one player playing well. You know, we had another record in that game in the second innings. So Badal and Shaheen set that record, but then the 10th over of the second innings went for 45. And so that was another record as their opponents, Men in Blue, ended up scoring 174. First time we've had over 400 runs in a game.
Yeah.
403 runs in a game. So that's basically 200 each on average. All right, 10th overtime. Starts with a pretty powerful pull shot that is handled. This will just be one. Again, Manwani's still struggling along, but he's got 31 to his name. And Patel has moved all the way to 63.
Yeah, Manwani, deservedly so, was the player of the match in the first one with his 56 of 19. And now he's playing a very important role in this one. Good partnership between these two now. The captain, Ishan Patel, and Manish Manwani. 31, not out. The left-hander.
We didn't really talk about it just then, but yeah, the Catalunya CC 219 in the weekend tournament recently. This is high. This catching opportunity should be held, and it is caught. So well done there by Wakas Mirza. Nice to see him take a catch. It's slightly better catching conditions, I suppose, than earlier this morning when Fateh fielded in the first innings of the day. Manish knows straight away that he doesn't get that, and so that will be the third wicket to fall. It's 142 for 3.
Yeah, Balwinder Singh, well done to him. Picks up his first wicket. Didn't have the best of first overs for 15, but he's got a wicket here now. He'll feel a little bit better about things, but Fateh, they won't be feeling better about things because this looks like, I mean, they were in the same stage here exactly, I'm pretty sure, 142 with 3 balls to go in the first, ended up on 148. Can they bring up the 150 this time?
Yeah, they'll be hoping to.
New batter will have to be on strike.
Yeah, new batter coming out there. It's another Patel. It's Unat Patel. And he will be on strike. So, yeah, high score records. I mean, I thought Catalunya CC were in a really good position. I think they needed 22 or 23 off the last over to get the record. I think they were 199, maybe 24. Couldn't quite get there. But, yeah, if you told me we'd have a 229, I would have said, get your head checked. Anyway, here we go with Unat Patel. He will get a single first up. And then, yeah, the other thing is poor Men in Blue. They kept giving up these big scores. They make big scores. In fact, I care to set the record chase against them. Yeah. And the other thing is, at that stage where they made the 229, Badal and Shaheen, I think they were bottom of the ladder. So they actually went bottom to top. Like a proper, you know, in a movie when like the one team then starts winning and they keep pushing them up the ladder. Yeah. You know, like they went bottom to top. They won 8 in a row to be the automatic qualifiers from Group 8. And so if you told me the bottom of the ladder team would make 229, I think that's something else.
Yeah, I mean, Baba, how many, was it 650s he scored? 5 or 6, then he had Matthew Rahman, and of course you had the record broken twice, or equal twice, of the fastest 100.
Yeah.
It was all happening.
And to be honest, we should have had a faster 100 than that a couple of times. We had, we could have had something quicker, and this is quicker from the bowler. That's Balwinder Singh, who gets this one and finally gets Patel. But Patel has inflicted a fair bit of damage on the Fateh bowlers already. He goes for 63. It's 144 for 4.
Eso es rápido. And rompió la madera. Well bowled, Balwinder Singh. Yeah, that one definitely was quicker and fuller. And that's a very good delivery as he knocks over the stumps. And done it again. And this was the wicket before when Manwani went. But that was how that partnership between those two came to an end. But a very good delivery from Balwinder. And he's got it right, hasn't he, in his second over. And he gets a good wicket there of Ishan Patel. But Ishan Patel, look, बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी ईशान पटेल ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी बना ली कैप्टन ने 63 of 29. He's done his bit for his side. 144 for 4.
Send in another Patel then. This is Kishtu Patel, the keeper, who's coming in with 2 balls to go. Yeah, Balwinder, I like the way he goes about his business though. He's got 2 for 18. No full toss. Should be a run out if you get there quick enough. They're going to throw it away. They might as well take on another one. They will. There's a fumble from the backup fielder. Over go the bails, all happening. That'll be 2 runs, 146 now.
Yeah, the fielder is a good clean picker. I think if he just went for a slightly easier throw to the bowler, probably would have been a chance for a run out.
Yeah.
He went for glory.
Yeah, exactly, trying to hit one stump. Yeah, he could have used the assistance. Okay, seatbelts on, everybody. Here's the last ball. And he's knocked over. So Bowen will be happy to finish things with a bang. And very good last over from that player. And Ravel Sporting, they won't get the 150 once again. Bowinder, he's going to finish with 3 wickets. And yeah, I think that, okay, they won't be happy with how it's ended up, but they'll be happy with the finish. There were 3 for 5 off the last over. But still, 147. It's going to test Fateh. But you know, the question for me, will they be able to hold the variety of bowlers that Ravel Sporting will throw at them with a spin in the middle, for example? It's a lot of runs to get, but certainly that last over gives them a little bit of momentum heading into the second innings.
Yeah, a bit of a highlight there. 3 wickets from Balwinder Singh. Well bowled as well. I think he bowled really well that second over. He wasn't short. The first over was a little bit too short and got punished. And that's what we're seeing here now. 15 came on that first over. Just wasn't able to get the ball in the right area. Well, he had trouble. And Ranjot Singh, he also had problems as well. His first over went for 16. But, Kuldeep Brar, after a few boundaries from the first few deliveries, got the ball in the right place, and we saw a catch taken by Snip, and it was a good catch taken indeed as well. And talking about catches, that was a nice one there as well, as that was Naseem that got to Karan Datta. Datta went for 14 this time. He hasn't really got going. Well, one man who did get going, and he got going from the very first ball that he got, was Manish Mawani, the young left-hander. Has been in really good form, cracking the ball to, mainly over cow corner. And one man who was hitting it all over the place, though, was Ishan Patel. And sometimes he didn't even have to hit it, and it still went to the boundary. So this was a good stop. Kuldeep Brar, you can't fault him for effort. Certainly he is doing his bit in the field and also with the ball. And this was the wicket of Manish Mawani. He goes for 31. A nice catch taken there by Miza. And then, Balwinder Singh bowling the last over. He was knocking them over. Well, you're watching Fateh, and he was going chuck their Fateh as he was knocking the timber over. And that was another one. That was Kish Patel going for the big shot, but losing his stumps and weren't quite able to get to the 150 once again. 148 they got to in the first. In this one, a couple of runs short, 146, but still, you get the feeling, considering they beat Fateh quite easily in the first match by 80 runs to be precise, that they've probably done their bit and got enough on the board. Fateh themselves, though, maybe their openers can get off to a flyer and put a little bit of pressure on Ravel Sporting. 63 from the captain, very well batted from him, and 31 from Manish Mawani. So once again, the captain and the youngster combining well together with the bowling front. 3 wickets there. Balwinder Singh did most of that damage in that last over when he picked up 2 wickets just for 5 runs. 20 runs conceded by him in a total. I like the way that they tried new things and they tried to take the pace off the ball there as well with the Gurdeep Nath. He picked up 1 wicket for 18 as well. Kuldeep Brar, I'm liking him in the field. He gives 100% in effort, doesn't he? Was a little bit unlucky with the ball, though he did pick up 1 wicket. But Ravel Sporting have got the runs on the board once more. 146 they've got, so 147. Well, 147 is a special score in snooker. Well, can it be a special moment for Fateh? Can they come back fighting? And can they chuck their Fateh all the way to victory in this one? Well, if they do, they've got to go. Somebody has got to score big runs for them. And let's see how it pans out. Match number 62 coming to a close, and we'll join it in 10 minutes' time. Rico Full and Mr. Maximo here in the cube. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos por el fin de este partido. Hola, muy buenas y bienvenido de Campo de Montjuïc aquí in Barcelona. Boys of FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back, and welcome to the second innings of the second match between Fateh and Raval Sporting. Raval Sporting once again in the 140s, 146 for 5. This time thanks to their captain Ishan Patel, 63 of 29, and also Manish Manwani, the left-hander, 31 of 11, helped them to get to this score. Fateh, well, they lost the first one, 148 to 68 by 80 runs. How close can they get to this time? Can we see something special? Saeed Naseem to face the first delivery. And it's going to be bowled by Ranveer Singh as we wait for Frederica Constant, our official timekeeper, to give the umpires the nod. Here we go. First ball from Singh. It's down the leg side. So first runs courtesy of extras. Umpire Nisar Ahmed at the bowler's end, and umpire Safwan is at square leg. Bit of cloud cover here. And Montjuïc at the moment, the top of the mountain. Montjuïc stands for Jewish mountain. It goes back to way back in history when it was an area occupied by a Jewish community. A lot of history here. We've got a castle on the top of the hill as well. Gets a little bit windy up here sometimes as well, as we are fair way up, 178 meters. But a spectacular view of downtown Barcelona from here. And of course, Montjuïc was an area that was heavily involved in the Olympics as well. A lot of architecture around here dates back to the 1992 Olympics. It's well bowled. I don't think there's anything on this. Gets a little bit of movement away as Singh plays a misses. He was pretty key. The only key contributor, I should say, in the first innings, in the first match, Manjot Singh. He's throwing everything into this, isn't he? And this is what you call all the white goods, including the kit and sink. He's trying to send this one downtown Barcelona as well, but just totally losing his shape. He needs to go game with power rather than timing. And loses his shape. Takes his eye off the ball and misses it. Battle of the Singhs here. This one will get clubbed and it will go all the way. Balle as the ECN scorers take cover. Max Byam, Adalb and Sam Williams. Well, thankfully, they've got a roof over their head today. And that roof is the one. There we go. Clonk saves them. Big hit from Singh. So the battle of the two Singhs. And it's Ranjit Singh versus Ranveer Singh. Ranveer Singh in once more, but this one is fired down the leg side. Tries to go for more pace, more speed, but gets the direction completely wrong. They'll have to bowl that one again as well. Better areas, just outside the off. And that's Manish Manwani who does the fielding, and well, that's a forward roll to get yourself back in. A little bit cheeky, and cheeky it was. Cheeky you saw. There you go. Thank you very much. And ends up the right way up. So gets back for the 2. Good running. I think they know that Manish Manwani is struggling a little bit with that injury, so not as agile as he normally is. And they take him on and get there. 11 off the over so far, ball to go. Edge gone, adios amigo, que guay, que genial. And lovely catch there from Kish Patel. That was going pretty quickly. So the battle of the Singhs comes to the end, and after being smashed for a big one down the ground for 6 is Ranveer Singh there gets the wicket of Ranjit Singh. And he'll go for 8 of the 4 deliveries that he was able to face. And they get the important man pretty quickly. He was the one man that kept or gave them some hope when he was out there earlier in the first match. He made 32 of 12, Ranjit Singh, but not this time round. His luck runs out. And something that we're waiting for is the golden ball. Just to remind you, we're into 200 plus matches now, 205 to be precise, matches without a golden ball. You just know that it's just around the corner. It's only a matter of time. And, are we going to see that golden ball before we go to our break? I get the feeling we will. As the new batter comes in. And well, one Singh replaces another. As that was also the end of the over. So 11 for 1. That's Manish Mawani. Just goes a little bit too wide. So Manish Mawani bats left-handed, bowls right. Oh, that's a good delivery, much better. He gets that movement away, doesn't he? Well, there's a young man who's going to need to rest up pretty well tonight and work on that injury. Vinny had a chat with him in between the break in the first match between these two, and it is a knee injury that he has. Maybe, well, the finger goes up. I'm not sure about this one, but the umpire's given it pretty quickly. Just got the feeling maybe it was just going to be, I mean, look, you've got to go with the movement perhaps. I'd like to see it again. I mean, it's umpire's call, I think, but maybe just doing a little bit too much for me. And also the question about the height perhaps, but you know he does get the ball to move about a bit. But the umpire thinks, no, it's going to go on to hit, and no hesitation at all. So that's the wicket. Yeah, looking at it side on, yeah, very much umpire's call. I think the umpire would have had to decide, A, is it going to go on to hit the stump? Secondly, is there going to be a movement that's going to take it away? And I think looking at that again, the umpire decided, no. I think the height is good, and it's going to go on to hit probably the off stump. Doesn't have to hit the middle, and that's what a lot of people don't realise. So the umpire sticking to his guns, and Manish Mawani picking up the wicket. So another one goes. Both openers now back in the shed. As the theme goes, LBW this time. 1 of 3 deliveries. And this one's up in the air. Where's this going to land? And away from the fielder, who now has to catch it up. It does really well. Gets the, make sure he doesn't touch the rope as well. So it could have been 2 and 2. Had no idea at all, the batter, where that went. And Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh has joined Gangandeep Singh out there. Slower delivery, well bowled, well played as well. Good bit of cricket all round. Slower delivery from Mawani, and you can see the batter and the bowler having a smile with each other. He says, "Yeah, you bowled it well, son, but you're not gonna get me with that one." Gangandeep takes a single, hands a strike back to Ranjit. This one is not a good ball. It's badly directed down the leg side, and gets hold of this pretty well, Ranjit. That goes all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Bien golpe. 6 runs. Badly needed boundary. It's the first boundary of the innings, and it comes in a maximo. And need a few more of those to stay in the hunt. And this one will be another. This has been absolutely cracked. That is a massive hit. Once again, the slower delivery, but it was in the slot. And, well, as Ranjit Singh says, thank you very much. Boom. That goes a long way. It clears everybody. Well, it goes into the dugout. End of the over. And it finishes with 2 maximos. So 26 for 2 at the end of 2. At least they get the acceleration in as we have a look at standings there. So, of course, Raval, having won the first match, right up there, looking to make it 2 out of 2. And to keep the pressure on the other teams. Later on today, of course, we see Hawks take on the Warriors. That's the next 2 matches to end day 1, if you like, of Group B. And it looks like we're going to go for spin. So once again, Ishan Patel, the captain, is going to bowl his first over inside the power play. Not really sure what his thinking is here. I think maybe it's more to do with he knows it's the last over in the power play. He knows that the batters will want to go after him because the field restrictions that apply. So he's just hoping that the batters miscue, make a mistake. A bit of conversation happening here between, I think, the captain and the officials. Not really sure what that was about here, because I think Ishan had to run over. I think it's to do with minutes. I think this might be to do with Manwani. I think they wanted, I think I know what's happened here. I think they wanted Manish Manwani to go off. And I think quite rightly, the officials have said, well, hang on a minute, the reason why you want him to go off is because of an injury that you're telling us about, which happened in the first match, in which case is not an injury that's happened in this match, so he can't go off. So that's what's happened there. So Manish Manwani will have to stay on. Now, if you're smart, Manish Manwani should have said, well, I've actually hurt my hip or something, and it's happened in this match. And then the match officials would have said, well, okay, off you go. Anyway, I'm not telling you that. So Manish Manwani's probably said, Rob Cumming has probably said, is it because that injury you picked up in the first match? And the young man said, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. And he said, no, you can't go off. Bit of flight. It's nicely played away. Don't think it will go to the boundary. And they will pick up 2 runs. So it's well chased by Karandata. So welcome back now. Mr. Maximo gets back into his comedy position. Welcome back. When are you looking a bit chilly there, mate?
Yeah, I'm just going for an extra layer. It's always a good policy here. Yeah, so little window into the devious mind of Rico Fool there about how to get around awkward questions from umpires and referees. I think, no, it's a new injury. It's a funny thing because it's not really a rule that's enforced, or it's historically hasn't been enforced at the top levels of the game.
Yeah.
It seems everyone can go off at any time for whatever reason. They don't even ask. Oh, okay, I'm going off. Okay. I want to have a shower, or I want to change my shirt, or these things. You can go off for those things, but you're just not allowed a replacement fielder. So if Manwani wants to sit on the bench, he can, but under the rules, if it is the same injury, that he's just not allowed to have the 12th man. Now, they do have 12th man here, and it's actually somebody I'm really happy to see in the lineup sheets, Om Mayavanshi. So it's Gaurang's little brother.
Ah.
And this is absolutely pumped out of the ground. Well, that's a proper shot, isn't it? It's gone long, it's gone strong, it's gone Maximo. That one was right out of the middle.
I tell you what, the bat that Randeep Singh is using, I'm loving the sound of it. It makes a beautiful sound as the willow hits the kookaburra and it flies out of the ground. That's a top shot.
Yeah, so Om has just turned 16, so now he's eligible to play ECS cricket. When I met him last year, he was super enthusiastic, just wasn't old enough. So not quite in the 11 today. Knocked over, and Ishan gets his man in the end. It's a big 6 followed by a wicket. He gets full and maybe a little bit faster as well, but Rundip goes down swinging. He goes for 19 and it's 35 for 3.
That's such a good delivery, it really is. It's a quicker ball. We saw him use this earlier in the over, and it totally outfoxed the batter. And there he does again. It's like a dart, isn't it? It's right onto the stumps, knocks them over. And you can see the batter, he's all over the place, loses his balance. Well, he played some good shots, and 3 big 6s he hit on his way to 19, but he'll go. And he departs after facing just 6 deliveries. So, though he did hit the ball well, he got the acceleration in, he needed to stay there longer. He has to depart as the new batter makes his way to the middle.
Yeah, so what I was going to say was that, kind of feeds into this narrative of when we're saying that players are pretty tough here in cricket. So I asked Om, I asked Manish as well, would you sit the second game out because of this injury? And he says, well, I said, you've got a 12th man there. He said, yeah, but he's injured. So Om's actually got an injury as well. And I just wandered past him. Then he's hobbling around. So I don't know who they thought they were going to send on. But you've got to be pretty tough to play cricket. So Manish is going to stay out there.
Yeah, he's probably got. He must have got injured in the warm-up or something as Om. Well, Shanti Om. Well, we're not going to see him. We're not just yet. Unless they come up with another plan here, Raval. Ishan, the captain, certainly looking for a player of the match performance here. And this time it's a bit of a full toss. I don't think this is quite high enough as the ball will trickle over the boundary. The two umpires have a look at each other, but they're quite happy with the height on it. So 4 runs. Not the best of deliveries. So it was the end of the over. So score-wise again, I mean, with that boundary, it takes the score to 39. 3 overs down, but the thing is, it's 1, 2, 3. They've lost a wicket every single over. And that's where they're not helping their cause. You just need somebody, you just got the feeling, they got somebody just stay there. Maybe if Randeep Singh could have just stayed there for another 15 deliveries or so and keep scoring at the rate that he was, they'd be in this. But just losing wickets all the time, they're not helping their cause. And they're going to stick with spin. This is a pattern which, if I remember correctly, Raval Sporting did this all the way through when we saw them last time round. And that's when Ishan came on, then Gurang Mananshi, he came on as well, the little maestro. So here he is now, a left-hander. And straight down the ground, and this is a nice hit. He clears the boundary with ease. It's a lovely hit. So now it's time for Gangadeep Singh to play some shots. But this is the thing about the little maestro. He won't be bothered by this at all, Mavanshi. He'll just say, yeah, okay, I'll bowl you the same one. What he'll probably do quite craftably here, probably bowl the same ball again, but this time it will have no pace on it at all. He's got his best catcher in the right position. He's captain. There we go. Second ball. Oh, he goes for a different one, the wrong one. Flat. A little bit too wide, really, but he gets the danger man maybe off strike. Now he'll have a go at Kuldeep Brar. Brar himself, though, has hit a boundary of his first ball there. It wasn't a great ball from Patel. Here we go. Wanchi floats it up, says have a go, and well, I think this one is probably going to be out. I'm going to say it's out. I don't think the batter gets the bat back in time. But the maestro, he doesn't seem to be too bothered. He thinks, well, whether it is, whether it isn't, let them do the job. Let's have a look. I don't reckon he gets back in time.
Let's see. Always a stumping risk. Oh, I think, it's a funny one. You look at the actual point of contact. Windmill.
Bat, does it stay down the bat?
It does have a little bounce, but then look.
It's up in the air. Oh.
I think he's just out, if I'm honest.
I think he's just out. I think the bat is in the air. I think the bat, watch here now. Here, watch in, now watch the bat go up. Up, and bails come off out.
I think he's out.
There's daylight under the bat. That is out.
Yeah, I think he is. I got to say, I think the bounce is bounced up. Now, whether they think that's conclusive or enough, I don't know. But I can definitely see.
I see daylight.
I see daylight between the shadow and the bottom of the bat. In the end, looks like he gets away with it. But I got to say that he's pretty lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, don't get that. I mean, give the batter credit. He gets back quicker than I thought, but the bat does, for me, it ricochets off the deck, goes in the air when the bells come off.
I think we might need to start pumping the HD into the ref tent because it's, I mean, look, I suppose in a sense, you'd only be given out on a replay for that because he does actually get the bat down first. Yeah. But if you're going to be technical about it, it's out.
Yeah.
It's not like a run out where once you're in, you're in. Stumpings are slightly different.
Well, this one should be out, and it's not.
Oh,
he
run
drops
out.
An absolute dolly, and they managed to stay in as well. Well, Mavanshi, he can't believe it. This is a simple catch that gets put down.
This is an absolute circus here because, again, he's worried he's going to get caught, and then he realised he has to run, and then the throw went to the wrong end. I think that Kish Patel knew it was going to the wrong end.
I mean, we're at the baseball ground. That was a bit of baseball, wasn't it, when they're throws from one, what do you call it, one base to another?
Like a double play. Yeah. Anyway, we are going to have some runs here. Next one's 4. And Mayavanchi, a little maestro, probably wondering what he has to do to get a wicket here.
Yeah, that's nicely played away. It's good timing, actually. Doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. And the fielder comes across, but not able to stop it. So, okay, the good thing about that is, I mean, maybe luck. There's no wicket that fell in that one, and as a result of it, the score, let's move into the 50s. So 53 for 3 or 4 overs. Now, at this point, they're ahead. They're actually ahead of where Raval were. Raval were 51 for 1.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it up though. You know, the 3 wickets are concerning. We probably don't bat as deep. Anyway, it's going to be Mohammad Rizwan to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, Rizwan. So Ishan deciding he's not going to come on straight away. Finish his spell. Here's Rizwan.
He hits him in line. I think probably just going to leg side.
Whoa!
Whoa!
That's
ouch.
a sucker blow. Oh, well. It's rumble in the jungle here. Well, this one, he takes it on the chin.
Oh, it's bumper car stuff here. And would have we been out? Probably. No.
Oh!
Ouch.
Well, he stays
Look at
standing.
where the contact comes. It kind of gets his hand out, actually, which is a good thing because it actually pushes their bodies away from each other a little bit so they don't collide as badly. But, yeah, nasty one.
Kish Patel takes one on the chin, but he's still standing. Singh has played some good shots so far. This is another one, yours, Vinny. And protect the equipment at all cost. Nice pickup.
That's a no-look one-handed take.
That was really too casual, really. You didn't even get off your chair.
I didn't even bother showing the ball to camera. Yep, this is straight in the cube, straight out. But I was into Rule 1. And do you remember Rule 1 now, Rico? I know you've had
but how did you protect
course.
the equipment there? You weren't even quick enough to get up.
I was going the lean. I was going a forward lean.
That beat you. It was hit hard. Wide ball.
And luckily, yeah, it didn't get up as much. But you're right.
If that bounced in the right place, your screen would have gone.
Rule 1 is protect the equipment. I am pretty impressed with the no-look one-handed take. These balls are very hard, I can tell you that. Anyway, yeah, fuck that. I do like this approach from them. Gagdeep Singh trying to swing them back into contention. Misses out. Yeah, one thing I do like about this Ravel Sporting lineup is they seem to be able to set high standards. Occasionally, if something happens like that drop catch, which was it was a bad one, but they don't dwell on it. They just get on with it, and that's something I noticed with some of the better teams in Group A as well. They say, okay, if it doesn't go our way, if there's somebody who makes a mistake, we're not going to go on and on and on about it. We just look forwards and we keep holding ourselves to the same standards. Big swing and a miss again from Gagdeep.
Yeah, I mean he's got to be brave, isn't he? He's got to play his shots. I mean, with that rate, he's around about the 16. It's creeping up every time. I mean, that's a couple of dots on the spin here now, so that's going to keep creeping up. So he's on pressure now to hit this one out of the park. But he's bowling well to him, just keeping that ball outside the off stump, not bowling into his body. It's a clever little shot, and he's going to get the reward for it as well, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's kind of semi-deliberate, isn't it? He goes to a plan B rather than just trying to smack everything over mid-wicket. He waits. And there's value all around this cricket ground. There's value everywhere. I don't think you need to be too leg side conscious. So, yeah, gets it away for 4. Hello to Kuldeep Lal, who's in the chat. I think that a few people saying hello to Kuldeep. I think he's actually, he might be second now, but Isan's just overtaken him. But, yeah, all-time leading ECN run scorer. Sorry, now we'll get a single. This will be the end of the 5th over.
Yeah, what's he must be on around about what? About 1700?
About 1900. I think Isan's up to about 2200 now after the series he had. Didn't get any yesterday, though, unfortunately, in the final. Paco Care folded. Anyway, that's 5 overs down. The score is 64 for 3. And, yeah, if you want to have a look at some of these teams in Group B. Okay, Group A's 1 and 1. We had the finals day yesterday. Group B will have their own finals day on the Saturday of week 5. And then we have a special extra day. It's final day, Sunday the 11th of December. So I've already seen 4. We'll see 4 teams today. We'll see 4 coming up. And, yeah, just saw Prince Daman, actually, for Ripoll Warriors, who'll be turning out this afternoon. So, yeah, great to see him again.
Ishan, the captain, will come back on. And, well, this one is going to be a wide. So, wide is called, and they take the run as well. So 2 runs, not the best to start from Ishan. So his last 2 deliveries that he's bowled actually not been his best. He seems to have just lost his radar for a moment. Ishan, let's see if he can come back better. No, again down the leg side. Not sure if he's got a plan in motion, and maybe that's the plan to try and get Kulibra stumped. I mean, he's lucky still, maybe still to be there. Maybe there's a plan in place here. And that one is straight through. That's the one that got the wicket last time of Randeep Singh.
I mean, give credit to Fate. They got themselves kind of close to the pace in the first half. But yeah, it just seems to be a few too many swings and misses at the moment. And yeah, Ishan Patel's a very clever bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, clever, crafty, intelligent. He's played a lot of cricket and he's a good leader. That's the other thing. I mean, to go back to the point you mentioned, he's very good to encourage his players. There's not too much negativity out there, no matter what happens.
Oh, this could be close. He gets a long way across. I mean, the only question here is if it's going down the leg side. It just seemed to take a big step across. I'll be interested to see this one down the line.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, it's... Does it hit
Yeah, maybe
the
it doesn't
pad?
even get
I
him.
don't
And
think it even hits the pad, you know.
I thought it clunked a fair bit more of the pad. Might have been an optical illusion from our angle. Anyway, Patel can line them up here. And this would have been out. He throws off balance. Good effort from the captain. But yeah, I'm not able to pull off the run out.
Yeah, he stops himself playing the shot. Good. And then look, I mean, look at the run. Look at the bat there. I mean, he switched from right hand to the left hand, but at no point does the bat go.
Yeah, and if he'd slid his bat, he only would have just been out. If he didn't slide his bat, he's going to be out by a lot.
Full toss. Played down the ground. It'll be just another single.
Yeah, but give credit to Ravel Sporting. Again, I think all these Group B teams, they've been itching to get out there. They would have been watching the first 2.5 weeks of Group A, just saying, okay, we want our opportunity, And Ravel are a team that did top their group last year. It was a bit of an upset, actually. From memory, they actually topped the group, which meant that they qualified ahead of Minaj, who at that stage were domestic champions of Spain. So they did that with a 9-1 record against the 8-2 record of Minaj. It was pretty cutthroat last year. Only the top team out of the 16 group made it through. And then, went down to the Tigers in the semis. But they obviously want to be considered one of the premier forces in Barcelona cricket. Now we get a little bit of a bat grip adjustment. Were you good at putting the grip on the bat? With
I had
the cones?
the tool. I had the tool.
The wooden cone thing, right? Yeah.
The problem was, though, because I had it, everybody knew I had it. That was my job.
Yeah.
And I also had the mallet for knocking in bats.
Yeah,
so
see, that's an unpopular thing.
Yeah.
A silent mallet to knock in bats. Now, there's an invention.
Yeah.
Doesn't that get annoying when someone's knocking their bat in? This one spins back.
Oh, hesitation, and they're asking the question. They will go upstairs. I think the better option may have been to go to the bowler's end, but still, they're pretty confident here.
Let's have a look. He is struggling here. Out.
Yeah, got
he's got really good hands, Kish Patel. And you can see here, he's really good at getting the bails off, but first he catches it, and it's almost one motion. And that's a skill. He's going to be just out here. I think the batter flashes the thumbs up thinking he might be in. You always feel like you're in, but now I think he's got the message that he's going to have to go. So that's a shame for Gungandeep, who played some nice shots in his innings, but he's going to have to go for 25. Run out, 70 for 4.
Yeah, he fancied it, didn't he? He's the one who called it. He wanted to get there. Well, he's got 13 on his back because he thinks it's his lucky number. Well, that was not lucky for him because he's going to have to go and he has to depart. He was the one man that was keeping him in it, really. He'll go for 25 of 12 balls that he faced. He's not the man that you wanted to be heading back. But yeah, I mean, that's the second time I think that Kish Patel has taken the ball at a difficult height, but he's managed it really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's a solid keeper. Even saw that leg side take he had to deal with earlier in the over. Got good fundamentals. That's another one. He does well to block it. It'll just be too wide.
Yeah, that's brave keeping, isn't it? I mean, he's seen this blind. He just throws his body at where he thinks the ball is going to do and gets enough to slow it down.
Quarter of a stumping chance here. Only a quarter. If he takes it, he's still got to manoeuvre it back onto the stumps. So here's the last ball for Ishan Patel. Slows it down. He gets swung out of the ground. Maximo. Bra's fighting on. And so far they're going to keep swinging away. That's the end of the 6th over. Patel will finish with 1 for 27 here in match 62. The score is 78 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, good hit. Just keeps them in it, doesn't it? It just keeps that rate to around about the 18 mark. Let's have a look at the bowling figure. So Chani completes his two overs. 1 for 27. Always picks up wickets, but always goes for a few as well. We certainly saw that from him when he was playing in the ECT in Cardamom. Picked up, I think, got 22 wickets, but at the same time, Yeah, a lot of runs came off his bowling as well, but you can see why. But as we go back to Rizwan.
Yes, one thing probably they would like to work on with the extras. You know, we were talking about, just jogged my memory, the Barcelona Shaheen 229 innings. And I said you need to have a lot of things go your way to get a score up over 200. One of them was to get a bit of help from the fielding side. So I was going to check the amount of extras in that innings. They had 17. Okay, that's a fairly healthy amount.
Oh, we'll talk about healthy. That is not healthy. I think he's managed to stop this being worse than it was by it hitting his gloves. But that has been smashed right back at Kuldeep Bra from
Mirza's
Mirza.
first ball that he's faced as well, and he's absolutely drilled it. And I feel like this might have hit him in the palm, which isn't great. Yeah, so he puts up the big stop sign, and the ball blasts through it. Oh, hopefully that's just a superficial knock.
Yeah, ouch. That's going to hurt, isn't it? And Mirza is saying, hey, I'm not coming to see if you're all right. You stopped me short. That was 4 runs.
Yes, he puts up the inside of the glove. So it'd actually be better like punching it away with your outside of your glove. But he puts the glove up like palm facing the ball, like wax on, wax off. And let's just say that was a tough one to block.
It's a tough one. The other thing is, look how wide he is as well. I mean, he's really wide. He's in that zone. I mean, I've seen fielders fielding where he's standing with a run from. Needs to be a little bit closer to the stumps, but you think he's okay. Yeah, he's putting the glove back on.
Yeah,
so.
like I say, it hit. I'm going to have a guess and say it hit the kind of the middle finger, but not the padded part of the glove. It's the inside part of the glove. So anyway, I think he's going to get on with it.
Yeah.
Bit of friendly fire. Interesting conversation probably between those two.
And look at the way the Ravel guys are all in a huddle here. And, I think he wants a bit of spray.
Yeah, where's Magic Spray Mary when we're going to fly Magic Spray Mary up? She's busy playing probably these days, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She's wishing luck. Yeah, hello, Mary, if you are watching. Yeah, Magic Spray Mary playing for Costa del Sol at the moment. Costa del Sol women's team. So Costa del Sol, I mean, all sorts of cricket happening there at the moment. The juniors with the women's cricket. And cricket certainly is growing well there. Well, it's become the home of cricket in Spain, isn't it? In Costa del Sol,
Really
because of the ECL and ECC.
Yeah, looking forward to being there again soon. Is Rizwan to resume the game. This one's hit down the ground. Have a look at this, though. I mean, I think that Bra gets flashbacks here. Look at the non-strikers end, and he just starts. He's almost off the field.
He's back in. He's back in away.
And the thing is, once he starts moving that way, he can't change direction. If one's hit at him, he's sitting duck. Anyway, now he gets some revenge, and he won't hit it at all.
Yeah, doesn't get his feet moving at all. Swings the bat at it, but no foot movement.
I think he thought he was fine to get going, and then as soon as he thought about what was about to happen, he realised that he thought he was too close. Anyway, this run rate required. It's getting out of control now for Fateh. Short, and this is in the air. Keeper almost gets there. Kish Patel. Now, think about a run out, but they will get through for a single. Bra will get one.
Yeah, it's a shorter delivery from Rizwan. And well, he thought he was gone. He doesn't even run. And then afterwards decides, I better get to the other end.
That's an idea. Right, deep in his crease is Mirza. Okay, I've got my eyes on number 10 here. Bra, down the bottom of your screen, bottom right. Where's he going here? He's going nowhere this time. This is going to be a one bouncer down to long off. And yeah, interesting non-striking strategies we're seeing at the moment from Bra. Anyway, that'll just be a single.
Yeah,
that time he played dead. Like he did not move a muscle, didn't back up, didn't do anything. Just they didn't want to get any closer to Mirza. This is hit down in a similar direction for one. It's a bit like tennis. It's like the batters are returning serve at each other all the time. Anyway, Rizwan's been pretty good here. Hasn't taken a wicket, but hasn't gone for too many either. He's got 15 against his name with the ball to go.
Well, I think they've called it over.
Yeah, well, maybe that is over. Let's have a look. Yep, that is over, in fact. Let's call that 83 for 4 after 7. Hey, let's have a look at what's coming up this afternoon. I was just casting my eye over this. Prince Demand for Ripoll Warriors at 6.5 points. He's an absolute steal
Isn't he
in fantasy cricket. He is a steal at 6.5. Looking at some key players there. Looking at Hawks, Cameron Zia. Of course, is an important player for them. As we start the 8th over right here in match 62. And this one's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo. What a good strike that is. So we talked about Kuldeep Bra and Wakas Mirza trading blows. Well, Bra, well, he gets a final say on this one.
Yeah, well, he's got the feeling back in his hand as he thumps this out of the ground. That was huge. Well, this kookaburra does get thrown back by somebody. It was at the other part of the ground. That's ended up in the practice area.
The other thing that happens is when balls go over the fence, kind of straight down the ground, or from the kind of mid-wicket to cover region, occasionally balls will just get thrown back over and you don't know who they're from. And sometimes it's while another ball has been put into play. So we've had a couple of multi-ball situations where either they're getting ready for the next ball or something like that. Anyway, this is going to be in the gap, and this is going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. That's good batting. Getting a bit of length, isn't he? He's enjoying it.
Yeah, well, he said, you hurt me earlier. Now it's my time to be hurting the opposition. As this one, 6 and then a 4. And he's certainly hungry for more. Well, Gopi, he's under attack.
Yeah, just to clarify, Gurpreet Singh is his legal name, but his name that he uses is Gopi Warak. So they are the same player. We'll start referring to him as Gopi Warak because that's how he'd like to be known during this series. He's going to stick with the short stuff. This one might be too high for, well, not too high, it'll be a bouncer. Well, this could be gone. I think he's going to be gunned down and given out on the field. And so Bra, well, he had his issues, didn't he? And in the end, he was under attack from his partner. This time he's gunned down from the outfield. You see, he wanted to all the way. He's running hard. He turns. And at slight hesitation, he knows a good throw is going to have him in trouble. And I think in the end, he's probably about a metre short.
Yeah, I think the dive comes after he's already out. Keep an eye on the Kish Patel. I think the bails have been taken off, and then he decides, well, I'll have a dive. And he's well short. Not going to get there. So, well, I can sort of understand it. He's decided, well, I'm whacking it. Maybe I need to get on strike. So he takes the gamble, but it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, it's a good idea strategically, I suppose. But again, Raval Sporting, when asked to execute something, they do in the field. Their fielding has been a real feature of their play this morning. So, Kuldeep Bra goes for 27. It's 94 for 5. New bat coming in now is Surinder Singh. He'll be facing Gopi. Swing and a miss. Steps away slightly from that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a better performance from Fateh with the bat, you have to say. I mean, they're looking to get beyond the 100 mark here. So that's a good achievement. Bear in mind, the first match, they struggled. They just got to 68 for 8. So it's been better. But, yeah, maybe it's the little things that they let themselves down with. Maybe some of the fielding, the catching. It could have kept this target down to around about the 125 mark. And, well, if you think where they are now, they'd be on course for that.
Yeah, I think the fielding for the most part, that's really hurt them this morning, Fateh. But again, they'll know that. Probably work on that before we see them again. Mirza on strike. Gets a fair bit on this one, but it might be straight to the sweeper, and it is. So, nice catching. And again, you see the difference between the two teams there. Catch created, catch taken. That's also the end of the over. So, unfortunately, it's going to be the end of Surinder, actually. Of course, yeah, Surinder on strike. So he's going to go without scoring. And the score at the end of 8 overs, it's 94 for 6.
Yeah, he has to depart. Nice catch taken. So, well done, and well done to Gopi as well. Picks up the wicket. So, 5th wicket now. And the 6th wicket, I should say, now goes down. It's a new batter. Comes in. Looks like it's Bawinder. Probably can give it a bit of a whack, if I remember correctly. But, well, it's more than a little that they need. It's a new batter. Makes his way in.
Yeah, so Fateh just found themselves wanting in a couple of key aspects of the game in this morning's doubleheader. But they do have the opportunity to work themselves into the series. We saw some other teams starting pretty slowly, like Pat Moncada, for example. They got bowled out for 43 in their first game in Group A. So I think it's been an okay effort. But again, I think they've got a lot of improvement, I think, if they're going to push for those playoff spots. Balwinder Singh comes into bat at number 8. He's not facing because Mirza is facing because of the change of over. And this is hit pretty hard, and that's out of here. Maximo! A really good shot through the line. And Mirza survived throughout all of this. And before it was his partner in the firing line. This time it's the bowler.
Yeah, that's a good shot, isn't it? It's beautifully timed. Come out sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of glove jumbo. Nice shot. So Sam under attack.
This one is in towards his body, but he deals with it well, gets the hands through it. This will be 4 more. And this is a good shot because the bowler kind of follows him. Whether it was on purpose or not, I don't know. But again, quick hands. Get through the ball before it clunks into his body. 4 more. Hey, look, Matt is saying in the chat, hello to Matt Aravidis, saying, I know it isn't over till it's over, but is it over? Well, I was going to say yes, it's over, but those 2 shots, just keep it interesting. 43 off 10 now.
Yeah, nice shots. Brings the 100 up as well.
This is wide, so that'll help. Of course, we did have that 45 run over, and at the time, I know we go magical for 20, we go supersonic for 30. At the time, I called it hypersonic.
Yeah.
Hypersonic for 40 plus. I don't know how many we'll see of them, but now that I've seen that 45 run over, I start going, oh, hold on, they need 42 off 10. I know it's possible to get 45 off 6. So, anyway. Short. This is in the air. Doesn't quite get it. Catching opportunity and taken. So Raval again keeping their standards up. That was a nice little bit of fielding there out on the boundary because they had a long time to think about that. And that's Unnat Kumar Patel that takes the catch. And so Fateh just falling away in the 9th over now. It's 105 for 7.
Yeah, it's a good catch taken once again. Look, comes in a little bit too far, then adjusts himself, gets back, takes a nice clean catch. And like you say, it's all about standards. And standards have been good here from Raval. I mean, they've looked a nice, polished side, haven't they? Led well by their captain, and all the main players have been performing in their areas. They've bowled well, they've caught well, they've fielded well. We've seen good work from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps as well. Gish Patel, looking like a good unit.
So, yeah, here's the thing as well. It's talking about, the very expensive over. 28 of those came from one bowl. It was Sajwal Khan off one legal delivery. So his economy rate is the highest of someone that has bowled a legal ball in ECN. His economy rate was 168 runs and over. That's what he was going at. So, 168 runs and over, which is basically 1,680 for whole innings. Don't know if we'll see that. But there were some questions about, the pace we saw, this 229, basically 23 and over. You translate that to a 50 over game, and it's a score of like 1,100 and something. If you're going to translate it to 50 over game, crazy stuff. Anyway, Ranveer continuing. This could be another chance. He's going to do it himself this time. Well, only one batter's run, so either way it was going to be caught a run out, but he's not going to make a mistake. So Ranveer is enjoying his work as well. That's a 3rd wicket for him. Partey falling away at the tail end of this innings. It's 105 for 8.
Hang on a minute. What's going on here? Now, both the batters not going anywhere. Something's, not sure what is the issue here.
Unless it's like a field thing.
No, not sure. The umpires seem to be in communication with somebody. The batters are not going. There was a little bit of pointing going on, so we'll get you the info on this in a moment. I mean, certainly the catch was taken fine. So not sure what the issue is here. I'm pretty sure we didn't miss a free hit. No, but it looks like are they calling this a dead ball for some reason? Maybe calling this a dead ball. I think what it was
is that there was a technical issue and that they were meant to stop the game. So I don't know whether at square leg there was a call a dead ball or something. So that's why that play doesn't count. Because I think that there was a slight technical issue. So that is why, because that dead ball was called, quiet as it might have been, and we didn't realise that. That's why maybe I think you saw at the bottom of your screen, Gurdeep kind of just stops anyway.
Yeah,
that could happen on a catch. So whether they count this ball or not sure. That's my guess as what's happened, because everyone's continuing if like nothing's happened and no one's too bothered about it. So I think that's what happened there.
Yeah, so obviously was a dead ball. So this one will be for real. Bawinda, well, maybe he gets a bit lucky.
Borrowed time now. Now he's going to walk away. I think they're not quite ready to get the game going yet. So this is the thing. Sometimes you have these technical delays with the kind of systems behind the scenes that keep everything running. So yeah, you can't start again until everything's ready to go. Anyway, poor Runveer. I thought he had a third. I guess that ball will be re-bowled. Well, it will be re-bowled.
We're still waiting here.
So yeah, this will be 8.5 again. Ball 8.5. And yeah, once they sort that out, then we'll be able to get back on with it.
Hey, listen, I know we don't normally do food talk at this time,
No,
but
I
you
can do
know
it
it's
anytime.
also National Sardines Day today.
Is it really?
Yeah, so maybe you need to find a place to have some sardines. Anyway, the
Some
action
good
starts
places
again.
around here. Oh, it's almost a replay. This time it doesn't go to the bowler. Two fielders collide.
Oh,
And yeah, just
dear.
no communication. They'll get a couple. And well, it's a couple of Patels that come together. And I just don't think there was a call there.
Too many Patels in the kitchen, and it goes all wrong. This one goes up in the air, and well, Ishan Patel wants it, but he goes into an area where he shouldn't be. And,
He does kind of bust into Chet's office there, doesn't he? And he wasn't welcome.
He's
anyway,
going again.
Here's another chance. And this one will be taken unassisted. Well, there's another Patel on the other side of him. Unat Kumar Patel. Now it's the wall of Patel. There might have been a couple of cracks in it, but eventually he do see a third wicket for Runveer eventually. And he'll finish it with figures of 3 for 25. The score is 8 down now. It's 108 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, Bawinda going for the big shot. Gets it aerial. So another good catch taken. Bawinda Patel, he's been good, hasn't he? Well, and this time he's saying, okay, keep the captain away from me. And Ishan, well, he doesn't go and interfere this time.
He was hovering, though. And
was
that's actually
hovering.
pretty clever. If you can hover in a way that you're not distracting the guy taking the catch, then if the ball pops up off the hands, then it's possible you can take a rebound. I know that's something we saw in Bologna earlier in the season. So, yeah, if that catch kind of bounces off the fingertips of Unat Patel, then Ishan can kind of clean up behind him, grab the crumbs, as we say in Australian football. Anyway, last overtime. And it's going to be the little maestro to finish off.
Yeah, well, Gopi was given the ball, but it was pretty quickly snatched off him by the little maestro. He said, I might be little, but I want me second over. And he probably thinks this is an opportunity to pick up a couple of wickets. 108 for 8. 2 more wickets will be the end of the innings. But will they survive the 6 balls from the maestro?
I mean, you should be queuing up to bowl the 10th over, especially with 8 wickets down, because really, if you can put it anywhere on the pitch, you're a good chance, I think, to grab a couple of cheapies. Here is Maivanshi. Really tossing it up and tempting the batter, but he stays at home.
Yeah, huge swing from the batter. Hussain misses it. Need to just go a little bit fuller. Same length, bit fuller.
Takes all the air out of the ball, doesn't he?
He does just that. Down the ground. This is out. Tell it now, because he doesn't drop any Ishan Patel. And this time, well, we've seen all the 3 Patels involved with taking the catches. Big smile on his face this time. And, yeah, it's a good catch off the ball, and it's a wicket for the little maestro.
Yeah, there's the
one to his
cheapie.
tally.
If I was Chet Patel, though, I've been running over there trying to get myself in the situation, because that's exactly what Ishan Patel did to him. But anyway, it's quite far from him. So Nagman Hussain is going to have to go. Now they're down to their last wicket. 109 for 9.
Yeah, saying 2-ball duck from him. So a wicket ends it all now. 3 balls to survive. New batter comes in. And it is going to be the captain, Lakvir Singh, who's demoted himself a long way down the order. Comes in at the number 11 position.
Yeah, not a bad number 11 to have. Yeah, a couple more to go. And Maivanshi will be hoping he can grab Another sneaky one here. And 2 to come. Fate 109. So not the worst score ever, but yeah, just not enough. This won't carry, or will it? Oh, it does. And so Chet will finish things off. And little Maestro, he is thrilled about it. So he says, thank you very much. He probably came on and said, look, I will come on, but I guarantee you that I will take the last 2 wickets. And he was absolutely pumped about that. He ran and jumped into his teammates' arms. So Fate, they're all out in the end for 109, the margin 37 runs. And yeah, pretty good morning at the office for Raval Sporting. For Fate, well, they've got some issues, don't they? I think they need to sort out their field and they need to sort out their batting as well. The bowling was all right, I think, at times. But ultimately, it was one-way traffic here on the first morning in Group B.
Yeah, one-way traffic indeed. And, well, we know that Manjot Singh, if he got going, he could make things happen. But, well, he was ducking and diving all over the place. He couldn't really find the same form as he did in the first. He was caught behind brilliantly. And then, well, it was Manwani got the next wicket, LBW, the wicket of Naseem, and then after that they were struggling. Somebody had to give them something, but really it was Kuldeep Brar and Randeep Singh. They managed to a little flurry there in the middle, but well, this was a big stroke of luck for Kuldeep Brar. The catch goes down, and he did, but he made a bit of it. And this time round, it was a wicket keeper, Kish Patel.
There's a bit of the argy-bargy in this innings when you think about it.
A little bit of it,
and
right?
Some friendly fire as well, as you see. This is eventually the end of Gagandeep, who ran himself out, just trying to steal the strike back. Quick hands as well from Kish Patel. But then, watch out! And it was the old Arnold Palmer. Not the easiest way to defend a cricket ball. That's why God gives you a bat, I suppose, when you're at the other end. But yeah, I did like the approach of Fate, even though I just don't think they were quite up to it with the bat. You can see even there, the big dive coming out. So, well done to all the players this morning. Disappointing for Fate. They're not able to take any points away, but they'll take invaluable experience out of the day. No doubt about that. And later on, it was the Patel show, wasn't it? The wall of Patel, as that was Una that took one. And yeah, this was one that actually was a dead ball. You can see everyone kind of reacted. They must have heard a call, and that was just to kill the play before that actually transpired. And poor Ishan, well, I should say poor Chet, because Ishan ruined his chances of that one. Ishan tried to spoil this, but he was too far away. And ultimately, he'd get one himself. And this would be game, set, match. But they're all out just within the 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be disappointed with that, getting all out, because I think they could have got past the 110 mark, maybe around about the 115. They would have felt that they've really accomplished something in this second match after being beaten by 80 runs first time round by Raval Sporting. This time 37 runs, but yeah, disappointing end from them.
I think that, look, the fact they improved by 41 runs, that's actually huge. Because if they got rolled for another 60-something score or 70-something, they'll feel like, oh, hold on, we're just not up to this with the bat. But I think the fact that they can put 109 on, even then, they could have made more. I think you got to hand it to Raval Sporting. They created chances and they took them for the most part. 3 for 25. Ranveer Singh with the figures. Mayavanshi with a couple of late. Also, we get some Manish Manwani, Isha Patel, and Gurpreet Singh. And Gopi Warak, that is. And so, look, here's the thing about Raval Sporting. I like their attack. I think that they've got a good mix of players as well. They've got a good mix of spin options and pace options. And yeah, Raval Sporting, though, they are certainly a team to watch. And I think of the fact, okay, they don't have Sonny Jungra this time around, but still a very, very dangerous attack. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the afternoon session. And it will be the Hawks taking on the Ripple Warriors. That'll be an entertaining game, starting in about 10 minutes right here on ECN. Till then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, who's back in town. And we'll be back with more cricket just after this. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. We're halfway through this very exciting day of action. It's match day number 16. And this has been the start of Group B. And now we can see two new teams to this year's competition. Although we did see them last year. It's going to be Hawks versus Ripoll Warriors in the second half of the day. Starting with match 63, I know Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, he's with two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Your call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails.
So it is the Hawks that win the toss and they decide they want to bowl first. So interesting one for me. I think often in the first match of a tournament, teams are pretty keen to just kind of get out there, get everyone out there at once, and you can only do that fielding. So they'll know exactly what they'll have to do in the second half of this game. Of course, both these teams had, I'd say, moderate tournaments last year. The Hawks had a 6-4 record and the Warriors had a 5-4 record with a washout, so 5.5 wins out of their matches, but neither were able to qualify for the next stage, and that will be certainly a really big goal, I think, for both of these two teams. I think they both have some players that love the format. I'm interested to see what the afternoon brings. Let's go to Rico Full with the news from the toss at match 63. It's that Hawks, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. It's over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for a great afternoon right here in Barcelona.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. Yes, let's get ready for a great afternoon. Yes, that's where we are. That is the Monterey Olympic baseball ground. And at the moment, well, it's Olympic cricket that we're seeing. Cricket that is really, well, changing the boundaries and laying down new benchmarks as records being broken all over the place at the moment, and well, I think a few more are to be broken here as well. Time for us to welcome the next two teams that we're going to see here in Group B. The Hawks take it on the Ripoll Warriors, and the Hawks have won the toss and elected to field first. So we're going to see the Warriors, and I'm looking forward to this because one man that I saw for the first time here in Barcelona was Prince Diman, and he's going to be opening up. And he's opening there with Waka Khan. Bat versus ball wall has put the Warriors just in favour, 100 to 98. So expecting this to be a close match. You can see there, and Vinny touched on that the last time that we did see these teams. They were on losing terms. Last two matches that the Warriors played in ECN were defeats, and the last three for the Hawks defeats as well. So, well, one of these two teams is looking to end that run of plays. They weren't able to get through to the final stages last time round, but they're looking to set the records straight. And, see lots of people are tuning in onto the chat as well. So it's great to see all the wishes from everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the cricket as we get ready for the start of the third match today. It's been clipped away, not a good delivery, was always going to be a wide, but you can see there the Prince saying, well, I'd rather take the runs. Nice looking shot there. And once again, compliment both the teams on their kits. Looking very, very Jurassic Park about the kit here from the Ripoll Warriors. Bit of Jurassic Park going on there. I'm looking at that the kit and the logo. I'm looking to see the old Jurassic Park logo there. And the Hawks, the blue and yellow from them. Better delivery up in the air, one bounce. And good decision to not take the single. It's well fielded, sharp bit of fielding from Amir Hamza. Sohail once again to the Prince. Hits this on the up, is a lovely shot, it really is. Beautifully played, and it's all about shape. Look at the positioning that he gets into when he strikes this, and he holds the pose as well. Says, there you go, Diana Rose, take another photo. The Prince is in town as he hits this one over extra cover for 6. Delightful shot, beautifully timed, good placement. So Hill, what's the reply going to be? Goes for Fuller. Prince just trying to negotiate this away. Sort of a bit fine from the man who's quite a wide third man there. But ends up going straight to the fielder, no run. His opening partner, Waka Khan. This one's down the leg side and will be called a wide. The wicket keeper, Cameron Zier, the captain of the Hawks, gets his pads in the way. Just struggling a little bit with his line. When he does get it up there, the Prince is able to lash it away to the boundary. And this is a similar shot that we've seen him play before. This is another one which goes all the way. Balle. Kinna Sona. Kinna Bada Shaka. Out of the ground it goes. Que grande. Eso es afuera de campo. 6 más. And what a start from Prince Daman. As the sun burns away the clouds that we had the morning part of the day, the Prince is shining. Sort of stops his shot, but again, look at the positioning, the timing, the placement is beautiful. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. It looked for a moment, it was like almost a false shot, like he stopped his shot, but no, it's a little like a sucker punch. He punches it down the ground, gets it wide of the fielder, gets 4 to his name. And what a start. It's a magical start from the Ripoll Warriors. 21 come off the first over. You can see already, we know that on that final on Sunday, Barcelona Shaheen, the Group A winners, will be there with Hiro Sabadell, who shocked everybody yesterday. And, well, they absolutely destroyed Pakai Care Barcelona yesterday to book their place in that final day. Which 2 teams from Group B will go there? Were Ripoll Warriors. Last time we saw them, they finished 4th in the group back in 2021. The Hawks, they finished 3rd in Group D with a 6-4 record. But, well, they need to do better this time around if they're to make it all the way. Yeah, well, nice little start. Interesting action from Sahid Yusuf. But he gets the ball in the right place. Dot ball to start. That's the first delivery to Wakas Khan. And well, this one beats Khan as well. Probably doesn't get the sort of bounce that he was expecting there. After a magical first over, first 2 balls of the second, dot balls. And this time he waits for it, tries to pierce the field, but gets the single. So Prince Daman back on strike. It's already on 20 of the 6 balls that he faced. Takes guard and certainly will be looking to go after Yusuf as well. And, well, he takes the single. Just holds that pose for a moment as he lets this go. So no real pace in the delivery. Hits this hard and it's going to stay here. It's going to be 4 runs. It's wide of the man who's in the long on area. One of the 2 fielders that is out. Long on and long off. He's pretty wide out there and he can't do anything about this. 4 runs. So first boundary to Wakas Khan as well. Last ball of the second. And, ooh, bit of a inside edge. No run. So finishes with the dot. 27 without loss. After we welcome back into the commentary position is Vinny Sandu. Vinny Sandu, welcome to Jurassic World. I mean, that's a bit of a Jurassic Park look in that pitch, that that kit out there.
I love the Ripoll Warriors kit. It's one of my favourites in Europe, actually. There's the Warriors and Hawks going head-to-head. Teams we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen the defending champions, Catalonia Tigers. We haven't seen Gracia either, who are ECL representatives. We haven't seen the Ali Young Stars or the Yada Tigers. I just realised in this group, there's a bit of a double Tiger attack going on.
There's double Tiger attack.
The Yada Tigers and the Catalonia Tigers right here. It's going to be 4 to start the new over. So Sahale comes back and, yeah, Prince, he's on a heater. And look, Prince Daman, he's a guy, he got his opportunity at the international level. Took it with both hands in the T10 format, I thought.
Yeah.
I want to see a bit like, you know, guys like Isan, etc. If he can kind of translate that, now we're back at the domestic level. All signs point to yes so far.
Ooh, this one could be close, you know. I mean, what's this missing?
Oh, I think that's out. I got to say, oh, I don't see it missing. Can you imagine the whole ball missing the whole stump here? I know you can see off. You can kind of, yeah. I know what you're thinking. It might be sneaking down. For me, it wasn't.
Umpire score.
Yeah, umpire's call, I
Could
guess.
have gone either way. Could have gone either.
Lucky to survive it, though.
If that's given, you know, you're not going to be too upset about it. I think the only thing here is that I'm surprised it wasn't much more of an appeal.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's what I would say is leg stump-ish.
Yeah.
But, I mean, leg stump's a stump. I just couldn't fathom that ball missing the entire leg stump. Anyway, fair enough. Umpire's in the best position, as you always say, and it's one that could have gone either way. Maybe a lucky moment for Prince.
Yeah, it was a lucky moment. No, look, I agree with exactly what you're saying. When Prince Demand, when I saw him first up here, I don't think you were with me first time I saw Prince, and he was sensational for me, not with bat or ball. I just saw him do some fielding. He took some catches, were amazing. And then I saw him with the ball, with the bat. This one is going to go probably for 5 wide. Is it? No, the fielder does well. Bit of foot fielding, but he does okay. Wonder if we got more of this when he picks up the ball. Was he actually inside?
Yeah, I hope
he
so, for his sake.
May have just hopped inside.
First, the keeper takes several steps to try and get this. He's way too wide in the offside to start with. I think the initial kick is fine. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, when he touches the ball again here, let's just see. Oh.
We didn't have time to go back to that, to go back live to the action. But yeah, I mean, Prince Demand, it was some great catches he took. Then I saw him with the bat and I thought, yeah, this kid is talented. He's got something special. Just here, yeah, he's okay.
Just okay, yeah.
So yeah, expecting to see good stuff from the Prince. This one's up and over again. It's a shot that he plays really well. Look, I mean, you mentioned he started here in Barcelona. He got the call up from Corey to play in the T10 and T10, and he played well. And these sort of shots he played, he's very clever in getting the ball over the infielders. As he gets another boundary, he moves to 30. The score 40 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, decent power play. 40 love, if you like, if you're a tennis fan. But yeah, you can see the background. The sun's come up, a bit more blue sky this afternoon. And yeah, 2 teams keen to impress, I'm sure, on their first outing. But Hawks, we know that they had some success as well. I think they were 6 and 4, and so 6 wins out of 10. The Ripper Warriors were 5.5 wins out of 10 because they had a washout. I always just felt the Warriors underachieved a bit because when they were good, they were really good last year. And right now, they've made a very strong start.
Yeah, strong start indeed. 30 of the 40 runs come from the Prince. As we go to Umar Mohammed to bowl the next over. It's another one that's up in the air, and the fielder watches the spin pretty well. Gets the throw in. Nicely done.
I say quick hello to Tekliko Kamaran. Also, Corey Rutgers has rejoined. I think he's still in Barcelona. I think he must maybe on the way to the airport. I know you're heading out of here, but good to see you in the chat, Corey. And he's keeping an eye on Prince, of course. He's a national team player.
Good shot. Whips this away. They have got a field set for that, though.
So Corey saying T10 and T20 debut this year for Prince. Nice young man, good player. And I agree with both of those things, but especially he's a lovely guy, isn't he, Prince?
Yeah, super guy.
Wishing him all the success and all the luck. Maybe some of that luck on that LB shot. I reckon that was pretty close.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what has been demonstrated here in Spain, oh, well, that could have gone wrong. Demonstrated here in Spain is that if you do play good cricket and you perform and you prepare to work hard on your fitness and on your game, you will get noticed. And he's a classic example of that. And, you know, top work for Corey as well for, you know, picking up players like him and 1 or 2 others as well. So well done, Corey.
Well, Corey had his famous Excel spreadsheet that he had out during Group A. So it's hit straight, and this is going to go 1 bounce 4. Yeah. So that's a good, correct shot. Wakad's kind of played second fiddle so far, but he gets a boundary here. This is all about the placement.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Lovely lofted drive, isn't it? And it's all about time. He doesn't try and hit it too hard. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Great shot. Yeah, so he had his Excel sheet out, did he?
He had his Excel sheet out, and he was adding names to it. He's trying to find out his, you know, eligibilities and stuff like that. And, yeah, obviously, well, this was half a chance for a run out the bowler's end. Waka can't slow to go. He gets her in the end. And then the other thing, there's a bit of chat news. Corey, he did get a spanner. It was a 1-day only spanner earlier in the tournament. And yesterday he was allowed it for the last innings. But I do see now it has been taken away, rightfully so, because he's a little bit reckless.
well, with the spanners.
Yeah,
He,
he would tend to go on blocking rampages. No one was safe. It's the end of the fourth over, 49 without loss after 4. But seriously, I think what Corey identified is there were players here that no one's ever really had a look at in the national setup, which seems crazy in a country like Spain where a lot of the cricket is concentrated here. Okay, various maybe slightly differently organised cricket. Maybe there's a lot more informal cricket as well, but there's a lot of talent. So there's one thing to obviously see those players, but another thing, like, to get their paperwork sorted out, their eligibility sorted out. It's a very good young player, Hashim Mir Ali, who, his sister is playing for the national team. He left the country for a little bit too long to play cricket, and he's looking into getting an exception for that because he's lived here for 6, 7, 8 years. So, look, I just think it's important, if you want to do well on the international stage, you want to try and harness all your resources. And so that's obviously a focus now to try and coordinate the country a little bit better. Anyway, here's Amir Hamza in over number 5 with some left arm spin. And he could have a wicket straight away, and he would, I still couldn't believe that burst through the fingers of who's normally a pretty good player. Amir Javed cannot believe he's dropped this.
Well, this is just an incredible drop. It really is. I can't believe it.
I love the little glance down at the palms. It's like, has that really bounced out of my hands? Hamza. Well, forgive but don't forget. Left arm spin, we often talk about it. It's kind of an ECN cheat code. It seems to be pretty effective. Not just ECN cricket, though, to be honest, but movement away from the right-hander, but the control of a finger spinner.
Prince hits this pretty well, and well, shouts a catch, but well, unless Rob Kemmett was going to throw back the ears and take a running catch, nobody else is catching that. That's into the zone of the match officials, and that is a lovely hit. He's so quick onto that, isn't he? Rocks
into the gap. I mean, that's stump high or below. It's not an easy shot at all. Prince has raced to 35 in this game.
Arms up. Floats it up, and this is up in the air. Another chance, but this time it has been taken, and the Prince has to depart. They bring the 50 partnership up, 54 it was worth, and he doesn't quite get this right, does he? It probably was the right shot to play, but for me, it doesn't go low enough, doesn't get under it, slices it up, and this time, no mistakes. That's the way to do it, and the Hawks, they pick up the first wicket, 54 for 1.
You're really happy to see Prince go at this stage in the innings. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of sweep anything, but should you sweep anything? That's the thing. That one he has to fetch it from outside the off stump. I think there's a slight bit of premeditation about that shot from Prince Demand, but I think that ball's just as easy to hit through or over cover. So he probably didn't need to take that risk, especially after getting that boundary. And Corey saying good bowling from the Spanish passport holder. Obviously, he's done his research here, and Amir Hamza's on his radar. And Corey has said that the Excel spreadsheet's now up to us, Rico. So if we see anybody that we think is worth consideration, I don't think we're on the payroll, though, Corey's coaching staff, but we will keep an eye out. And, yeah, nice catch taken, especially after one was dropped earlier in the over. It's a pretty good catch by Hassan Mujtaba.
New batter comes in, his left-hander.
Well, that's the kryptonite to these left-arm spinners. Have left-handers come out that can just whack the ball over the fence. So he's going to go over the wicket, Amir Hamza.
Would have been called a wide, but he prefers Khan to get off the mark, and he will. Takes a single.
That's acted Khan. Yeah, obviously pretty conscious of trying to hit with the spin there. Yeah, so Corey likes what he sees. We know he loves left-arm spinners. Yes, what Roma CC did earlier in the Italian summer. By the end, I think they had about 8 left-arm spinners in the team. They just kept bringing in more.
It just worked so well for them, though, didn't it? Worked so well for them. It's well bowled again. A little bit short, so Waqas Khan has time to just rock back, makes a single away. The thing is now, these two, now that the Prince has gone, somebody's got to take control, maybe go after the ball a little bit more to keep the boundaries going. 55 for 1. And time to welcome everybody back to our little cube here,
welcome to the cube.
House.
Great to see Corey in the chat. Look, while you're there, Corey, big thank you. Great year from you.
Yeah,
we loved having you as part of the coverage. Now it's our turn to ask, what are you doing And what are you doing? Let us know what you're up to today. Corey, let us know what you're doing in the chat. You know, let's do one of these as well. We've got some lurkers out there. So I want you to come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us.
Right here, right now.
I love a lurker call out. If you're not in the chat right now, but you are watching or you're listening even, then just go on the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from, and let's give you a special hello. As we see Said Yusuf coming back in. He's worked for a single. Yeah, but we know a lot of people, it's a bit tough for them. They might be lurking while working or something like that. And love to just get them to say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. Maybe let us know what you've gotten up to today. And Corey, I know you're probably watching from Barcelona. I'm going to say probably the airport. I think he's flying in around about 2.5 hours. Maybe he's not quite there. But yeah, it's always a great opportunity for us to interact with our fans and our viewers. It's one of the special things about watching cricket on ECN is that you can have that kind of bit more of a personal relationship with us while we're on the air.
Yeah, tiki-taka at the moment from these two. The two Khans in the middle. Yusuf. Nice. Tidy start from him. Bit of an interesting action from him.
It's unorthodox, isn't it? I still can't quite work it out. It's a strange kind of wrist release, but yeah, maybe looked at a bit more closely.
Victor Khan, left-hander, uses his feet to try and get to the pitch of this off the pad, so it won't be out.
Nice try though. It's Cameron Zaire behind the stumps. He's always a bit of a live wire, captain and keeper for the Hawks. Well, Andrew Smith just saying, just tuned in for today, but wanted to say thanks to Corey for some very entertaining commentary over the past couple of weeks. And he thinks the free hit music should stay. Oh yeah, so here's the thing, Rico, while you're away, we lost the plot. So there was that one day where there were over 1,200 runs, and we started playing, I don't know how this started, but we had the baseball music. And then that became on free hits, we play the baseball music. It kind of got old a bit quicker than we thought. I don't know if Elvira's still got it. Maybe you can play it. Maybe the last ball over here. This will just be one. So Yusuf, pretty handy spell from him. He only goes for 11. 6 overs down, 61 for 1. Yeah, so we had the baseball music kind of goes dun 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 dun.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah.
And yeah, but then we ran into problems with copyright because then we started doing any music. So we had symphonies, we had all sorts of things playing on free hits. We would say cue the music, but then well, being on YouTube, we have to be a bit careful what we play. And then we had the horns as well. You know how Tyrone says horns?
And then he jumped out my skin there. What's that
we
going
had
on
horns
there?
for sixes.
Okay.
Yeah. So even tee up the baseball music, Elvira. Doing a great job pushing the buttons, by the way. Here we go with Umar Mohammed next over.
And once again, it's all ticky-tack. So you can see the difference here. I mean, you were saying about the Warriors that they'd be disappointed they didn't go further. I think one of the reasons was that, maybe they're one of those teams that maybe just a little bit dependent on one or two players. I mean, the Prince Demand, while he's out there, was a different ball game, wasn't it? There was balls flying to the boundary, and now he's gone. It's tiki-taka time. Well, he gives this a fair whack, but he ricochets with the fielder, but he does well. He lost it for a moment, but that's the beauty of getting your body behind it. Well done there by Zain Mujad.
He was at the mercy of physics there because this bounced off him and he has no idea where it's gone. He looks around. Please don't be the other side of the rope. Luckily for Zain Mujadi, it didn't go the other side of the rope.
Gets a fair bit of this, but once again, it will be fielded and kept to 1.
Oh,
well, they might take 2 here now. This is off the knee of the bowler. I mean, it didn't have to be thrown in with so much spike, but clocks Umar on the knee, and they will take the second.
I know you can get leg buys, but can you get leg overthrows? Because that's what this is. Just watch this. This is a patella pounder. And bang, straight off the knee for an extra run. He's okay. And then delivers a wide that, let's just say it.
Well, maybe it's not okay.
I think it was a slower ball. I hope it was. That seemed a lot slower. Oh, here's the other thing about the left-hand spinner, Amir Harms, that you saw a bit earlier. That's actually Awais Ahmed's brother. And he is eligible. And Corey's keeping a close eye on him. So yeah, gets across to this one. Yeah, so obviously Awais Ahmed, I think we'll see him playing for Catalunya Tigers. So we better have a brother-on-brother action here with Amir Hamza playing for the Hawks. And Corey says, yes, he is airport lurking. Back to the lurkers in a second.
This one is, well, look at this. That's a bit of team relay fielding action for you. Good throw. He's in trouble. Will he get there in time? The umpires are going to go upstairs. Now, the bat does come down. The question is, does it come down before the bails are whipped off by Cameron Zia? Let's have a look at this again. But first of all, amazing bit of fielding. I mean, I thought the fielder knew he had to get something on this. He did. And let's have a look at this first.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye, baby.
Yep, and you can see the ball was in the right hand when the glove, when the gloves come down. It's his right glove that he knocks the bails off with. But yeah, there's no doubt there. He's going to have to go, and there's the decision. He's gone. So, yeah, disappointment. It will be a second wicket for the Warriors.
Yeah, it does well. And Mujadi, who we saw making the stop earlier, gets the throw in. So he'll get his name in the book, and some fantasy points for him as well as the second wicket goes down. It's a good bit of cricket. You can see there, look, they weren't getting the boundaries, so they had to hustle. And when that means you've got to try and turn those ones into twos, and that's what they're trying to do there. But maybe that's not a bad thing, because they probably do need somebody to come out there and start to hit a few boundaries before they end up sort of, I don't know, around about the 110 mark. They need to go beyond that.
Yeah, since Prince is gone, things have really kind of slowed down a little bit. So I want to say hello to Neville Russ, who's lurking from Harvey Bay in Australia, and Tekla Kamaran's watching as well. Saw Corey lurking from the Barcelona airport. James Stewart's lurking while he's working, it looks like.
It's been nicely played, nicely timed. And there's the fielder.
They'll take it on.
Oh, well, is he aiming for the stumps or the batter here?
He had too much time to think about what to do, because I think that the bowler's end would have been easier. Run out, Cameron Zia. It's like, okay, he's going to throw it, and there's, you know what? There's stumps right here. I don't think he would have gotten him. He even had he had everything ready to throw to the bowler's end, and then at the end he's like, actually, I'm just going to have a quick pop at these ones. Anyway, well, here we go. This is the baseball music.
Yeah, I can see why that got you in trouble.
That's all right. Actually, that wasn't the worst one. It's the other stuff. Anyway, hey, let's have a look at what's coming up over the next few weeks. We'll be here until the 11th of December. Then we have 7 weeks off. We'll be back right here again from the 30th of January in season 2023. 4 weeks here before we start the Champions League of European Cricket. That's the ECL, involving 31 different clubs, the best clubs in Europe, coming together to fight for the trophy. Currently held in Spain by Pakai Care. We were knocked out of this tournament last night. Here we go with Zain Majadi, over number 8. Now, I want to say hello to Danush Say. Says, big hi, Maximo, Rico, and all the ECN fam. He's lurking while working. And he says ECN, it's been more like a podcast for him since 2019. And a lot of people do listen that way. Anyway, hello, Danush. It's great that you're tuning in, and I hope you're enjoying your day. Hopefully work's not too bad for you.
Majadi once more. That's nicely played. This one will be 4 runs. So finally, they get a boundary. And this time they do get it past Saeed Yusuf. He's been good in that area. Not too much has gone past him, but this one ends up being like a Yorker at his toes. He can't get anything on it. So 4 runs. Will that be the start of things? So it is Karamjit Singh. Pretty good out there now.
Good shot selection there, I think. There's rarely much protection in that quarter of the ground.
So Karamjit, he knows he's got to get going quickly, get those boundaries going. Majadi once more. So not a bad delivery, keeping it more or less on the off peg.
Did that pretty well as well. One thing we have seen a lot of the time with teams playing their first game is they can kind of misfire a bit with the bat. It didn't really happen to Raval Sporting, but I think you got the guys with the bat trying to adjust and probably taking risks. Maybe not. They haven't had too much cricket behind them lately, and so yeah, maybe something like 100 here is more competitive than you think.
Short in the air, goes nowhere. It wasn't a really convincing shot. Seemed to have lost sight of it. Took his eye off the ball, gets lucky, ends up going into no man's land, gets a single, but he does get Singh back on strike.
Yeah, Majadi.
Interesting field, more of that in a moment. And, well, that's why it's been set this way. You've got 3 men on the boundary in the offside, so you've got quite a wide third man, a backward point, and also long off.
Talking about the field, look at the keeper here. I've spotted this the whole innings. Cameron starts really, really wide, and you'll see it next ball. I don't know what he'll do to the left-hander if he has the same approach. I'm going to check this out as well. But yeah, he starts really wide and he kind of skips back in. Maybe that's just to get a better look at the ball. Anyway, this is in the air and it's going to run away for, and I think is going to be 4. Yeah, Cuatro carreras as Acta Dakan gets a boundary. Yeah, but it's a funny one. I'll keep an eye on that in the next few overs for you, because what it does as we get to the end of the over, it's 81 for 2, is it makes it harder to take outside edges because you're forced to change direction. So you might say, okay, if you're really out that wide, you're going to be really good at taking balls that might normally go to slip, but actually you're worst because all your weight is going one way, and then you have to change direction.
Who does that remind? It's a keeper in Sweden.
Yeah, we actually had something that was a bit like that in the ECL.
And then somebody who plays for...
I see it sometimes, but I mean, I always would rather do the opposite. I would rather, and no, you're right. It's that Ismail Zia as well.
Yeah, that's right.
For Albi Zalmi.
Albi Zalmi, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it works for him. Even here, he's very, very wide. I guess one thing it does help you with is that you get a good side of the ball around the batter. But yeah, I just think there might be other ways to do that. But yeah, I'm always interested to watch different keeper techniques. Obviously, that was my position when I played.
Yeah, Amir Hamza, continuing where he left off, bowls very well, doesn't he? And this one's been, well, he's got hold of this beautifully. And though the field has been set, and there's nothing can be done about that, Manos arriba from the Albitro. That will go all the way to the applause of the Rupo Warriors. Nice shot, nice clean, sweet hit. And he gets enough of this, plenty of it, as it clears the fielder. There you go. Round of applause, please. Thank you very much. So,
yeah, it's a good shot.
Karamjit leading the way.
Played it on length, basically.
This one, is he going to get lucky? No, he's not. It's, this time, no mistakes from the fielder. Well, we saw him drop an absolute dolly early on, but Javid makes amends. I was going to say this looks easy, but seeing the one he dropped, it weren't easy. This was difficulty level, twice as hard, but he holds on to it.
I think that's really clever bowling, though. He slows it up and he drags it a little bit wider of the off stump. So I think he creates that wicket, Hamza, with some guile after he got banged out of the ground. It shows a lot of resilience, I suppose, to come up with a ball like that. So that's the third wicket to fall. Karamjit played his shot and just kept running. It's 87 for 3.
Yeah, you can see just why Corey likes the look of Amir Hamza. He's a good bowler. He's got a good technique and looks the part. And you can see the proof in the pudding there as well. He's getting wickets. So, yeah, he's going to be a handful. He's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on as we go through the next couple of weeks of Group B action. Bowling to the new batter who comes out. It's Hussain. And Hussain, this goes a long way up in the air. Good luck. I don't think anyone's going to get to this. Oh, they do. Well, that is a terrific catch from Sohail. He's got a lot of ground to make up here. This goes a long way up. And Sohail comes across and takes a great catch. 2 in 2 for Amir Hamza. And, well, we're on hat-trick watch.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. I mean, when a ball's hit this high, I always feel like someone should get there. And Sohail, he comes from the other side of the ground. And you see, he gets there fairly comfortably in the end. But a lot of time is wasted when people don't realise it's their catch. And so you ideally want one guy just going hell for leather at it. And that's exactly what Mohamed Sohail did there. A brilliant piece of fielding. And yeah, we're on hat-trick watch now.
Yeah, hat-trick watch. And there's a new batter comes out. And what an opportunity it is. Because I tell you what, Adil Javid doesn't look like he's coming out to hang around.
That's true. Look, we're on Group B hat-trick watch as well. Because these are both Group A hat-tricks. So come on, Group B. And, well, the other thing is that the next hat-trick will be the 40th hat-trick, 4-0, the 40th hat-trick of 2022. Could it come here now from Hamza, who's on a hat-trick?
Right on the money. Oh, it's so close. Just manages to drop the bat on this in time. Great bit of bowling there, you got to say, from Amir Hamza. 3 for 14 so far.
Perfect hat-trick ball, honestly.
Yeah.
Perfect hat-trick ball. And, right grin there. Well bowled, though. got one more ball to bowl. He's got 3 for 13. Done really well.
In the air, could be another. Where's this going to drop? And it drops in between. Well, ends up being 4 fielders around this delivery. So could have got another. Doesn't. 15 come off his 2 overs, but he does pick up 3 wickets, and he also tightens the screw on the Warriors. They had one good over before where they just accelerated, but on came Hamza and does the damage. 89 for 4.
Pretty impressive, really. Good spell.
Yeah.
Just brought things back a bit. Remember when Prince Saman was there, things were going pretty quickly.
Yeah, pretty quickly. They were 40 off the power play.
40 off the 3 overs.
They haven't got over 8 out of 80.
Well, let's do threes. The first 3, they got 40 runs. Then the next 3, they got 21. And then the last 3, they got 28. So you can see the first 3 were definitely the best 3 for the Warriors. But don't forget, they've got some good bowlers as well, including the Prince.
Yeah.
He's very, very useful with the ball. Let's go with over 10. It's clocked by the keeper. No. Sneak through for a bye. This is the other thing about that technique of being on the move sideways like a crab, is that you're on the move. Rather, if you're stable, it's much easier to catch a ball that's coming at you. So the faster you're moving, the harder it is to kind of judge it. And you see a few balls he's just kind of throwing himself at like a diving boundary stop almost. Mujadi's getting the 10th over here. Let's see if they can get over the 100 here, Warriors.
Swing and a miss, but you might as well keep running. Yeah, that's good running from the non-striker. As soon as the ball goes past, he's almost predicted in his mind that the keeper's not going to take this in his glove, so he's off. Look, you can see the bounce is going to be short of the keeper. That's very good running.
Yeah, what you got to do there is prop and almost you're only going back if it's a clean take, clean. If there's any fumble at all, you just keep going.
Well, hits this pretty well, but the field is set. A cool one-handed pickup from Javid.
He's doing all the tricks now, Ahmed Javid.
Yeah,
Before, he dropped a can of corn. But anyway, handles that one okay. I'm sure he'll feature in the second half of this game with the bat. Mr. Zain Majadi open with Mohamed Bilal. Hawks.
Got to run hard again. They do. And he's not going to throw this away. He makes Javid hustle to get down to the other end. So a couple of deliveries to go. Still short of that 100. Looking for a big hit here. And he's been there long enough, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Akhtar Khan needs to find the middle of the bat. Needs to use his feet, go to the ball. He doesn't.
And a few too many of these. I love that everything's just a buy now.
Oh, well, this one
just put in the book.
Was so close.
But then that's the kind of ball, that's a wide. If you look at this, if he's the other side of this ball, it's a wide. It's missing leg stump by like 4 stumps. I love that the batter just keeps running, saying, all right, I think I'm fine. He was, just. But yeah, you got to rather get inside the ball and get that wide rather than eat another dot, which actually becomes a bite.
Oh, this one, watch the spin, does. Will be just another single, and that's been the issue, hasn't it? I mean, ever since we saw the Prince go, it's just been tiki-taka, apart from a couple of boundaries from Karamjit Singh. Nobody else has been able to do that, and as a result of it, they do keep the Ripple Warriors to under 100. They will finish 95 for 4. So after a positive start that we're going to see from the Prince, things went a little bit downhill for the Warriors.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. But still, the Warriors, they'll hope to get off to a winning start with the Prince. He lit the ground up, really some beautiful stroke play. Guy that made his T10 and T20 international debut this year for the Spanish national team. And he thought if he stuck around there for a long time, then the Warriors are going to have a good time. But yeah, this does look under par, but certainly a fighting score from the Ripple Warriors first up.
I mean, Waka, their mate, played a good shot himself, but the Prince, he'll be disappointed the way that he went. I mean, that was that dolly that Javid did drop. I mean, did take one. Yeah, I mean, this was his wicket. I mean, he's trying to play the sweep shot here, but really, the way that he's played, the way that he's batted, he should have been hitting that straight down the ground. So, well, he'll be looking to come out fighting with the field. But this was that bit of team relay. Well, it was passed on by Yusuf, went to Javid. Javid got the throw in, and, well, the rest was done by Cameron Zia. Nice work, a good bit of teamwork. This was a boundary that they were struggling to get. And that one thing that happened there is at least you got Karamjit Singh, who came out and he did play, a few shots, 14 of 7. At least he was able to get a couple of boundaries in before he departed. And Javid, that time, did hold on to the catch. This one went a long way up. No way is anybody going to get there. Well, yes, I am, says Sohail. He came from nowhere and took a really, really good catch. And, well, this was almost a run out. Ball just missing the stumps. But, yeah, just towards the end there. And the batters just losing their shape. There was opportunities really to step inside some of those deliveries and take a wide ball. So a few lost opportunities, which means they don't quite get to the 100 mark. So good work there from the Hawks. I mean, they were up against it early on. I probably thought it was going to be a high scoring chase. In the end, it ends up being a low one. It's one that is below the 100 mark. 35 from the Prince. He batted really well. And Waka Khan, he played his part in that opening partnership as well. Remember, that opening partnership was worth 54 runs. But then after that, well, thanks to some great bowling, particularly there from Amir Hamza, 3 for 15, they really were able to contain them. And that's the one thing that Ripple Warriors will be looking at as well, is they had plenty of wickets in hand, so really they needed to try and go big, but just too many singles there, really. Too many singles, too many dot balls, not enough boundaries. So mid-match summary, the Ripple Warriors started well, but the Hawks came flying back, didn't they, to restrict them to a score of 95. 96 required for the Hawks if they are to start their campaign in 2022 with a win. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we come back in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. The umpires Asif and Nisar have been joined out there in the middle by the Ripper Warriors, who, well, they've had a bat and they've got, well, I would say it's a low par score. Certainly from what we've seen in Group A, we reckon that a par score here has got to be around about 130. The amount of runs that have been racked up there in the middle. So it's a bit of a low par from them, but they have got a good bowling attack. But they're going to have to be at their best, and one thing they're going to have to do is every time there is an opportunity is take it. It looks like Prince Diman, who was the main contributor with the bat. He made 35 quick-fire runs in 16 deliveries. Looks like he's going to be opening up the bowling, and it's going to be Mohammed Bilal, and that man you just saw in your screen, Zain Mujadi, that are the openers. So the Prince, just adjusting his field. What a year that he's had. Playing in Barcelona, get spotted, and then ends up playing or making his debut in T10 and T20 for España, and looking to show just why he is such a sought-after player. He's a talented young player in all departments. We've seen what he can do with the bat. They'd be disappointed with his shot selection, the way he got out, trying to sweep, giving his wicket away. But very good bowler and an outstanding fielder as well. Here we go. Defending 95. And, well, they'll take the single. I think if you're defending 95 and you've got a field set as it is and the batters take a single there, you're going to be disappointed. I think the captain just needs to tighten up the field there. Comes it thing slightly. Shouldn't be a single there. I'd like to see one man actually in a bit closer. You've got 5 men around there in the circle. One of them needs to be stopping this. This one's one bounce. Dealt with nicely by Akhtar Khan. Just a single. Prince Diman has got loads of good variations as well. Let's see if one of those variations can get him the breakthrough. Goes with a short delivery and quicker, faster, feisty. Dot ball. I think he just sees the batter trying to give himself a bit of room there. And as Bilal tries to come down at him, Prince Diman just fires that in quicker and shorter. Mohammed Masood, the keeper. And this one will probably be a wide. Doesn't quite carry to Masood. That's the other thing when you've got a bowler like Diman bowling, because the variations, there's so much of them, you never really know quite where to stand. You can see that one compared to the ball before, which was, well, up by his chest area. That one hardly comes off the deck. This one is high up in the air and it stays hit. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, the first boundary of the innings comes in the form of a Maximo 6 carreras. Good, solid hit from Mohammed Bilal. The Prince looks back at Khan, just saying, okay, get ready, it's coming your way. And it is going his way, but along the deck, bounces a few times, no mistakes from Khan. Will take the single. 10, score moves on to, with the ball to go in this, the first over. Very warm welcome to everybody on the chat, particularly to people who are just joining us now. Wayne, hello back to you, sir. Hope you are well. This one has been played beautifully in the gap, and they'll chase it, but they chase it in vain. Cuatro carreras más. It's a nice shot. Lovely cut shot. Light the way. He gets on top of it, rolls his wrist, keeps it along the deck. And there's 4 more. There's value in playing these shots along the deck here on this surface as well. And there's safety there as well. So Prince Diman not able to get the breakthrough that he wanted to get for his team straight away. 14 come off the first over. The number of matches without a golden ball also continues to increase. Incredibly, gone past the 200 mark now. 206 matches without that golden ball. There's the ball. The white Kookaburra ball has been taken by new bowler. It will be Waka Khan. So the two openers with the bat are also the opening bowlers as well. Prince Daman and Waka Khan. Daman's first over going for 14. No wicket. Waka Khan knows his team needs a wicket. Bowling first up to Bilal. Bilal hits this, and it's a thunderous shot. Well, that is brutal as it goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una grande. 6 más. Well, that's a lovely shot. And, well, just feeling in the groove as that one sails over the boundary. One bounce over the fence. Bit of width and a bit of luck as well. Hay suerte. Y corre, pero no puede para eso. 4 más. Hay toca de suerte esta vez. A bit of luck this time for Bilal, but fortune favours the brave. Interesting, isn't it? Once he hit that first boundary, then all of a sudden he's up and about. 2 6s and a 4. And the Hawks have made a sensational start. Straighter down the ground, and there's going to be 6 more. Shaba. What a lovely start, and what a good hit this is. And he pitches it up, does Waka Khan. But the batter, Bilal, is up to the mark, and that's a beautiful lofted straight drive. 6 more. And Waka Khan is under attack. This one should be fielded. 16 of the first 3 balls. This time it is Prince Daman that gently throws his back to Khan. 17 off the over so far. Score 31. Need a breakthrough. Majadi, well, he wants to get in the act as well. Work to be done by the fielder, but he's not going to get there. It's 4 more. It wasn't that far away from Khan on the boundary, a long off, but it was hit so well. And there's no stopping that. What an over this is turning out to be. Goes magical, 21 off it. Just remember, Warriors made a fantastic start themselves. 21 came off the first over. Yusuf second was a good and only 6 on it, but the power play was 40. Slower delivery. And they'll take the single. They'll settle for that. It's the perfect start. 36 without loss. 2 overs down. Will Prince come on himself, or will they try something different here? They need to try something different. These 2 batters look pretty confident now as we have a look at the standings. Raval Sporting, well, they opened Group B with 2 matches against Fateh and 1 both, so they sit pretty at the top. And we can see that Ripple Warriors and Hawks, well, which one of these 2 will get their first points of this campaign and try and keep up with the leading pack. So they don't go back to the Prince. Looks like it's going to be Sajjad Iqbal. Left arm. Hit up in the air. It's not going to carry to the fielder, but they do keep it to 1. Iqbal gets his way back to the mark. So left arm over. Now bowling to Mohamed Bilal, who ever since he hit his first Maximo has, well, he's gone up a notch, hasn't he? That's well bowled, but well played as well. Good running, that's been impressive. I have to say that so far in matches I've seen today, the running between the wickets from all the teams has been very good. Been very impressed. Seeing the Valiant taking those singles and rotating the strike. Been hit pretty well. Fielder gets down. Nicely done. Good standards. Khan. A bit disappointed the way that's been thrown back to him, and rightly so. And that's in the slot, and has he got enough of this? Well, one man who doesn't drop him is going to take the catch, and it's the Prince Demand, and they get the breakthrough that they needed. And is that the catch that gets the Warriors back in this match? And well, Mohamed Bilal going for another big hit, but this time he finds the safe hands of the Prince. He'll go for 26. That was just the 10th delivery that he faces. Prince Demand, well, you got to have your best fielders in those all-important places, and that's exactly what they do. So they get the wicket, but not before Mohamed Bilal gives the Hawks a very good start. There's a little bit of a debate between the Ripple Warriors and the captain, Karamjit Singh. I think the Prince having a chat with him, saying, right, okay, we've got the breakthrough. Should I come on and bowl the next over? What's your plan? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But what we do know is that Khan has got the breakthrough for his side. New batter now comes out, and it is Amir Hamza. Well, Amir Hamza was sensational with the ball, picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 15. And now let's see what he's able to do with the bat. Left arm bowler and batter. Facing his first delivery from Khan. Oh, it's a very good delivery. Really well bowled. In that area, I'm going to say that most left armers are a little bit uncomfortable with, but especially first up. And nice to see that the umpire just having a quiet word with Khan there about his follow through, saying, hey, you can't be going there. And Khan doesn't really take too much advice from the umps. He ends up going in exactly the same place. Not doing himself any favours at all either, because if he wants to go up for LBW or caught behind or anything like that, the umpire cannot give it because he can't see it. End of the over. We'll finish with 40 for 1. Interestingly enough, both power plays from both teams absolutely identical. The only difference is that the Hawks have lost a wicket. You see there in your picture some clouds coming through from the left-hand side of your screen. Looking a bit ominous, but no forecast for any rain today, so let's hope it stays that way. Captain Karamjit Singh takes the ball. This one's hit pretty. Oh, good work from the fielder. That's really well done. Well, after bowling a very good over, Iqtidar Khan makes a very good stop. This is a tricky one, the ball bobbling around. Yeah, speaking of those clouds, wind picked up slightly as well. Nowhere near as bad as the last time I was here. But it does mean that conditions just get a little bit challenging. So let's hope that there's no impact on the weather today. Slightly slower delivery. Gets played out to the man at square. Gets the tidy throw back into his keeper, Mohamed Masood. These two teams, of course, playing the first of 2 matches today. They will be playing the final match as well, which will be match number 64 of this series so far. Well, lofted up in the air, but he's going to give another catch to Prince Demand, who is not going to drop him. It is as easy as that. Well, relied on his timing here, but he gets it all wrong. Didn't go for the power hit, but just gives a bit of catching practice to the Prince, who says, thank you very much. He held the pose, but, well, he's only holding it long enough to see the catch being taken. And now he needs to, well, walk himself back into the dugout. So Hamza Amir, he'll go for 2 of 4 balls, and it's once again the Prince doing the damage in the field, taking the catch. And those sort of catches for that man are just Easy peasy, trust me. I've seen him take some humdinger of catches. He's an extraordinary fielder, very, very agile. He's a great cricketer. And no surprise to see him playing for Spain, not just in T10, but also made his T20 debut as well. As Mohamed Sohail is the new batter that comes out to join Zain Mujadi out there. So the captain gets the breakthrough. Tidy from him so far. 2 runs in the 3 balls that he's bowled. 42 for 2. Slow delivery, absolutely no pace on this at all. Clever variations. That's what it's all about in these shorter format games. Bowlers not being afraid to bowl the variations, to keep changing it up. Sohail gets one that's on his legs, gets a bit on this. I'm not sure if there's bat or pad on it. Let's see what the umpire decides, but good work from the fielder. Never gave it up, chased it all the way. And, well, I haven't seen anything from the umpires yet, so from that, a little bit of bat onto it. The bowler, Karamjit. Yeah, there you go, a little signal there from Nisar Ahmed saying, yeah, a bit of glove. And this one has sort of been dug out. They'll take a single. Been a good over though so far. Prince Diman showing some of his nifty skills in returning the ball back to his captain. The end of the over. Good over. It's 5 runs from it, 45. Also picked up that wicket, which is important. So really a lot now depending perhaps on Zain Mujadi, who it's on 13 off 7. Just been joined out there by Mohamed Sohail. Better shot there of those clouds coming through. The good thing is that beyond that is much brighter weather. So it's just that cluster of dark clouds that you want to get them moving out the way pretty quickly. And then brighter weather seems to be coming over the horizon. They will go back to Iqtidar Khan. Starts well. Good backing up from the non-striker. Mujadi wants to get back on strike. Let's quick look at this field. Pretty routine. 3 men on the leg side. And 2 on the off. Long off and man at point. Forces this towards the mid-wicket. The batter uses his feet pretty well. Makes good contact. Goes to one of those 5 fielders on the boundary. So yeah, you got square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and the man at point patrolling the boundaries at the moment. Khan comes in once more. Down the leg side. Oh, and a direct hit here would be interesting. I think the batter may have just got back in time, but not responding to the non-striker's call this time. Mujadi says, no, I want to stay here. I'm going nowhere. It's probably the right decision because I don't think that Sohail would have made it. And right on cue, those clouds that we were talking about do bring some rain our way. But, hopefully they'll be moving along pretty soon. And talking about moving along, well, this Kookaburra has moved along pretty well as well. That is a delightful shot. And Sohail, he gets right under this, hits it clean as a whistle. Oh, that is sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. Seis Carreras. Lovely shot. And now a bit of discussion about the field. Can't set a field to that. Just I think as the bowler, just don't want to be pitching up. Good shot, good cricket, and a direct hit would have been interesting. Nicely done, good cricket all round. This time the batters They're both on the same wavelength in terms of their running. Great bit of fielding. Gets down, gets dirty through his side, gets the throw in. And if that did hit direct, if that was a direct hit and anything, I think that probably would have been out. That way now from that one cloud that we were showing you earlier. Just coming a little bit heavy as some of the equipment gets moved around. And be interesting to see what the umpires are match officially. I get the feeling this is going to be one of those where, well, it looks like they are. Yeah, they're coming off. What I was going to say, I get the feeling this is going to be one of those showers that by the time the players get off the field, it will stop. That's my prediction. And look, it's because, like I said to you before, we can see that it's clear at skies behind, but I suppose it makes sense as well. Maybe the umpires have indeed just decided, well, look, you know, if it's going to let it pass, we'll get back out there again. Of course, we'll keep you posted on whether it's going to have any impact on the number of overs. Anything? Welcome back, Vinny. Back in, Vinny. Well, you just made it.
Just in time.
Shelter, just in time.
It's a strange one. It wasn't in the forecast for me. I've got 0% chance of rain showing. So there we go. It just shows you it's not always right. So look, yeah, what is it? 55-2 after 5. So without a doubt, Hawks will be ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis.
Yeah.
But having said that, yeah, just feel like it has that feel of a passing shower. So yeah, you'd hate to see it decided that way, but I guess we'll have to find out. And look, you know, two teams that just starting out their campaign. So yeah, match 63. It's the first time, and Rico, I don't want to say that I'm blaming you or anything, but it's the first time we've had an interruption due to rain. We had some rain before, but it was during the night. So
with me lately, it only happens on finals day. So
yeah, that's true.
Can't blame me for this one. But no, look, it's already easing off. I think we saw these dark clouds, but beyond them, it's much clearer. So I think let these pass. They'll be back out there. I don't think we're going to lose any time over this.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. But what we will do is we will just take a quick break. We'll just leave the screen on basically the ground so you can see what's happening around the ground. But we'll be back as soon as we have any news on whether there's a cancellation of this match or whether we're getting back on. But I'm pretty optimistic. But we'll see you very, very shortly, hopefully with more cricket right here in Match 63. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. And the good news is the rain has cleared. So I had a feeling we get back on because it was just a light shower. So now it has stopped completely. And so just to give you some updated match information, just come to light that instead of a 10-over match, it's now a 7-over match. And the Hawks, well, they will need a target of 67. So what that basically means is they need 12 runs off 12 balls. Now, I guess they were fairly well ahead in the game when the rain came. So it kind of makes sense that they have something they should do with this reduced game. So yeah, it's good to see we'll be getting back on and everything will stay on schedule. So yeah, 7-over match, target 67. They're resuming at 55 for 2 after 5 overs. And this is going to be Prince Deman who's going to bowl. So yeah, playing conditions will say that in a 7-over match, you can have 2 bowlers bowl 2 overs and 3 bowlers can just bowl the 1 over. So yeah, Prince Deman is about to bowl his 2nd over. And so obviously electing for Prince to be one of the bowlers, one of the 2 bowlers that can bowl his 2 overs. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full rejoins me. Always good to get back on the park after a rain delay. And really the Hawks, they should do this. But I guess a good over from here, Prince, could change the game.
Yeah, good over here. Could change the game. You never know, run a ball required. Go on the ball, maybe.
That's a good start. Just a dot. So, yeah, 7-over match, target 67. So that's the way the mathematics work out. To be honest, it seems about fair to me. I think because they were quite a way ahead in the game. They're 7 runs ahead, if you like, of the required run rate at the break.
Very important bit of fielding. And he tries to throw it to the fielder. Well, the fielder probably was there from where he saw him. But he was upside down and all over the place. But look, it's still a very good stop this because this ball would have skidded off the wet surface. Really well done. But just badly directed.
Threw it to no one. Yeah, look, if you don't like the revised target, just email Mr. Duckworth or Mr. Lewis. That's how they come up with these things. They're not pulled out of thin air. They're calculated mathematically. Going to take on a dodgy 2 here, and it should be out, and it will be out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Majati obviously wanted to strike back, and he'll get it back, but at the cost of his teammate, Mohammad Sahel. So you're just hoping for a mistake. They didn't get one. It'll be 1 and out, and the score will be 58 for 3.
Yeah, don't quite understand that. That's, I mean, they shouldn't be panicking. It's run a ball. They took 2 of the last one. Single here, they would be well above that. They don't need to take this 2 on, and you can see that Sohail, he just turns around and says to Majadi, hey, what are you doing that for? We don't have to do that. Why are you panicking? And that's the key here. Don't panic.
Yeah, so the easiest way I can explain this in non-mathematical terms is that in the game, the Hawks were winning, okay? When they came off, the Hawks were winning, all right? And so 12 off 12, they're still winning. So it's designed to be kind of so there'd have to be something pretty good to happen to the Warriors for them to win from here. But yeah, I mean, having Prince Deman on is pretty handy. But
it's a big let off there, though, Vinny. This one would have been a wide. He should have just left it alone. And this is where you just got to play some smart cricket. Look, just leave this alone. Step inside it. He's trying to whack it away. Gets a bit of something on it. Ends up being a dot ball. So, pressure situation. Prince. Well, they'll run hard. And they'll have to run hard. A good throw here to be in trouble. I think this could be another, I think the bat is probably in the air. And if this has been taken cleanly by the keeper, Mohammad Masood, it could be another run out.
That's my question. It didn't seem like a very clean take by Mohammad Masood. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Oh, he don't have the ball.
I don't think he ever has the ball.
Look, the ball is not in the gloves as he's taking the...
Does it flick the stumps on the way past?
No.
No.
Not out.
Yep, not out.
Yeah, he doesn't have the ball, and he should have had the ball. I think, again, we're talking about the batters panicking a little.
Yeah.
Maybe the keeper panics there. He just wants that extra few seconds, and as a result of it, he messes this up. This will be given not out. Otherwise, I'll be eating your hat.
So, yeah, it's a pretty good appeal for a ball he doesn't take. Now, the other thing I would say is that if other people are getting different DLS calculations, there are different versions of DLS, and we're using the most up-to-date version. I don't know what this conversation's about. Maybe it's about who's allowed to bowl. We're not quite there yet, because the thing is, you can only have 2 bowlers bowl the 2 overs. There can't be too much debate about that decision because, yeah, for sure, he never had the ball.
Yeah, a bit of a conversation. Just trying to, I mean, look, I don't mind this. It's just the captain maybe just trying to clarify some things about bowlers, who he can use, who he can't use. Not sure why they're having that conversation when this over's not completed yet. Ball to go. You can see the scenario there, 8 of 7. Still think this could be golden ball, you know.
Maybe.
Still think it could be a golden ball. And that one they'll run hard. They should get to.
This is one you should go for.
And this one they don't go for. Watch the throw. It goes past a few, but it gets stopped. So just a single. So we're going to go into, remember now, the last over here, 7 will be required of 6 deliveries. Score moves to 60. 67 is the revised target because of the rain interruption. It's courtesy of those clouds now that you can see just starting to move away. Have a quick look at this. ECL 23 coming up, and everybody's talking about Group B. POC Rotterdam, Farmers, Svanholm, Indo-Bulgarian, and the Maltese side yet to be confirmed who that's going to be. It's the only one we're waiting on, really. But a lot of people's thinking that could be the group of death. And also, look, Gracia up there now. Gracia we're going to see in this group. And Gracia, congratulations to them. They will be representing Spain. And, of course, they'll be joining Pac IKEA Barcelona, the reigning champions.
Seen a bit of Gracia this year, of course, in the weekend series in Cartma. Anyway, yeah, look, it could be on here for a golden ball. Still think Hawks should do this. That over hasn't really moved the needle at all. 7 off 6 required. A long conversation here.
Yeah, they're going with it. It looks like Ramanjot Grewal who's going to bowl here. I mean, a lot of talk to him there. Really giving him a lot of encouragement. So Grewal to bowl the all-important last. They've been panicking here, the batting side. Can they hold their nerve? Or are the Warriors going to snatch what would be quite a dramatic win? Here we go. Well, that's not the ball you wanted to be bowling. The fielder, though, does get there. Just keeps it to 1. And, well, if it stays at 1s, Vinny, we're there. Just the 1.
I mean, you'd expect to be more than that at some point, but you just never know.
So Javid is out there. Mir Javid with Mujadi. It stays out there. Mujadi on strike. Short ball, not a good one. And this one will be... Will it? No, it won't be. It doesn't get the gap, and then we'll take... Oh, it's going to snooker himself. Oh, no, it's a calamity. It's all gone pear-shaped here. Well, what is going on here? What is Mohamed Masood doing? He just can't get hold of the ball.
Gotta love a bit of panic. I mean, the batters that was a total breakdown in communication. So they go for 1, then they're looking at the ball, looking at each other. He thinks he's a goner here. And Masood was just running at the ball for no reason. So that'll be a long single in the end.
It's a long single. So 2 singles so far. Panic stations. A good stop. A single.
It could have been a lot worse for the Ripple Warriors. Playing themselves back into this game, though.
Just another single. Keep it at singles, and we get our golden ball. Got to pitch it up a bit. And, well... This one.
Oh, he's missed it.
Oh, he's gone through the fielder and...
Oh, no.
Well, hang on a minute. Oh, well, we're going to have a close look at this.
It's going to be a run out otherwise.
If it isn't a 4, there's a run out here. What is this? I'm sure that ball comes to... It's stationary.
How's it misfielded in the first place? That's my first question. I've got lots of questions about this one.
Blip.
There. Straight past him. And now...
Watch this. This is a wipeout. Where is he touching this rope at all when he comes across?
The ball...
It stopped. It stopped. What's that foot?
I think he's all right.
Oh,
I think he's all right because he taps it and I don't see the rope moving. I see lots of little dust flying up.
That's those rubber pellets which are underneath this artificial surface. But that probably will be given run out. How many was that? Them going for the 3rd or the 2nd?
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, it'll be 2. I think this will be 2 leg buys plus run out.
Well, they're still having a look, but yeah, I mean, and they're looking at the fielder, of course, to make sure that there's no... I mean, from what you're seeing the same as what we're seeing. There's no way you can say that he's touched a rope there at all. And I think that's the decision. It's the right call. He has been given run out. But yeah, I mean, the fielder, he'll probably be saying, well, look, I did the dummy on purpose for the run out, but they'll be saying we didn't want to give him the extra run.
I mean, the initial misfield, it should have been 1. In the end, it's 2, so it's basically
I don't even think it should have been 1.
Run.
It should have been a run out initially.
Well, yeah, judging by that field, good luck with that. But anyway, so I reckon this will make it 2 off 2. I think this will make it 65, so it'll be 2 off 2, I think, required. So 2 singles will do it, because they need an extra run somewhere along the line. They get it there. Could we have a golden ball? Probably need a dot ball. You'd imagine to get one. Dot 1 gets you there. New batter coming in and facing up. I mean, his heart's got to be going a million miles an hour.
It's got. I mean, look, the bowler so far, Ramjot Gruwar, has been lucky. Every ball's been on the legs and it hasn't been punished. He's got to get one outside the off. Get a dot in here.
What a weird way to get your golden ball. We had
Wow.
one earlier in a rain-reduced game.
Or maybe the gods have wanted one as well.
I think you go for 2 no matter what. So they're 65. They need 2 runs to win.
In the air. Gone! Wow! How about this drama late on here in this match? Well, the sun is shining now, and it seems to be shining for the Warriors. It could be shining for us as well. 2 required, a ball to go. 1 will take us to a golden ball. And, well, he does get one in the right areas. It's on the stumps, gets the edge, takes the catch. Another wicket goes.
Wow. Shiraz Ahmed comes, Shiraz Ahmed goes. Incredible stuff. So now we're really on golden ball watch here. And yeah, Corey he's spitting chips right now at the airport because he was so sure he'd have one when he's here. Now the first day's gone. So look, 1 for a tie, 2 to win. 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win. We're into the last ball now.
Okay, here we go. Well, whatever happens here, I mean, surely the message has got across to the batter. They're going to be running this no matter. I mean, the non-striker has got to take off as soon as this ball is bowled. Here we go.
Here we go. 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win.
Well, they're going to take 1. They're going to turn and look for 2. The throw has to come in hard. It comes in. I think we're going to a golden ball. We are going to a golden ball. It's finally come. Rico Full has delivered.
Rico Full, you beauty. You come in and you created a golden ball in match number 63. There was no real intent for the batter. I think he was just super concerned. He didn't want to miss the ball. So he hits the ball. Hits it into a bit of a gap.
Oh, look at the dancing. Look at the moves there.
That's a really good run out. He had to throw off balance. And, yeah, you'll see it here. He knows he has to go for 2, try and win the game. This is where you don't want a 1 short either. And the throw came in. He was well short there. Hassan Mujtaba, he won't be facing the golden ball because he's out. So this game finishes 66. 66 when you adjust for the Duckworth-Lewis. And so that means that we've got a golden ball. And it's golden ball 37 before your very eyes. The first golden ball post-ECC. Our last golden ball, of course, was France-Belgium. And so, yeah, we'll just explain what happens on a golden ball. Again, the captains will come together. And we can probably explain it to you here.
Yeah, we can do. Listen, one thing before we start explaining, isn't it interesting? Talk us through the weather that we had at the last golden ball.
Yeah, it's true. The rain brought the golden ball last time. You said it. Well, the sun's coming out. It looks beautiful now. These are the rules for the golden ball. And we have it tight. So the match is decided by golden ball. The batting team needs 2 to win. If they don't get 2, then the fielding team wins. So it's simple. The batting team needs 2 runs. Doesn't matter how they get them. And the bowling team just has to reduce the batting team to 1 or 0. And Rico Full, you have delivered golden ball number 37. It's our first golden ball together for quite a long time, actually.
Told you. Unlucky, Corey. Unlucky.
Yeah. So, I mean, then you've got the question of who faces it.
Yeah.
Now, the not out batter there is Zain Mujadi. Now, he's 20 not out, so I think it makes sense that he'll face it.
He's got to
the question is who bowls it then?
Yeah.
And you'd have to say that was a pretty good over, that last one. So maybe you stick with the same bowler. That was Grewal that bowled it. And they only got the 2 off 1 ball of that over, and that 2 was that misfield. So it probably shouldn't have been a 2 anyway.
They'd be tempted, I think, to go with the Prince, but I think in hindsight, you've got to look at that last over. It took a lot of courage to bowl it. He was under a lot of pressure. I mean, to be fair, the first few deliveries weren't great. They're a bit down the leg side on the batting side, didn't capitalise on it, but he did pull it back well together at the end. So really, I wouldn't change it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you go with the smart money. The smart money is I think, to stick with the spin. Anyway, so I think this is one of those situations where it's quite obvious to know who's going to face the ball because Majardi's batted through the innings. He's got 20 runs.
Yeah, it looks like they are making a change. One batter's going off. I can't quite see who it is
Well,
now.
it might be the batter that was out at the very end.
Right, because the other thing you're looking for here, you want the non-striker, you're looking for the fittest and the quickest.
The fastest player that you have available, you should put out there on the striker's end. This is going to be great. So, yeah, Prince Demand's the other one you might look at to bowl. But I just think with pace on, a little edge or a little deflection shot's more likely to go for two. I'd love to see the batters try and make the pace here. Yeah. So, the batters have fallen a little bit behind, haven't they, in the golden balls at 14-22.
Yeah.
So, yeah, here we are. Golden ball number 37, and Majardi will be facing. But let's see who bowls it.
Yeah, there's a number of people. I can see the Prince is around as well. Will it be the Prince? I think it may be the Prince, and I think they are going with Prince Demand. So, I mean, again, I wouldn't have changed it. I thought Ramjot bowled very, very well. Kept the pace off the ball as well. Very difficult to hit it to the boundary.
This year, 4-8. So batters have only won 4 out of the 12 golden balls this year. And, well, it's a matter of time till we got one. And it's going to be a golden Thursday here, a golden start to Group B. So, look, Prince Demand, look, he's not a bad option. Let's be honest. He's not a bad option at all. Again, you get a swing and a miss here. You're pretty much sure you're going to win the game. Yeah. Here's the other thing, Rico. We've never had a no ball or a wide on a golden ball, and we've had 6 overs of golden balls now.
Yeah. Prince Demand, well, is he the man of the moment for the Ripple Warriors golden ball, and the Prince takes the ball. Golden ball, Hoagie.
So happy.
Ek ball ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਰਨ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ.
I'm so happy the rain stopped. You're just giving us the golden ball. Hello, Emily. Well, welcome to your first golden ball. This is a tiebreaker. The scores were locked at 66-66 when you adjust for the rain delay. So 2 runs required for the Hawks off this delivery. If they can get at least 2, the Hawks will win. Otherwise, the Ripple Warriors will win. Okay, here we go. Golden ball 37. It's Prince Demand to bowl.
Bowls it. And it's a swing and a miss. And it should be, I don't even think they're going to get there. The stumps have been knocked over. They're asking the question for the run out. Well, they're going upstairs for it, but it's irrelevant because the match is done. Whether this is out or not, it's not 2 runs. So the fielding side have done it again. Prince Demand gets the ball through. It's a quick delivery taken by the keeper. The batters take off. Whether they make it or not doesn't matter. They're not going to get the 2 they needed. So it is the Ripple Warriors that are victorious in the end.
It was a genuine effort ball from Prince Demand, wasn't it, to beat the bat. It's a funny one, though, because if he was in, I don't know if we'll get a chance to look at it. If he was in, they could have attempted another one, but the striker, Majardi, he was just disappointed. See here, he gets a pretty good jump, but he probably is out, I'm guessing. I don't know if we get it from the side, but yeah, you see here, probably just out. But
I don't think he slid the bat in.
Then somebody goes and gets the ball. But hey, look, he's just out, isn't he? But look, let's give credit to the Ripple Warriors. They came back and their backs were against the wall. 12 off 12 required for the batting team. The Hawks really should have chased that down. They kind of lost their minds a little bit. Some unnecessary run out, some panic set in. And Golden Ball 37 has been run and won by that team in green. They look like they've had green paint spilt all over them. They are the Golden Ball winners here at the start of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to the Ripple Warriors. Of course, the Hawks would get another chance to bounce back. But look, Prince Demand, he bowls that 6th over, which ended up being the penultimate over. Just gave only 5 runs away. But yeah, you got to say the Hawks, they just lost their bottle a little bit as we have a look at the highlights. But it was a great start for the Hawks, and they'll feel that the rain undone them because they were on course for victory.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, the rain still gave them a pretty friendly equation.
You're right.
If you can't get 12, then I don't see how they were going to get the 41 they needed off the second half. But yeah, maybe it just forced them into a slightly different mindset. See that Prince Demand's got such a good pair of hands, and yeah, the Warriors, they kind of get away with one here, but really they were their own best friend as far as some of the efforts in the field. You see diving around, but yeah, the Hawks really did seem to have the game on toast when that rain came in, and that forced a 7-over finish. So 2 overs required.
Don't forget that stop.
Yeah, I mean,
don't forget
everyone was important when you have a golden ball game. 12 off 12, Prince bowled a pretty good over. And then I got to say, really, hats off to Ramanjot Grewal. But yeah, some of these unnecessary wickets, I think they cost him in the end.
Yeah, this was silly. There was no need for that. You got Sohail out. This one wasn't given out quite correctly, didn't have the ball. Then this one should have been out. He couldn't get the ball, but it didn't matter because when he needed to be called on action. This was interesting. This was another run out. I mean, they should have just settled for the one. Went for the crazy.
He really
should have
flies
settled for two.
He flies the ball that had already stopped there as well.
Yeah, it had stopped.
And so it was 2 leg byes and a run out. So that was the only ball they'd actually get more than one off. And this is an important catch. Look, an easy catch you'd say, but an important catch from Waka. There was so much pressure on him to reel that one in. And this is the last ball of regulation. 1 for the golden ball, 2 for the win. They get 1 and about 3/4. That's Mujtaba that had to go. So then that was a really good piece of fielding. That just keeps the Warriors in the game. Otherwise they lose. And when it came down to the golden ball, they went to Prince. And Prince, he delivered, didn't he? An effort ball that beats them out of Majani.
Yeah, brilliantly done. And this time, no mistakes also from Mohamed Masood. He had a mixed day out there. But it was a fantastic finish. We got the golden ball. They did go to the Prince Demand, and he fires this one in. Really does bend his back. And, well, when they're not coming back for the second, it's game done and dusted. And, in fact, I don't think they even get the first. What was the outcome there? Was he given out? I think he must have been.
Yeah, I think he was out, but it's kind of irrelevant for the purposes of calculations because it's not an official ball as part of the game, but it does decide the game. So, yeah, 66 they finished, and they only get 11 off the last 12 balls after the rain break. You can see how things fell away. And look, Bilal, he was run out. So he was caught by Prince Demand, 1 of 2 catches. But, yeah, I was going to say Mohamed Sahel, he was run out in kind of unnecessary circumstances. And then you can see that there were 3 run outs, or 4 if you include the one off the golden ball. But, you know, you've got to hand it to the Warriors. I mean, they fought all the way. I think that in the end, the decision ball, Prince Demand, the 6 was smart. I've got to say, Grewal, he was probably one of my players of the game for his over because he kept them in the contest. And then Demand came up with the finishing touch. What a game. And Ulriko, that is golden ball number 37. We don't have too long until the next game, but we will have a slight extra break. So it'll be an extra 10-minute break. Be back in about 15 minutes, and well, we'll have to update all the golden ball
to reset
graphics.
that counter, put it back to 0, baby. Put it back to 0.
That's golden ball 0. Thanks to Rico Full. I'm so glad you arrived. Anyway, so we'll be back in around about 15 minutes. Take you into the final match of the day. Should be a good rematch between these two teams. As you can tell, not too much between them. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hopefully you're having a golden day as well as the sun peeks through the clouds. And we'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. What is turning out to be quite a nice Thursday afternoon of cricket. It's the first day of Group B. So now we're going to go into the fourth and final match of the day. It's match 64 on the calendar. It's hard to believe after this we still have 60 more matches, but let's go over to Rob Kemming now. He is the tournament referee and he's with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. Ball first.
So Hawks versus Ripoll Warriors, and it is the Hawks that win the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. I think they were pretty happy with their work last time, keeping the Warriors to something under 100. Of course, you have to dodge the threat of Prince Demand. I think that he showed that he is a class player, and I feel a lot of responsibility, as usual, for the Warriors with the run making does fall on him. But we know the Hawks also, they do have a couple of players to watch, and I do kind of like to see the way they come back. Of course, Cameron Ziad behind the stumps, he is the guy who'll be leading from that position behind the stumps. And I do think that both these teams had similar records last year. They were hit and miss. I think that the start is all important for them. Of course, each team will play 14 games. It's only the second game for these two teams, but still, you're setting the tone for your tournament. Let's go over to Rico Fu, who's in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of the last match of the day. It's match number 64, and the news from the toss is that the Hawks, they've won the toss, and Cameron Ziad, he wants to have a bowl. It's over to you, and let's get ready for some random fun in the last game of the day.
Hello and welcome back. Well, I hope you recovered. We've had the golden ball we've been waiting for, and these two teams provided it. And it was the Ripoll Warriors who ended up being victorious. As you return back to the action, these two, they do it all over again. And it's the same opening pair, Prince Demand, and he starts in the same way that he started last time. A cracking shot out on the off. Gets a boundary straight away. They're just giving too much width there from the bowler, Mohamed Sohail. Yeah, the Hawks, they'll be very disappointed that they weren't able to get the victory. They just knew that they just needed to run a ball off the 12 deliveries that they had. They weren't able to do it. Got 11, took us to the golden ball. And then it was Prince Demand, who's doing the batting at the moment, that held his nose with the ball, and he sends this one out off the ground. What a lovely shot that is. Ball, ball, ball. Ginna Sona Shaka. Lovely shot. And Prince Demand had a quick chat with him. And watch out for that on the social media. And he was a little bit disappointed the way he gave his wicket away in the first match. He was telling me afterwards. So he's looking to make amends and looking to score big runs. Well, he's made the perfect start. 4 and 6. And Mohamed Sohail under attack. Slower delivery, but this is beautifully worked away. What a delightful shot that is. And just showing us the class that he has. He's got the power and he's got the finesse touch as well. That's a delightful little leg glance. Flicks it away. 4 more runs, 3 balls, 3 boundaries, 6, 4, 4. And the Hawks, well, they've got to overcome the disappointment of losing the last match, particularly losing it on a golden ball, and get back strong here. They need to remove both these openers. That's another slow ball, and this time, well, he's going to be disappointed, the Prince. Should have really put this one away, but went for placement and timing rather than power. And it goes straight to the man on the 45. Yeah, I mean, this is the partnership you have to break. Prince Demand and Waka Khan, they put a 54-run partnership together in the first match, but once they were gone, there wasn't really too much else. This one is a full toss outside the off. It's going to be another dot as the Prince turns down the run. So Sohail, more by good fortune than good bowling, ends the run of 3 boundaries on the trot with 2 dot balls. Final ball of the over. And this time it's in the gap to get it through the inner ring, but fielded on the boundary by Sahid Yusuf and gets a single. That will be the end of the first. 15 runs come from it. And just to remind you how the first match went in terms of the batting of the Warriors, well, they got to a good start, 56 halfway point, but then it slowed down a bit. And you're just having a look at the golden ball details, and you can see there it's reset to 0. Ripoll Warriors winning. That was golden ball number 37. So 13th of this year, 37 in total. And there's the man there that delivered the, ended up being a dot ball. That got them the victory. The key player, we said that at the beginning of the first match, how he is going to be key, and he proved the point with bat, with ball, and in the field. This man bowled very well, and that is Amir Hamza. Left arm round the wicket. He picked up 3 wickets for 15, and he's being brought into the attack in the power play. Definitely one to be looking out for in the future. Certainly already we know that Corey's got his name in his book. Hamza, what can he do? This is a nice looking shot, but not able to find the gap as the throw comes back in. A good little battle this will be between Prince Diman and Amir Hamza. Glorious sunny afternoon now after that one mega dark cloud that hovered over us, that brought the rain, has now disappeared. Well, not only did it bring the rain, well, it brought us a bit of luck, because thanks to that cloud, the match was reduced to 6 overs. The target reduced on the Duckworth Loof method to 67, and we got our golden ball. And this one is a lovely shot from Prince Diman. It's the shot that got him out in the first match, but this is well executed. This time he goes all the way through with the shot, goes down on one knee, and it's a slog sweep. And there's a man out there, but even though he didn't have too much to do, that was hit far too well for him to stop. 4 more runs. So the Prince doing the damage at the moment. All the runs coming from his bat. Waka Khan hasn't faced a ball yet. He's just, you might as well take him out of seat. And it is tea time. Give him a cup of tea while he's out there, because he's just doing a lot of watching at the moment. Arms up once more to Diman. Uses his feet well and he hits it. This is a cracking shot. It's 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es una 6, una grande más. Boom. Shaka lag gaya. 6 carreras. Well fielded there by Sam Williams. So no answer to the power of Diman so far. 25 he moves on to of 10 deliveries. That's a good leave. Looks to dab at it and then decides it's probably going to be touching that line. So he draws the bat, gets the wide. So the first runs on the board, which haven't been scored by the Prince. Short, in the air, chance, and it's been fluffed. Not only is it fluffed, I think this one goes, well, it doesn't go all the way over, but drops in front. It's going to be 4 runs, and just like that, the chance goes begging. This is the ones you have to take, and he gets that all wrong, doesn't he? And that's Mohammed Sanula. And you can't drop players like the Prince. And he moves just like that from 25 to 29. Gives a chance. That could be costly. And looks to take the single, which would have kept him on strike. He doesn't. So finally, Waka Khan will think, can I have a go? Oh, yes, you can. Because that is the end of the over. 30 on the board. No wickets down. And that's thanks to a drop catch there from Sanhula. The Prince survives. He's dropped on 25. Moves on to 29 because the ball did ricochet off the fielder and go over the boundary. How important will that be? Well, what's important at the moment is the Ripple Warriors have registered points on the board, and they'll be looking to do the double if they can over the Hawks and make it level pegging with Raval Sporting, who won both their matches earlier this morning against Fateh. But the Hawks, well, they'll be wanting to bounce back well here. But to do so, they've got to try and get the dangerous Prince Diman out, and Waka Khan, who's about to face his first delivery, Mohamed Sohail, to bowl it to him. In comes Sohail. Waka wants to take the run. Gets sent back by the Prince. Hello to Kitty Hunley. Hello, Kitty. I hope you are well. Emily Elizabeth as well. Nicely played. I think this is where I think somebody like Waka Khan, though he's more than capable himself, probably just needs to just think about, just keep giving the strike to the Prince while he's there. A lot of people on the chat saying their hellos. And Wayne, well, Wayne's having a cup of tea as well. What are you having? What tea is it? What brand? He's saying it's a strong brand. This is surely a bit of bad on this. Let's wait and see what the umpire has to say about it. And no, he's going to give a leg by signal. Well, that goes a long way off the pad. And yeah, it is missing leg stick. I thought I did hear a bit of bat onto it myself, personally. So what's your favourite brand of tea? It's all different types, isn't there? Slower delivery, well bowled. Totally outfoxes the batter this time. Neville Russ, hello to you as well, sir. Hope you're well. Another slow delivery, miscue, and, well, it doesn't quite carry. The fielder does very well. Throws himself at it, does Zain Mujadi. Batters, though, complete the single. Waka Khan returns the strike back to Prince Diman. Not a good delivery. And just gets clipped away. You can't be bowling it there. In fact, it's more of a clip. It looks like a clip, but it's a clip that goes all the way. As the umpire puts his hands up in the air like he just don't care. It's a delightful shot, but you don't want to be bowling it there to a man who's in some sort of form at the moment. Prince Diman and Waka Khan. Well, they're causing all the damage at the moment. As the score is now racing along. And, what a start this is. But once again, the Hawks will need to remember what happened in the last match. They know that once they got the openers out, and they're really very much back in the game. 39 it is, the power play score. And just to remind you, I was talking about this earlier in that last match, they got to 40 without loss and ended up on 95. So the Hawks know that pick up wickets, especially that off Prince at the moment here, then they're back in this and they can try and contain them to that, below 110 score. But they've got to believe, and I think at the moment, they're still probably a little bit hurt from the disappointment of losing the first match. There's a bit of a miscue. Doesn't carry. Gets a little lucky there. But does hand the strike back to the Prince. Prince has already been dropped once, was dropped on 25. He's added 10 more to the board since then. Oh, this is a great shot. Absolute beauty. What a lovely shot this is. This has been executed to perfection. This is top draw. Quality batting. Look at the hand speed, the wrist, keeping it down as well. And despite the efforts of the fielder, कोशिश the board कितनी है पर जबरदस्ती batting from Prince Diman. बहुत अच्छा shot मारा, चौका लग गया. And well, he just seems to be getting better and better. Partnership from these two. 44 was 54 in the first match. Just waits on this one. He uses his soft hands to take the single and returns the strike back to Waka Khan. Mujadi doing his best to try and get that breakthrough. He's another one that's going to be very disappointed as well. He didn't win the match. He stayed there a long time, didn't he? And then fell at the crucial moment. So, no run there. Got the field nicely set on the offside. So the 2 men out, 1 man in. Have a look at the field. Pretty straightforward. Long on is very straight. Long off, quite wide. Slow ball given away because of the grunt, but the grunt may work. Chance. Very, very good catch taken by Mohamed Sohail. And it's the grunted slower ball that does the damage. Waka Khan goes for the big hit. Had a bit of work to do here, Mohamed Sohail. Had a fair bit of ground to cover. And at one point, I thought maybe he's coming too much. but he holds on to it. Difficult shot to execute, really. Walker trying to play this one, sort of the back foot lofted drive. Gets a fair chunk of it, but not enough to get it over the boundary and over the fielder. So Walker will be the first wicket to fall. And though he goes for 3 of the 7 deliveries that he was allowed to face by the Prince is still there as he welcomes the new batter, and it's going to be Mohammad Masood, the wicket-keeper, that comes out. And Masood probably should realise that his role here at the moment is just to try and keep as much strike going in the way of the Prince Demand, the way he is batting at the moment. Mujadi does get the breakthrough. Ball to go here. Be keen to finish the over well. Just 6 runs from it so far. 45 for 1. And that's a very good delivery right on the slant. Bowling to the new batter. Get it right up there, full and straight. And Masood defensively keeps it out. End of the over. So they get the breakthrough that they wanted. They break the partnership before the 2 batters can bring the 50 up. And it will be 45 for 1, but Prince Demand will be on strike. 40 off 16. Looking to bat all the way through. I was telling you earlier when I had a chat in between innings after the first match, he was pretty keen to score well here. He knows that he's had a stellar year. He really has. He's been sensational, but he wants to keep that going. He wants to show people more of what he can do and just why he's such a sought-after player, and just why he's quite rightly earned his place in that Spanish national side, not just playing in the T10 European Cricket Championships earlier in the year, but also playing for them in the T20 tournaments. Hit hard, and the fielder has to make the stop, and he can't. It gets through him. Diana Oro, she doesn't twitch as that ball hits the boundary fence to her side. Well, once you can't stop this, well, it's gone. Bang. There you go, Diana. Got a nice shot of that. And maybe Prince will be looking at those shots later on tonight. Diana Oro's, look out for those pictures on social media. Yusuf's first ball goes to the boundary. The second, well, this one is being amazingly stopped. How does the wicketkeeper stop this? Does he pat it into his glove? Let's have a look. Gets past the batter. Well, look at that. He gets his foot in the way, clips it up, and says, thank you very much. Wide has been called. The non-striker having a few issues with his helmet. So Masood. It looks like he's got it sorted here now. So the Prince, well, this is the delivery that got him last time. He's trying to play this sweep shot, but he's trying to fetch it from outside off, and well, last time around he sort of got a back of the bat on it and was caught on the 45 behind square. And this time he gets a fair bit of bat onto this, but there's a fielder out there. He's very good at getting onto those deliveries. They look like they're staying a little bit low, and he goes back foot, but he has the art of dropping the bat onto it quite powerfully as well. But on this occasion, doesn't go to the boundary, takes a single, and it will be Masood who gets ready to face his second delivery. Yusuf to Masood now. Masood gives him width. It's hit pretty hard, and the fielder, he makes a shocking attempt at this. Oh no, please don't show this again, says Shiraz Ahmed. Well, we're going to show it again. It's not good fielding. I mean, there's no excuses for this on this surface. That's just, well, there's only way to describe it, and that's lazy. It's poor fielding. He's let his side down, Shiraz Ahmed. He certainly let the bowler down. But it's bonus runs for Masood as he gets off the mark with 4 runs. Yusuf will not be happy. 50 comes up as well. Floated up. Good delivery. Nice flight. Gets a bit of bat onto it. Takes the single. So gives Prince Demand 1 to face. Prince Maximo brings him. He's 50. Another one that stays a little low, but again, as I said before, he's got the art of playing these very well. He sort of goes back and the bowler feels he's going to get through him, and then he manages just to whip the bat onto it, gets a single, will get himself back on strike. He moves on to 46, and the score on 57. 57 for the one wicket. The batter that has departed was Waka Khan. He went for 3 of 7. And, well, remember, tomorrow we continue. It's going to be day 16 of 31. Well, in fact, this was what we had today. So we'll get that updated for you. I thought we were on day 16 already. So that's what the matches we had today. We will get that updated later on, and we'll show you what matches are coming up tomorrow. But, of course, that was the matches today, and it was Raval Sporting that did the double over Fateh early on and won both their matches quite comprehensively. And then later this afternoon, we've seen that Ripple Warriors provided us with a golden ball finish against the Hawks, which they won with the scores because of Duckworth Lewis were tied on 66 apiece. And Prince Daman, who's batting there at the moment, was able to keep the one ball that he bowled to a dot ball. Batting side, of course, needing 2, weren't able to do so. Mujahdi back into the attack. Slower ball. Nicely bowled, but beautifully placed. I mean, this is just quality. This is such a great shot, and it brings up the 50 for the Prince. I mean, watch this. That is just pure class. Look at the way he gets his positioning right, and he just opens the face of the bat, guides this into the gap. 4 runs, 50 up, outstanding. And what a great innings. There you go. 50 of just 21 deliveries. Amazing stuff. That was dropped on 25. Goes back to the point that Vinny and I make. That these good players, when they give you an opportunity, they've got to be taken, because if they're not, they will punish you. And it's another boundary for the Prince. Just straying on the legs, but look how quick he is to latch onto it. And if there's one criticism with Prince, I think just leave the sweep shot that you're playing when the ball's outside off. I mean, if he can play with his legs so well like that, and he's played a number of shots, just little glances and nudges off the pads, well, you don't need to be playing the sweep shot. Play straight as well, or play that. And again, it just opens the face of the bat, but this time, there is a fielder that's being moved back out there. We'll just take the single. And Masood, we were just keen again just to try and give as much strike as possible to Prince Daman. He's going well, isn't he? Mujahdi wants another breakthrough. Big swing of the bat. Should be stopped. And it's dealt with very well by the fielders. Difficult part of the day now, with the clouds disappearing. The sun is very bright, and it's starting to come down as well. You start to see, well, you can see on the field those shadows. So those fielders on the leg side, and mid-wicket, long on at the moment. No square leg, which is a bit of a surprise. They're going to struggle at times with the ball coming their way. And I say no square leg, and if there's no square leg on the boundary, that means there's a lot of work to be done for this man. I think the fielder's done actually very well here. The man that's at square inside the circle, I think he's got a bit of a touch on this. Otherwise, this would have been 4 runs. So whatever he got on it, slows it down, keeps it to 2. A nice bit of fielding, good running, though. I mean, that's the way to do it. You run hard, and you just turn and go. Both batters on the same wavelength. Jaddy once more. Full. Has to be stopped. Is stopped. And Prince quite happy to take the single. Means that he'll go back on strike. And, he just takes the score now to 71. 1 wicket down from the Prince, moving into the late 50s now. And you just think the amount of strike. I mean, he's managing to manipulate the strike pretty well. And you just get the feeling here that if he's able to keep going the way he is, and don't forget he has had that to 1 life as well, that maybe we can see another magical 100 being posted here. Don't say it, you're all saying. Don't say it, don't say it. You're gonna jinx him. Well, he's already had a chance. So Prince Daman, 58 of 25 deliveries. See, there's 4 overs left. If he can stay on strike for majority of the remaining deliveries, he's certainly on. As Said Yusuf comes on the bowl. And that's the delivery. That's what I'm talking about. He goes for this sort of sweep kind of shot here. I think he's far better off if he comes down the wicket and tries to hit straight. Dot ball to start off with. This one a bit more flight. It's hit well, and no, it will just be a single. The bowler getting excited. Does get stopped, but he wanted better. Masood. Oh, this is a huge swing. And, well, no real chance of a stumping because he's batting well deep inside his creases, Masood. You can see both feet inside the crease. And another swing and a miss. So Yusuf, pretty useful. He comes on to bowl here. Just 13 off his spell so far. 2 deliveries to come. And nice time to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu into our very sunny commentary position at the moment when he does get hold of this one and it stays hit. Well, it has been well caught outside the field of play by one of the Ripple Warriors players. Well, he gets hold of one finally. Big hit, hey?
It's like Jugraj that takes that one. He takes it clean as a whistle. Good practice. Yeah, Warriors bathing in the sunshine now. Both teams are really. Here's Yusuf. This is just kind of flat batted down with the end of the over. And the throw comes herring in, but it will just be a single. So 79 for 1 after 7. I suppose the difference here is Prince is still in. He got out a bit early last time, so they should be heading for a few more runs. Yeah, you wouldn't believe we had that shower that interrupted things earlier. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow. And I mean the real tomorrow, not yesterday's tomorrow. And it will be... Oh, hold on a second.
This is not the real... Somebody's playing games with us.
Tomorrow. Oh, hold
well,
up.
That was today.
I'm still waiting for the real tomorrow. It's coming.
Have we got gremlins or something? What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm confident that we will have the real tomorrow before too long.
You're pressing the wrong buttons, aren't you? Is that you?
Somebody is.
Somebody's pressing the wrong buttons.
My golden ball throws.
It doesn't matter.
Out, doesn't
We got a golden ball, so it don't matter. It don't matter. You can press the wrong buttons today. Today is a good day. Hey, I want to see the 0 on golden balls. Where's that graphic?
Oh, it's coming.
Oh, how does this miss?
Again, let's just test them. I know it's a long day at Spring Productions, but I also wanted the golden ball 0 in a minute. Okay.
Ole, 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 ole. Look, here we go. That's what's coming up tomorrow.
They're on tomorrow against the Tigers. That's such a great game first up.
What a start.
And if you like Tigers, we've got 4 games of Tigers coming up. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. As this is a pretty good shot, and it's going to be whacked away over. He stepped on his stumps. Look.
Has he knocked his stumps over?
I think so. I think he's hit wicket here.
Oh.
Someone's hit somebody's stumps. It's going to be 6, but look, yep, he knocks over the bail. Again, you'll see this again, the replay. He goes all the way back and then, he just knocks in the follow-through. He's a long way back. He flicks the stump. You'll see the bail disappear any moment. There it is.
There you go.
So it won't be 6. It'll be out.
Yeah, hit wicket. And then look, I was saying earlier that he bats way inside his crease, and that's the danger of it. He rocked back, and he's not the... Well, he hits the ball for 6, but that literally is, well, you can't say 6 and out because he won't get the 6. It's just out. He hits his own wicket.
Well, I mean, you get the pleasure of hitting a 6, which is kind of its own fun. But, yeah, that hurts. So, yeah, this is what's coming up tomorrow. So, this is a case of the kind of the experienced ones and the inexperienced ones, right? Because you've got Krathia versus Catalonia Tigers, 2 of the favourites in the first half of the game. And then the 2 brand new teams will be on together, Ali Young Stars and the Yada Tigers. So, wall-to-wall Tigers sounds awesome to me.
It looks good, huh?
It all starts the same day. It's the same time tomorrow, 7:30 a.m., 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in Europe. Okay, they've passed the first test, Spring Productions. Second test is give us this over. The golden ball counter, updated.
Yeah, we want to see the big 0.
Big donut.
Wide ball, and Prince, he wants to get on strike, and you can see why.
Bowler's super happy. I mean, Sanaullah comes on. He would have had none for 6. Now he's got 1 for none because of that. It does go to the bowler. So, yeah, it's worked out pretty well for him. Could be a big momentum swing, you know.
Firmly hit. But it's one-hand pickup. Oh, that's beautifully done. And a lovely throw straight into the gloves of the fielder. Nicely done. Just have a look at this one. This is the beauty of fielding on this sort of ground. You're not going to get outdone by the bounce. Nicely done. Not the best of deliveries. Work to be done by the fielder's got a long way to come. It gets there. Picks it up one hand. Prince is not interested in taking a second. Yeah, he's just gone on a bit of a go slow once he's got to his 50. So let's see if he can pick up the momentum again.
It's a quicker one. Yeah, this is going to be a long, long, long chase, a fruitless chase. And Prince Demand just keeps on rocking, doesn't he? Moves to 64. He's batted so well.
Yeah, batted well. Was not the best of deliveries. Bangs this in, but knocks this away. Gets it over the infielder, who, well, he's already had a mare out there, Shiraz Ahmed. He's not able to cut this one off. The captain is out there now with the Prince. That's Kanwajit Singh.
So all that last ball, the over. Back, punches well, and that one is putting everyone under attack. Wow, it's a kind of pride of warriors down there that are gathering, and they all go scrambling. Maximal. Prince finishes the over with a bang, and that's 8 overs down. Well, there you go, Rico. It's golden ball 0. Right before our eyes, we've reset the counter.
Así me gusta. 0. And it's been a long time coming. We were expecting to see that. In Croatia, we didn't see it. We were expecting to see it in Malta. We were sure Malta was going to deliver us a golden ball. They never did. And then, well, Barcelona does not disappoint. We finally get our golden ball. These two teams provided it in the first match, and it was the Ripple Warriors that ended up being victorious. And in that shortened match because of the slight rain delay. So congrats to them. But can they do the double? Well, at the moment, it's all dependent on just how the Prince finishes. It's a nice shot, and Prince will want to get onto strike. He will.
This will be a good battle as well. I think that Amir Hamza is a pretty good bowler. And Prince has moved to 70 with a couple of overs to go, so who knows? If he even gets hold of a few here, might have an outside chance of the 100.
Yeah, good battle this now. He did get Hamza away a couple of times early on.
Yes, good shot. Has he really got it? Kind of, but kind of not. It still goes. I think that's gone for 6. Yeah, I think it's just cleared the line. I tell you what, there's a fielder right back here. He probably catches this, but the long off was pretty wide, more like a cover. And this one ends up flying and, well, centimetre perfect. Ends up bouncing just over the rope, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's what I like to see from him. Don't try and sweep these. Play straight. Use your feet. Get to the pitch. Hit it down the ground. 6 runs.
Moves to 76 then. It's a good comeback. Probably just a wide, but I like his thinking here, Hamza. Really wanted to get Prince reaching for it, but he'll have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, just millimetres too wide. Hamza. Good battle between these two.
Oh, no, he absolutely smacks this one and just gets over the fielder again. Maximal. Not an easy shot at all. Takes on the slog. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Good news, the lights are on and we're home. And we're about to get going in the 9th over again. Again, apologies for that unexpected delay. It was due to a partial power outage at the ground. So we're going to continue with Amir Hamza bowling to Prince Demand. And yeah, just 9 balls left in this innings. That's a dot. You got to feel for Prince a bit there because he was on a heater.
Yeah,
who just came off 2-6. Says, yeah, Rico Fools with me as well. And yeah, still an outside chance of 100 though. 2 to come in this over. And he gets this away and gets it well above the fielder. Maximo, well, didn't slow Prince down too much, who starts kind of the way he finishes. 6 more, moves to 88.
Yeah, he just needed 1 ball. This is an outstanding shot. I mean, the elevation he gets on this from going on the back foot is quite amazing. 6 more to him, and he's moving along nicely. So gets into 88, just 12 runs away. But he needs to get on strike. What does he do here? This is a big thing. And, of course, his partner, his captain, and Karamjit Singh has to play the right part as well. Hamza, last ball of this, the 9th. And
wants a 1 here.
Takes a single.
Tell you what, we're on century watch then, aren't we? Because that's the end of the over. 114 for 2. He's got such a big proportion of the runs in this innings. So, yeah, he'll start the last over on 89.
Yeah, don't forget when the score was on 30 early on. I mean, he'd scored all of those runs. I mean, the first 2 overs, he was scoring all the runs, and Waka Khan hadn't scored anything, 30 and 1 extra. So he's been going along nicely. I mean, and I called it pretty early, didn't I, when he got to 15. A lot of people were saying, Rico, what are you talking about? But you just knew it was on, and he had to. But the question was, he had to maintain most of the strike. This is what we've seen here. It's been amazing.
Crazy.
Started with Mohammed Cameron, and he just kept going and going.
7 centuries for the year, and then 5 in Group A. And he's going to start the last over, just 2 big hits away. And he hits this one. It's going to be a Tortuga bounce. Trampoline Tortuga. He wants the 2, then on the fumble. Might as well take it on. Long throw and gets back. Gets into the 90s, 91.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he takes this because I thought it's going to just be a single, but the fielder fumbles it, gives him the opportunity to get back, gets into his 90s now, 91. Sanaula, he's the bowler. Can he ruin the party? Wide, he doesn't want to be playing at this, should have left it alone, and you can see the captain, Karamjit Singh, saying, oh, yaar ki kar dita hai, no, ran there, don't play it. Century on here.
Game within a game here. So just a couple of quick things. We haven't lost any overs. That's why we're still playing the first innings because it's a power outage, not rain or something like that. Right, here's Demand on 91. And now it goes for this one, and he gets it over the fielder. Maximo! Prince, well, he's happy we've resumed. Don't worry about that. He moves to 97. And on his return to ECS cricket, he is on the verge of a century.
Yeah, bolle. This is a beautiful shot. He plays it so well in that area. Don't bowl short to him. It's 6 more, 122 to score. But more importantly, I suppose, for Prince, he's on 97.
He's 3-4 at 3 chances. This could be it, and it will be it. 100 to Prince Demand. And he does it with a Maximo. What an innings. 39 balls. He's carried this innings for the Warriors. And Prince, well, he's had a big year. And that's a big moment for him on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, balle, sare bolo, shaba. Sare bolo, ball badaya to Prince Demand. And he brings it up in style. Well, there you go, folks. You see, I didn't jinx him. I said when he was in his 50s, 100 is on for him, and he gets it with that shot once again. A typical Prince Demand little flick all the way to the boundary. Sensational batting. Another 100 here at the Manjui Cricket Ground. Well, it is the Olympic Stadium, and these batters, well, they've been batting like they're at the Olympics, and well, this is another one that is smashed out of here. Manos arriba, Biltrio, porque eso es 6 carreras más. This is exceptional. Qué guay, qué genial. Espectacular. Este hombre tienes un century, but he wants more. And, well, it's another one that he sends out of the park. What a big hit.
Wow, incredible stuff. Now they're 134. This has really gotten out of control now. So, yeah, Prince has 6 half-centuries. This is his first century. His previous best was 80 back against Chavez Units back in 2020. Here we go with the last ball of the first innings. You know he's trying to smash this, and he does, and he smashes it out of the ground. Maximo will bang to finish the innings. That over just gets completely off the rails for the Hawks. And Ripoll Warriors, they're going to finish 140 for 2 off their 10 overs, and 115 of those runs have gone to Prince Demand.
Oh, absolutely amazing. And look, we always say, don't we, that if you're going to score a century, you need to get most of the strike, and he does. He faces 41 of the 60 deliveries that are available to you, and that's why he does it. Well, Prince Demand, well, I had a chat with him, and one of the things that we talked about, Vinny, is one thing I said to him is, hey, man, you don't want to throw your wicket away. There's 100 out there for you. And that's exactly what he goes and does. He gets a ton. Well, there were some exquisite shots as well. He's a powerful batter. He's very, very strong on his legs. But look, that was the key moment. That was a catch that got dropped early on. It was dropped by Mohamed Saniullah. And he was on 25 at the time. And then after that, there was no looking back. There was some good catching as well. That was a nice one taken by Mohamed Sohail. And only 1 or 2 wickets that they were to get. That was the end of Waka Khan. But then after that, it was very much the Prince Demand show. He played the ball really, really well. Mohamed Masood, he played a few shots himself. Well, this one, he thought, I got 6. Well, he doesn't, because he actually went back onto his own stump. There, yeah. Off the bails, hit wicket. He had to go.
That's when, if you're smart, you just quickly put the bail back on while no one's watching, and you might get away with it. But anyway, it was the Prince show, wasn't it? And maybe that kind of favours him a little bit, because he was able to really hog the strike from there and just went crazy. Look, even the power outage was enough to slow him down when he looked to be gaining momentum in the 9th over. We had that unscheduled outage, and when he came back, he went to 100 in pretty quick time. And what a good innings it was. 115 of 41 balls with 11 sixes and 9 fours, striking at over 280. What an innings, and what a way to start Group B. And what a day he's had. Prince already, of course, he was a golden ball hero in the last game, and now he's followed up with a ton.
Yeah, superb. And look, this is the thing. This is why, you know what? I said it before. He's an exceptional player. He's a talent, and he's a rare talent. He's absolutely brilliant in all aspects of the game. That's why, really, it's been a stellar year for him. The last 18 months for the Prince has been sensational, playing in the Spanish colours now as well, and he's just showing the world just what he can do. Okay, he had a bit of luck on the way. He was dropped in 25, but you've got to make the most of his luck, and he did. Looking at the bowling figures there, just 2 weeks ago, Zain Mujadi, he took one. Saniullah did get a wicket, but he got a bit of a thumping there as well. Well batted, ball Badania once more to Prince Demand. He makes 115 not out of 41 deliveries. Helps the Ripoll Warriors put 140 on the board. And, well, the Hawks, if they were feeling a little bit down after the first match, losing the golden ball, well, now they're going to be feeling a little bit lower as well. But, look, there's only one way to come back, and that's to come out fighting. Yeah. And let's see what they can do.
Yeah, should be good to watch when we return. I mean, we know the Hawks can pack a punch. I think the top order need to get moving pretty fast. Join us in just a few minutes for the exciting conclusion of this day's play, the conclusion of match 64, and it will be the Hawks requiring 141 for victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back soon. If we can keep the lights on for more ECN cricket, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Olympic Montjuïc ground here in Barcelona. And what an Olympic effort we saw there from Prince Diman. Well, the Spanish sensation scores 150 not out of 41 deliveries. It was an outstanding innings, and an innings that helps his team get to 140. But absolute superb knock. And, well, what a good first day, good proper first day back for me. Along with Vinny Sandhu, not only do we see a golden ball between these two teams, and then we see something sensational as we see Prince Diman enter his name in the Hall of Fame. Hawks, what's their response going to be? Well, they look to go with a bang, and it's a perfect start as this one sails out of the ground. Boom! Shaka! Lagya! Shaba! Shaba! Well, there's only one way to try and get out of this and get a win, and that's to be positive. And has to go all-out attack, and that's exactly the start that they need. Big hit, great start from Mohamed Bilal. He starts with a bang, 6 runs. Rico Full here, and alongside me, it's Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, Vinny.
Good to be back. Yeah, sorry, running, I suppose a little bit late, not too late, because we were running ahead of time before that. But yeah, what a start that was by Bilal. He hit 3 sixes in the last game. Rakar's in, just a slight miss hit. So if you think that they're going to go down without a fight, and forget it. And the other thing is, Rico, I know 140 looks big.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a par of about 125 during this series. And we've routinely seen scores in the 140s, 150s, even a 160 score chased down. So you just need your top order to fire. Here's Waka. And that's absolutely cracked. That is so big. That is flown over everything. Maximo. And if this is Alcatraz, that one's escaped it.
That is huge. That's the biggest one so far. Esa pelota no volver. Esa pelota is afuera de campo. Que grande. What a hit.
That made a sound like it almost was going to shatter the bat. It hit so hard. And that was just a length ball that was rocked down to the ground. It's gone over about 4 fences.
Well, you got to give more for shots like that. 6
That was
doesn't
so,
do it any justice.
I can't really describe. I mean, I watched that one fly off the bat, and it just kept going until it was out of sight. Waka, try again. Slow ball. I like the thinking there. Still going to be 4, though, so it's a good adjustment from Bilal as well. And this is just the start the Hawks were after.
Yeah, it's what they need. I mean, you got to stay up with the pace. You get off to a good start and put a little bit of pressure on the Warriors. And you're absolutely right. Look, some of the scores that we've seen here, some of the run chases, I mean, we know that the record run chase was set by Badalona and Shaheen, 162. But just before that, I mean, Pakai Care, Badalona, they did it, 159. So records are being broken here. Maybe we'll see another one broken. This one's up in the air, but it is a chance. Fielder comes in. Will he get there? No. Just drop short. So gets a little bit lucky here, Bilal.
You need luck as well. You can be as good as you like. You need luck.
Yep.
If the luck's on your side, forget it. I mean, this one could have easily gone straight up in the air. Could have easily gone to hand. I mean, look how high that ball goes. But mid on, mid off, and back. And just falls perfectly in the Bermuda Triangle between the long on, long off and the bowler. Anyway, over to Majadi. Well, he'll be keen to prove a point as well. He starts with a pretty good-looking drive that screams to the boundary as well. So this first over goes magical, and the Hawks are flying early.
This is a good shot, isn't it? And Mujadi's saying, well, anything you can do, I can do as well. Lovely shot. And it's a little bit of a laser beam as it, scuttles across this very quick outfield. 4 runs, end of the over. It's a magical start on what has been quite a magical day. Let's just have a look at these centuries again. And you can see there, Prince Diman, he is on our Hall of Fame.
13th for the year. Well, not an unlucky number for Prince. So, yeah, our what's that, 6th century of the series. But, yeah, congratulations, Prince, 115. Faced a fair bit of the bowling, but, I mean, he didn't waste it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
His strike rate was still very, very good, 280. So you might look at that and say, okay, hasn't quite gone as fast as, the Ihsan century or the Mati Rahman century, but it didn't really matter because he's got his team up to a very, very competitive total. Anyway, this looks like Akhtar Khan, who's going to bowl over number 2. And Bilal only knows one way. He's facing up, 22 yards away. He tries to smack it, and he does, just wide of the fielder. This will be 4, and another good start to an over.
Yeah, it's a good shot to be playing in the power play. You've got to be positive, and you've got to be pretty assertive in the power play. You've got to really chance your arm a little bit as well. And you're absolutely right, Vinny. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to go your way as well. Look, it's only 2 men out. Men in the 30-yard circle, you get a fair bit of fair chunk of the ball, and the chances are you're going to get over them.
Antonar comes in again, left armour. Again, something he can turn on. Doesn't quite time it. Prince will run around. They're going to take him on. That can be risky. And I think he might still be out here. Where's the bat?
And he drops the bat, and I think he may have does he just make it
Well, it
in here?
depends about whether that
bowler
bat-
doesn't take it cleanly as well.
Yeah, he doesn't, but he does eventually take it. You see here, we don't get a great look at the line at this time of day because it's powder, it kind of washes away. And you see here.
If he takes it cleanly, it definitely would have been. Doesn't
Yeah.
take it cleanly, ball not in hand.
But
in
then,
fact,
look here, I think he must just get over the line there.
yeah.
The question is that bat over the line or not? And I'm guessing the answer is yes, because everyone's just getting on with it. So the next one is going to be a single. But yeah, I'd say you're pretty brave or stupid to take on Prince Demand, especially at this stage of the game where you don't really want to hand that momentum back just for one run.
Yeah, they got lucky that time for sure. But maybe, again, that's what we're saying. If you're going to get these runs, you've got to be positive. You've got to have a bit of luck your way. And they've got a bit of luck their way already. Bilal is absolutely flying.
And they don't run on this, even though he does get a bit of a head start by charging. Yeah, so there's 140. You can see it can look smaller than a normal 140 with some of the batting we've seen here in Barcelona. Hey, I was going to say as well during the power outage, on partial power outage, I was having a nice time answering some random questions in the chat as well, Rico. Had some good ones. Back to that in a second. It's just hit straight and it's hit well, and he makes a good adjustment. I think that's the rolling cut-up from Actadar, and it disappears. Abracadabra. That one's out of here. Maximo, 6 more.
Oh, loving the sound of this willow on this ball. And when he gets it right, when it hits the middle, that sounds sweet. And that is sweeter than a box of jalebis. It really is. What a lovely shot.
Hello to Jahanzim Askar, who's in the chat as well. Nice to see you. He's a hat-trick taker, in Group A. Played some very good cricket. Yes, I was answering some random questions. One of them was an interesting one. I'll put it to you in a second. But first, let's watch this last ball, the over. It's gone for 12 so far. Another cutter. I don't mind this. They're mixing up the speed, but this one's going to find the gap anyway. So it's going to be 4 more. And this rollicking start continues. That's Adil Javed. Couldn't quite get there. There's 2 overs down now. It was 37 without loss.
Yeah, 4 more. Gets it in the gap. Good start. And here at the moment, you have to say they're in front. 7 ahead of where the Warriors were.
Early days. It's a funny one because they've lost a game and one's won a game, but they have the exact same net run rate because it was a golden ball that separated them. So actually, the actual game is tied, but the points go to whoever wins the golden ball. Yeah, so I had some random questions in the chat, and please keep the random questions coming in to us. We do love them. ECN European Cricket Network. One was to me, and I'll put it to you. What is the best thing and the worst thing about being an ECN commentator?
Oh, the best.
You got some time to think about it. I know not easy questions. I sprung it on you, but just wait for Prince Demand to come in. He'll be bowling over number 3. Certainly bowled very well last time. His first one's spicy. Just fended away. And, this is Majadi, who was facing up to him in the golden ball. But he gets this one away for a single.
Yeah. The best, for me, the best is the start of the day because you're looking forward to all the action. The worst at the end of the day. It's as simple as that. You just can't get enough of this cricket,
So Corey accuses me of some safe answers.
Okay.
Hold on, the machines are going off here.
That's the safe. That's the safe one. The best. The best one for me. You've got to say a lot of people will know this. Having been on the road now for coming up to 3 complete seasons, the best is seeing the young players that we've seen. We've seen today already somebody like Guran Mavanshi, the little maestro, seeing them progress.
Yep.
And he's now wearing Spanish colours. That is huge for me. Seeing the youngsters perform, seeing the cricket grow in the country that we're in, that's amazing. And the most frustrating is when, teams are, it's not going well. Well, this is going a long way. This goes all the way to the boundary. So this great start continues.
Did you see how far that went? That went all the way into the net, over the dugout. That is such a long way from the bat. Have a look at where this hits.
Oh, that is a huge hit. Look at that. That is massive.
That is huge.
That is massive. But yeah, the frustrating thing could be when for me, the most frustrating thing is, when bowlers get the jip. And you just want to go out there and just finish the over off for them. You think, right, okay, just give me the ball. Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, so you get a bit frustrated like that. I think I get
How about you?
A bit like that with
What
keepers
was your
sometimes.
answer?
It's probably just too wide, that one. It grabs a little bit of line. Look, for me, I said the best thing for me, I really do like the travel and visiting all these different places. I do really enjoy that aspect still. This is banged for 6, and that might be over the wall. Well, heads up. That's out of here. Maximo. Adios, Pelota. New balls, please. Bilal moves to 47. What an innings this is.
Oh, this is just crazy hitting. This is crazy hitting. I mean, oh, well, that one, well, be careful because we already had the electrics knocked out. That one smashes into the electric box there.
That's knocking the lights out. We had the lights on last night. We didn't need them for too long, actually, in the final. His Pack Ikea got rock and rolled for 42. So I'll tell you mine in a second. First, here's Prince with a comeback ball. Slower ball. It's a full toss, and that's more runs. And yeah, right now, it's going to be 50 for Mohamed Bilal, or 15 balls. What an innings. And when you're chasing something like 140, 141 in fact, and this is just the start you want. Bilal has gone absolutely crazy here.
That's tremendous hitting as that ball is doing a bit of a dance there as it still hits the deck and goes over the fence, and he puts his bat up now in the recognition of that. That's amazing. That is a sensational, and that is what we've got so used to seeing here in Barcelona. I told you, come to Barcelona and we're going to see sexy cricket, and we're seeing sexy cricket.
Actually need to make the circle bigger on that wagon wheel to show exactly where some of them landed. What I will say, though, I don't think I've ever seen 2 centuries in one match. I don't think that's something we've had before. Not saying it'll happen, but not saying it won't happen either. So I'll give you my answer. My answer was, yeah, the travel, and also the fact that we're doing something that's unprecedented. It's never been done before. I really geek out about that stuff. I think it's really great to think of new ways to do things. There's this out. It's an appeal. And the umpire, well, he's going to give him. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. I've got to say, I reckon the umpire's swayed by the appeal there.
The batter can't believe it. The batter, his bat has come flying at it. Well, the batter can't believe it. His bat can't believe it. The bat goes flying out of the hand. Yeah, I didn't see anything myself, I have to say.
If bats could talk. Yeah, I mean, we can't hear anything. Prince didn't seem convinced at the beginning, but then he just kind of crescendoed into it. And, well, if bats could talk, that one's just jumped out of the cot. He's saying, please, please, give it to me. He said, okay, your passion's convinced me. That's a big moment in the game, isn't it? As Bilal gets to 51, but no more.
That's amazing. I mean, look, I was just about to say there, well, the Prince, he's had a magical day. Well, he's gone for a magical over as well, but now all of a sudden it looks better because he picks up a wicket off the last ball, and the reaction from the batter there, well, you couldn't believe it, and I'm not surprised because, well, Mohamed Bilal, he was on fire, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, if you don't hit that one, it's hard for us to say. We're far away. I'm just going off certain things like body language. I mean, he needs an Oscar if he nicked it and had that reaction. I think he genuinely feels he doesn't nick it, and if that's the case, then you're filthy because he's in the form of his life there. He's just made 51 off 16 balls. Prince gets him in the end, and so 57 in the power play, but 51, like I said, off the bat of Mohamed Bilal. I mean, Javed comes to the crease at 3, but this will be Majadi that's facing up as Karamjit Singh, the captain, is going to bowl over number 4. So let's move on. This one down leg side. Might have skated off at the pad a little bit. And wait for the signal. It'll be something. And it'll be a leg by, so it does come off the pad. Yeah, so my favourite thing was creating something new, doing something different, doing something that's never been done. Then the other question was, what's the worst thing about it? And I kind of said, obviously you don't really have a normal life. You don't really get to see your family, your friends as much as you would normally, although technology is really good these days for things like that. But I also mentioned another random question, what will I do in the 7 weeks off? I will be going back and visiting some family and friends in Australia, which I don't get to do very often. This one doesn't bounce, and I don't know how it misses the leg stump, but it does. It would have hit a 4th stump for sure.
Yeah, Karamjit Singh, the captain, is making all sorts of faces in disbelief there. But gets lucky, the batter. But look, I mean, I know that Bilal has gone, but these two just got to keep going. I mean, remember, went through a period, well, that's going to be called a while, went through a period in the last match where there was a lot of tiki-taka, just couldn't get the boundaries going again when they had to.
Another question from Wayne. I like this. It's very Australian the way he says it as well. What did old mate Rico do for work before ECN? That's a good question, actually. You can just hand your CV over, Rico. Well, this is going to be a wide. It's the edge of the pitch. They won't get any extras.
Yeah, can't get it going.
I mean, you still do a bit of work outside ECN, right?
Yeah, still do a bit. Yeah, I've got a bar restaurant in Torrevieja in the Alicante region of Spain, Costa Blanca. So that's what keeps me busy when I'm not at cricket. And, that's what I've been doing ever since I've been living in Spain. This one's high up in the air. The wind's got a bit of this.
40 seconds or so.
It's coming. I think it's coming back on again.
Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. And yeah, well, it's been interesting. A little delay there where we've lost most of the power. We've got enough going to get this match finished, which I think is super important. And now we are going to see the first ball after the resumption. 79 off 39 were required before that interruption. And it will remain that way. So the Hawks with 62 for 1, still 62 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. With me in the commentary box is Rico Full. Back to him in a second. Here's Karamjit. Again, takes all the air out of the ball. No run there. So, Rico, it's a bit of a funny one because our power's gone off, but we've got a backup solution. These guys at Spring Productions, they're absolute wizards and wizardresses, aren't they, with the power. So they've got us up and running again.
Yeah, it's very important. Like you said, very important that we finished today. It's been a spectacular day. We've had a golden ball, we've seen a century, and we really didn't want to leave without finishing this match. Hawks got it all to do, though, and, well, that's not going to help because that's a wicket. It's well bowled, and it's the captain, Karamjit Singh, gets another wicket, so another one goes down. And, well, after the wicket of Mohamed Bilal, who went for 51 of an amazing only 16 deliveries, the Hawks just haven't been able to put it together again.
Yeah, you're right, and I think Ahmed Javed, he'll be a bit disappointed to go in that fashion. Again, he's playing right across it, hits the top of the off stump. And so, yeah, it's certainly a very, very good start, wasn't it, from Mohamed Bilal. But as he's departed, a bit of a momentum shift in this game, you feel. And so, yeah, disappointment for Javed. He's got to go. But, yeah, Karamjit Singh, he'll be happy. So, look, we don't have some of the bells and whistles we'd normally have right now, which means I'm having a bit of trouble because we don't have our screen on. So I'm also trying to keep an eye on the chat as well. New bat out there is Sajid Iqbal coming to the crease. And yeah, so we'll do our best and we are trying to get things back on track. So yeah, we are actually, Corey, Rico and I are commentating using one microphone that we're passing back and forth to each other. It's very old school, Rico. I feel like it's the commentating our grandparents would have done. But anyway, we're trying our best, sharing the microphone. Lucky the coronavirus restrictions are over. Here's Waqar Khan coming back. That was the end of the over as well. We're 62 for 2 after 4. Beats the bat. So this is kind of what happened with the Hawks last time, wasn't it? They made a good start, then they just found themselves kind of hitting a roadblock around the middle of the innings.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been they'll be disappointed because I think, again, a lot of their focus will be on just how they managed not to win the first match. I mean, they should have knocked the runs off, needing 12 of 12. Weren't able to. It went to the golden ball. This one's been well played out on the offside. Bit of work to be done by the fielder, but he won't be able to get there. Nice shot out on the off. 4 runs. Cracking little shot there. And good placement as well.
Yeah, really nice shot, wasn't it? And it's a similar kind of ball that beat him last time. This time he gets over the top of it and hits down on it. And it gets it past that fielder. There was a fielder guarding that part of the boundary. So that's just what Zain Majadi would have wanted. He'd love to be the hero here after got his team so close in the last game. There's Waqar. This is whacked back towards him. This is probably going to be 4 as well. It is. So back-to-back boundaries. Once again, he's been so good at picking the gaps here, Majadi. Yeah,
really good shot, this one. It's almost like a straight bat pull shot. Nicely done. Gets it past Prince Daman, who's on the boundary there. And that's what he's got to do. They've got to believe. Just need somebody else. Get another batter that can put an innings together like Mohamed Bilal, and they're right back in this match.
Here's the comeback ball, slower ball down the leg side. Maybe just caught a little bit of something. Wow, hits the stumps. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure about how the technology will work as far as what the referees are getting and stuff, because they are actually getting some power over in that side of the ground. There's a few issues around here, such as a big concert that was on. I know film was getting shot around here as well. And I think people have got to understand that we're doing something unprecedented in ECN. We're going to all these different venues and creating a global television broadcast. I think it's very, very good quality for obviously the resources that we have at ECN. So yeah, thanks for being understanding about that. And there's the other issue about the sunlight. Good news is, if we do run out of sunlight, we've got the lights. I don't think we'll need them, though. This is in the air. Again, it's away from the field. It's going to be 4 more. Just toying with the outfielders. I think the Prince comes a little bit straighter there at long on, but then finds himself chasing his tail. Once again, another boundary to the Hawks.
Yeah, good shot, good powerful hitting. Just waits on it and keeps his balance. That's the key here. Keeps his balance, keeps his shape, hits nicely through the ball. And the Prince, you're absolutely right. He came a bit straighter because of the last shot. It's another one goes to the boundary, keeping their hopes alive.
The next one is down to long off. It will be handled just the one. And that will be the end of the over as well. So that is 5 overs down. 75 for 2 after 5. So they're certainly ahead of where they need to be in this chase. That's 66 required off the last 5. So it's a reasonably good consolidation from the Hawks after the break. So just want to remind everyone that we will be in Spain once again, and hopefully without any power issues at the end of this season. We'll have a seven-week break. We'll be back on the 30th of January. We'll spend 4 weeks here before we head off to the ECL. So stay with us. It'll be a really exciting time to be involved in ECN cricket. Now, right, here's Ramanjot Grewal. He was the man that really bowled them to victory, if you ask me, in the last game. Only gave up 4 runs off the last over. 4+2 leg buys. Forced a golden ball, and he's going to get smashed, and it's high, and again it's in a gap, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! What a good shot, and really, Hawks not wasting any time. They're still going after this target.
Yeah, fine shot, and like the way he gets right underneath this. They're backing themselves there. They had a little lull period, but look, they come out fighting. Good shot.
Yeah, Anime Countdown saying that the short forms are changing batters' mindsets. Couldn't agree more. Now, this is in the air. This is a chance. It's going to hold up. Fielder comes in and takes it. So the Warriors needed a steadier, and they get one. And so it is Grewal that comes up with the goods. It was Jugraj Singh. Well, we saw him take one earlier when he was off the field in the first innings when his team was batting. Now takes one when it counts. So yeah, just put out that little spot fire, don't they? And I've got to say, once again, the spin coming on, making a big difference.
Yeah, very good catch as well. It come from a long way, didn't he? He was on the boundary, went up in the air, but he just times his run to perfection. Still not easy. It's always difficult, those ones, when you're running into the ball. Quite often it thuds in and pops out, but no mistakes. He's a happy man, and he takes the high fives from his teammates as they send another man back. But that was important. They needed to just end that partnership pretty quickly.
So 81 for 2. And so, we were talking about this game the other day, actually. There's a 50-over game in the Indian domestic competition, the List A competition, where one team scored 506 for 2 off their 50 overs. So I think just batters more confident that they can be more attacking and get away with it. So don't count them out yet. As we see, yeah, left-hander coming to the crease, and it is Hamza, who he fancies himself as a bat. Didn't really get too much going in the first game, but he misses out on that one. So yeah, thanks everyone for your patience. And yeah, we do have some wonderful viewers. When you think about it, we're on the air for about, what's that? Over 2,000 hours a year. It's kind of crazy, but we will try to put up with any situation and keep the cricket going. Yeah, we do have the lights available. Hopefully it doesn't come to that though. Slides off the pad of Amir Hamza. They won't get a run here. It was actually pretty cool with the lights coming on last night, Rico. I think you might have had the weekend off to go see your family when we had the night game here last year. We had a couple of night games on a Sunday where we rescheduled a couple of games to coincide with the Spanish Championship Day. But I can tell you it does get bitterly cold when the sun goes down, but it's really cool always, as you know, watching cricket under lights. As this will get knocked down. Harms's off the mark at the 3rd attempt. Yeah, night cricket, we've seen a fair bit of it this year on ECN.
Yeah, I think that really I mean, when we look back at the season, it's been fantastic. It's been a stellar season, really. But one of the main pluses for me is being able to do those night games, especially in Cardamom. I think it's been a game changer.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So, last ball of the over coming up. This is punched away to point, and this will be the end of the over. So it's 82 for 3 off 6, just 4 overs left in the day. And so 59 required off the last 24. So it's a shade under 15 and over. They'll have to bat really well, but certainly they've shown the Hawks that they are a team that's got a bit of firepower. It's just it deserted them towards the end of the rain-affected game last time.
Yeah, it's going to be important here that Amir Hamza puts in a good partnership here with Mohamed Sohail. I mean, the two of them are capable, and looking at the way that I've seen Amir Hamza bowl particularly, I think he certainly is a good cricketer, just needs a bit of time out there. Maybe this is the time that we're going to see him shine now for the Hawks.
So it's going to be Akhtar Khan to come on now in over number 7. Here we go. Big finish on the cards again. Goes leg side and gets it around the fielder. Well, this is always the issue, and now it's going to go to the boundary. That side spin can be a little bit unpredictable on the surface. That one evades the fielder and costs him 4.
Yeah, it's going to be disappointing, though. He needs to stop this, and he has plenty of time to see it. And one thing we do know from here is the bounce is true. There's no Tortuga, so he's going to be disappointed. But so is the bowler. Well, Khan will be bitterly disappointed to see that one go to the boundary.
Well, this is going to be out of here. Going, gone. Maximo! Well, if you want to get 15 and over, you better bank on getting a couple of boundaries. And so far, they've got what they need in the 7th.
Oh, that was a crushing blow. Boom, shakalug, that's out of here. Adios, Bolota is a fuera de campo. Good hit.
I'm getting a lot of comments that our backup microphone's actually working pretty well. Who knows? Maybe we don't need all that equipment, Rico. It's just you and me and a microphone. I'm starting to wonder if this was even plugged in, but obviously it is. Here's Akhtar who comes on. That's a slower ball. What I've liked about the Warriors and all of their bowlers, really, if they have been hit to the boundary, they normally try and change something. They bowl it quicker, they bowl it slower. They're mixing up the pace.
Yeah, they're doing it pretty well here. I mean, look, they're under pressure because, you know, the batters are batting well, being confident. As we see Khan coming in once again to the left-hander. And a bit of width. We called a wide, just goes a little bit too far wide this time. You can see that the players, they're onto the bowler here, Khan. Say, look, don't bowl it into his body. Keep it wide outside his off stump. We know that left-handers, particularly here, Montjuic, they favoured the big hits down the leg side.
Yeah, it was a good call. Grab some of the line. Now he goes large again. Has to clear the fielder and does. Maximo! Grauer went all the way back to the border, but he couldn't pull it back in. And so, yeah, right now, you'd have to say, you know, that Hawks are hanging in more than hanging in, and Hamza, he's showing a bit about what he can do.
Cracking shot. This is what I'm talking about. If you put it in that zone, the left-handers will put it away. We've seen that, haven't we, all the way along. Another great shot. We saw Manwani do it earlier. We saw Hamza Dar doing it. And, well, maybe we see another batter here in terms of Mir Hamza that could pull off a really important knock here. That one, though, he misses out on.
Now, look, I'll tell you something. One thing we've never, ever had is back-to-back golden balls. We've been close before. I'm just saying that this is a pretty close game right now. Can you imagine? Could be a golden ball under lights if it goes that distance. Here's Akhtar, last ball of the over. Hits it, but hits it towards the fielder, and he's dropped it. It's gone for 6. Maximo! Can you believe what you're seeing here? Brings up the 100 as well. Hamza gets lucky. Wasn't a bad effort at all from the fielder, who had to make ground to his right, but he just taps it over the line. So Hamza gets 6. It's the end of the over. 105 for 3 after 7, and that makes it 36 off the last 18. So they've got it straight down to a straight to a ball, and yeah, good effort from the fielder. But, I mean, even if he kept that in play, it would have been a bit of a win for the Warriors. So the Hawks, they're out for some revenge. And, well, tomorrow it's going to be great because we'll actually get to see the other 4 teams in Group B. So after tomorrow, we'll have seen all the teams in the tournament. We've got a really experienced couple of teams first up. Gracia versus Catalunya Tigers. And in the afternoon, the Ali Young Stars taking on the Lleida Tigers. So that all starts again the same time tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India, right here on the European Cricket Network. Now, it's getting some credit for getting the power working again. I'm not going to take any of the credit. What I will say is our team of people on the ground here, and particularly Spring Productions, they are absolute geniuses with what they do. Well, this is a big 6, and I don't even have to look up. That has gone a long, long way. Maximo as Sohail. That's one way to get off the mark, Rico, and right now it's advantage Hawks.
Que dulce es a golpe, más dulce than tarta de Navidad. Well, Karamjit Singh, he was the man who put the catch down. The captain comes on the ball. The next ball goes for a big 6. What's he got next? This has been hit pretty well as well. A chance, but it goes all the way over. Ball, brashaka, lagya.
Well, that's a really good bit of ball striking. So hadn't scored any runs, Mohamed Sahel. Before that, he goes bang, bang. Suddenly he's got a dozen. And yeah, they just need to do something to break this run at the moment. Here's Karamjit. Does he have the answer? Well, this will be a partial win. Miss hit, but again, you need some luck. That one doesn't go all the way to the fielder on the full. So that's really making things interesting, this late hitting. And look, the Hawks, they only needed 12 off 12 before, and they made it look hard, right? Sometimes they play the situation, not the ball that's bowled at them. Pitched up, mistimed, and dot ball. They need a few more of these. So 118 off 7.4. So that's 23 required of 14 balls. Well, this is in the air. Will it carry? It won't. Watch the trampoline Tortuga. That's good backing up. They think about a second. And that's a really good lesson there. It's always helpful to have somebody backing up, even what looks like a regulation take, and basically saves them a couple of runs there, I think.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there. He anticipates that the bounce may do the fielder that goes to the ball first up. Does well. Game very much alive here. And well, I think what we're seeing from the Hawks is that when you got to play your shots, you're a bit more confident. In the first game, they're just looking for taking singles. This one is another one that's out of here. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 más. Qué partido eso es. Well, the Hawks, they're flying back into contention in this one.
Well, they sure are. It's the end of the over as well. It's 125 for 3 off 8. So 16 required off the last 2 overs. Look, here's the thing. They only needed 12 off the last 2 overs last time. They couldn't get it. They got 11, went to a golden ball. But right now, with this momentum, you'd have to say they'd have to fall over to lose. You know, he thinks maybe century number 13 is unlucky for Prince because they seem to be losing it. I don't know. There's one man that's about to grab the ball, and he grabbed the second last over last time and had a fair bit to say about it, and it is Prince Daman. And so he's going to be bowling to Amir Hamza. This is where you need a really good over from your draw card, Prince Daman. It all happens in the 9th, and it starts right now. It starts with him hitting Hamza, and they won't get a run.
Well, the Prince, remember, he was the one who bowled the important over last time. And, well, he also bowled the one ball in the golden ball that we weren't able to get the 2 runs from. So this is a key over. If you can keep this down to sort of 5 or 6 and over, then we're going to go into the last. And who knows, maybe history will repeat itself.
16 off 11 goes down the ground. This will be a tease. The fielder goes back and he can't get there. Slight misjudgment, even slight. I think he comes in about 1 metre and he can never go back and get it. Maximo, perhaps the game breaker. And we know that Amir Hamza missed out with the bat in the first game. He's certainly not missing out in this game. He's been a real game changer.
Yeah, tremendous shot from the left-hander. Beautifully picked up, and he times it to perfection. And it looks an elegant stroke as well, doesn't it? Fielder sails over his head. 6 runs.
Comeback ball from Prince, and he gets one through. So things getting really tight now. So 10 off 9 after that. And Prince Daman in the hot seat once again, but he seems like a guy, he loves the pressure.
He does, and he absorbs it all. Here he comes in again. This time, slightly shorter, outside the off stump. Good areas to be bowling to the left-hander. Dot ball.
Sure is. I'd like some feedback on our microphone. Can you guys hear us all right? In the chat, are you regulars? Tell us how we're coming through all right. It's a bit weird. We don't really have much on what to go on. We're watching the stream just like you are, which is a couple of seconds behind us. Anyway. Oh, he tries the ramp. What's he thinking? But it doesn't matter what he's thinking because it's going to go. And I think that no way it's got all the way. It has. Maximo. It's the accidental reverse ramp from Hamza. They needed 10. Well, there's 6 of them. And it's an extraordinary shot.
Sensational. Well, Barcelona, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. This goes all the way for 6 runs. What a shot.
It's unbelievable, really. I mean, if you go dead behind, it's one of the shortest boundaries on the ground. So 4 to win after that. And, well, then a wicket. So Prince, he points in the general direction of where that last ball went, but he has knocked over Hamza, but not before he scored a rapido 36 off 17 balls, but leaves them short of where they need to be. And I think, yeah, that's the end of the over as well. So just 4 runs required, 137 on the board after 9. We go into the last over of the day. And look, they'd have to have a sensational over, but the golden ball still is a possibility between these 2 teams.
Yeah, look, it was been a fine knock, hasn't it? He said 36 runs scored pretty quickly with just 17 deliveries. And look, I think he had to play that shot. Amir Hamza, he's been on form. He knows if he hits it, connects, he's won the game for him. He also knows it's the last ball of the over. He wouldn't be on strike for the next one. He believes and should believe that they've done it here. But still, look, it's going to be... This is where I was talking about. In the last match, it was 12 of 12. They were nervous. They panicked. They choked. They didn't get there. This time round, they needed a lot of runs. So they were not under pressure. They just went out there with an open mind, played big shots. But now they're in that zone again where panic stations will step in. Let's see how they deal with it this time.
It makes sense. They're going to bowl the same bowler that only gave up a handful last time in the last over. Ramanjot Grewal is going to bowl over number 10. 4 to win. Last over action, a boundary wins it for the Hawks. And he gets caught behind with the keeper back. Wow, I've seen everything now. Masood said, well, there's no real point going up. I don't think I'm going to stump him. I'd rather come back and cover a bit more ground. And he does. So, yeah, that's a wicket of Sahel. And we know that he whacked a few around. So, well, time to clench because this is going right down to the wire. 4 of 5. And Ripple Warriors, maybe they can believe they can pull off another miracle.
Game back on 4 from 5. Well, you mentioned could we have back-to-back golden balls? Well, why not? Because don't forget now, you've got 2 new batters out there. Both haven't faced a ball yet.
They have, exactly. And they had to wait a long time. Yeah, spinner, but the keeper goes back a couple of metres and takes what's a healthy edge. He never would have caught that if he was up to the stumps. The lights come on now. I don't know if we get a shot of the lights here. Just as a bit of a backup. Maybe they know that it's going to be a golden ball. We need the lights on for sure. Hello to Jack as well. Jack Perman's in the chat. Nice to see you, Jack. Asking when is Gracia playing. They are playing tomorrow morning against the Catalunya Tigers. So get up nice and early for that one. 8:30 start local. Okay. Here we go. It's Mujtabar. He wants to win the game, and he will. And he does it first ball. It's game over. And Hassan Mujtabar, well, he soaks up the pressure and he gives it back. And that is it. They get there 141 for 5. Hassan comes out and he wanted to finish things quickly. It's exactly what he does as the Hawks. They do get their revenge, Rico, and they win with 4 balls to spare.
Yeah, congratulations to Hawk. Look, he's hit this hard and in the air. I mean, there was half a chance maybe. The fielder, he's diving, trying to stop it. I mean, if he takes this, it would have been one of the catches of the season. But there's a lot of power in that. Goes to the boundary, 4 runs. So well done to the Hawks. Look, they would have been bitterly disappointed to have lost the first match. And maybe they thought, well, perhaps luck was not on their side. But this time round, well, they're stuck to the task. And it's been, once again, we've seen another marvellous run chase here in Mount Dewey.
Yeah, okay, we maybe didn't have the record-setting high scores, but we did have some really close contests this afternoon, and I think that really augurs well for Group B. So, yeah, you can see that Mustafa is pretty happy with his work, and why wouldn't he be? And just a reminder, there's more cricket coming up tomorrow. I know that Jack was just asking about when Gracia are playing, so we can tell you that we will have the Catalunya Tigers taking on Gracia in the morning session tomorrow. Then in the afternoon, we'll get to see the 2 new teams to ECS. We'll see the Ali Young Stars taking on the Yada Tigers. And that is all going to be happening once again, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. As we'll roll into the highlights of this, and we'll have to pull it up pretty quickly, just with the last remaining power we've got. But yeah, we certainly hope you have your company for that. And we know that the Hawks, well, they're a pretty proud side. They had a 6-4 record last time they came out. And they certainly made quick inroads into this target. And I've got to say, I was pretty impressed with Mujadi across both games. But I mean, early on, you could see that there was some really, really big hitting. Mohamed Bilal was just hitting ridiculous sixes. The kind of sound it was making off his bat was unbelievable. And the Hawks really, they batted well at the beginning and the end. They just found a way to stay ahead of the target despite having to deal with some pretty good bowlers like Prince Taman. Now that was a controversial moment when Mohamed Bilal, he was a judge caught behind. You could tell that he didn't like the decision. The Warriors, well, they were sure they got their man, and that's exactly what happened. And then you see that Karamjit, he was important today as well. He chipped in with a wicket. Yeah, but despite losing these wickets, they just never seemed to fall behind. And they just seemed to find the boundaries when they needed them, the Hawks.
Yeah, you have to believe, and I think that's, for me, that was the difference between the two matches really from the Hawks. I think in the first match they did, because it wasn't a big score, because they didn't have to go at a big rate, I think they became a little bit complacent. Because they got complacent, they panicked a little at key stages. There were some crucial runners. In this time, I mean, you said it, they were gaining around about 15 and over. They had to play their shots. They had to be positive. They only had to play one way. And I think that worked in their favour. That's why they got to these runs.
Yeah, I think so. And so really you can't take too much away from them. Got to say, Hamza, you saw him a moment ago, he got that remarkable ramp for 6. And think about how important that was in the end. But then, a bit of late drama as Grewal was able to get Mohamed Sahel caught behind. And that brought out Mujtaba with just 4 runs required. But he said, well, this is the moment and I'm the man, as he blasted past cover. And that was the end of the game. And in the end, I think they're pretty happy to get there. And they end up doing it with 4 balls to spare. Slightly later start than we anticipated. But it certainly was an entertaining game. 51 for Bilal, 24 for Majadi, and then Hamza with an important 36, 19 to Sahel. But Mujtaba, he was the hero, wasn't he? And look, they didn't give away too many extras at all, just the 4 wides in the innings. And so I think it was a pretty good bowling performance from the Warriors, from some, but in the end, they couldn't quite contain them. 2 for Grewal, who only bowled 1.2 overs in the end, couldn't quite hold them back. Prince, 2 for 32, was a bit expensive one for Kamjit Singh, the captain, but the opening bowlers, they went the journey, because early on, Mohamed Bilal and Zain Majadi they were batting very, very well. They were hard to stop. Okay, you won't see us say goodbye tonight, but we can tell you we're thrilled to spend another day with you. And Rico, happy first day back.
Oh, what a day back as well. It's always good to be back in Barcelona at this Olympic ground. And, well, this Olympic ground produced some Olympic moments as well. We got a golden ball. And also, well, though Prince Damana ends up on the losing side, he also scored 100 in that match as well. Great knock from him, 115 of 41 balls. But what a day. And it's great to be back. And great to be back with you.
Great to be back with you as well. And I will say, we were at Golden Ball 0. We're now at Golden Ball 1. Just a reminder to everybody, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. And make sure you hit the like button on this video so we can bring more people the magic of European cricket. Also, our social media at European Cricket is a great place to go to find out some of the bits that you missed. Big happy Thanksgiving to all of our USA viewers today, to Kitty, and I know Emily was in there as well. I know Nate was in there a bit earlier. We're going to say goodbye for now. I've got to say huge thank you to Spring Production for their work and getting us back on the park. And they've always got a plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, plan Z. But you guys have done such a great job. For now, from everyone here at the Montjuic ground in Barcelona, hope you have a happy, hope you have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more action, because we have 4 new teams waiting to hit the park here in this ECS. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. See ya, and hasta mañana.